explained. But you'll see many of these contradictions in the Bible if you read carefully. Anyway, the story continues. He's going to spread this message to everyone throughout the Roman Empire. So what does Paul do? He starts going to synagogues around the empire, telling Jews that Jesus is the Messiah. And he begins to build the structure and organization that will become Christianity. Now, at this point, they're not...
Okay, let's leave it there. But yeah, so that's Paul. Okay, we got Nero here.
And he got away with that, going around all the...
yeah.
And telling them about Christ?
Well, I was just trying to figure out what he was saying about Paul. I kind of heard a little bit, but it seemed like he's like, this does, I don't know, it just seemed kind of incredulous. He's just like, what is the deal with this Paul guy? I mean, come on.
Sad Shimon.
Yeah, he's kind of saying like that last thing there. He's like, he went to Damascus and he never met Jesus, but then he came back around. And he's saying it's extremely odd. Oh, there he goes. So he's saying it's extremely odd for him to have, sort of made this, conversion. Yeah, you there, Nero?
Yeah, sorry, I cut my audio out. I couldn't hear anybody. Sorry about that. So if I talked over somebody, my bad. But yeah, I don't understand. So he's a Christian, but he doesn't like Paul.
He's not a Christian. I don't think he's a Christian.
Oh, really? I thought he was.
Zhang, I don't.
I thought he was.
If he is, it's very. It would be
if
very
he is, it
surprising.
doesn't make any sense because
It really doesn't.
He's a Jesus-only Christian that rejects the teachings of Paul and is also quasi-Gnostic because he's like, this is a thing about the divine spark and the rejection of the material world. And he thinks that this is the real teachings of Jesus that sort of Paul tried to obfuscate into saying that it was about getting rid of all the the worldly kingdoms and wiping out all the sins and all this stuff. And he's saying that the Romans actually got Paul to do this because they were really afraid of Jews. Right? They're like terrified of them. They're quaking in their little space boots.
Well, I mean, the evidence is borne out that that might not be the worst phobia to have. I mean, let's be honest here.
Speaking of boots, what do you guys think of my kicks?
Nice. It's killer.
Freaking Reeboks, freaking speed laces and shit, dude. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, but I don't know if you watched this video, Neuro.
No, I didn't catch the whole thing. I just caught bits and pieces of it. But I was trying to listen to that end piece there, and I found it extremely strange the way he's arguing. Because what was his final argument? He's just like, well, so he's saying,
it kind of sounded like he was questioning Paul's faith. Like it's not possible that this person who has this great background that only an aristocrat could have, calling him a citizen, calling him a great priest of was Pharisee or Sadducee, and then all of a sudden on his mission to go and expel the teachings of Jesus, he suddenly becomes a Christian through some sort of miracle of seeing Jesus in like a light form. So he's basically, it seems like his argument is saying that there's no way this would have happened. His mission from the beginning would have been to spread the teachings of Jesus and use it to weaponize it against the people.
But don't they call that like an argument from like incredulity or something? Like, don't they call it like an argument from incredulity or something like that, where it's like, well, that's impossible, therefore let me like explain how it's not possible. It's like it's kind of like a circular argument or something like that. I mean, Happy like Machine, Year, like yeah, Happy New Year. So, like Machine, wrote like things against Paul, but he wrote like I don't know 100+ pages on it. So it's not at least so it's definitely not easy to you know, just dismiss what machines like analysis of it is, right? But you know, I don't know how long that video was, but I'm just saying like to just say, well, it doesn't make sense that this is true, therefore it's not true. It's like, well, that's not really saying anything to me. It's like, I mean, if you, I'm just saying like you're trying to basically like take the most important writer in all of, you know, quote unquote Western history and really world history in a sense and say like, well, he was a liar. I mean, it's like you can say that, but it's like it's kind of like saying like, you know, what's his name? Lao Tzu was a liar or something. It's like, well,
Well, for all we
okay,
know,
or like Plato's a liar or something. I don't know. That's just what it sounds like to me.
for all we know, he could be attacking Paul, but he could also be attacking the writings of Paul, because it's not like we actually get to meet Paul, just based off of what we have of Paul, which could not be accurate or could be accurate. I think that's what he's judging. Even though he does say Paul, I don't actually know if it's fair to judge these people based off of the writings we have of them because of the amount of interpolation that has been added and mistranslations and blatant other edits.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying is like, I mean, and I've said this many times, but I'll say it again. Like, you know, my reading of Paul is like similar to the Tao Te Ching or something, right? Like, I don't think he's only speaking like plainly, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think to argue like he's just speaking plainly only and not poetically in other ways as well. Like, you know, I don't think I'm open to the argument. I just don't think that's a. I think that's going to be a hard argument to make that he's not speaking, you know, in a lot of different ways that,
All right.
you know,
So
you know what I mean?
so let me recap Neural Jack's argument statements. So an argument for incredulity is basically saying that the argument contradicts this personal expectation or beliefs or difficult to imagine, therefore it is false. So I think pretty much saying Paul's stuff is difficult to imagine because it contradicts Jesus and he didn't actually meet Jesus is pretty much the argument that the speaker is making. He didn't actually meet Jesus, so he's just pushing his narrative, and I think Neil Jack is also pushing back against this because he's saying Paul is speaking in metaphors and riddles and stuff. So we just take it face value. We wouldn't understand it anyways. I think that's what's being said all over the place.
Yeah, I think I appreciate that. That's pretty accurate. Thank you. Yeah, that's better than I could say what I was saying. Yeah.
One problem I have is even if these are supposed to be metaphors and allegories, that's not how Christians interpret them. They interpret all these stories literally. Like they think the original sin is literally eating a tree off or eating a fruit off a tree.
Well, not all Christians. So
not all. It's certainly fundamentalist ones for sure. Yeah.
Did I say all? I meant a lot of Christians think that. There's really no shortage of them. No, not all of them. No. If I said that, I didn't mean it. But
right.
The point is that Christians basically don't know how to interpret their Bible, and I think that the diagram that Jiang actually had up of that pyramid of the 3-2-1 method is a pretty good representation of why, because that's kind of how priests communicate amongst themselves and with the regular people. They leave the real esoteric knowledge for themselves, and then they give everyone else these little bits to make them, good little complacent slaves that are going to accept their place in the system.
Well, would you give a 5-year-old child like nuclear technology and say, "Well, I don't want to hinder your freedom, so I'm going to give you the freedom"?
That's the thing is that the priests they look at us like we're 5-year-old childs, and we're not. We're adults. We're human beings just like them, and they're supposed to be intermediaries.
Are you saying Are you saying there's no spiritual babies in this world that are 45?
Well, there are, but these people, they don't even attempt to educate the masses. They think that it's a lost cause from the beginning. And they've also built a system to make them inherently more ignorant than they were before. It's like progressively gets worse with each generation, you could argue. And in some ways it's better, but in a lot of ways it's worse.
Do you believe in a struggle between good and evil?
I think that the struggle is finding balance. That's the real struggle. And when we find balance, you'll find that good and evil are pretty much, there is no struggle between them. The struggle is comes from ignorance, not knowing the way.
Well, I mean, you don't think
psychopath.
you don't think there's people that know a lot of things and are very destructive and evil people?
Yeah, like the people I'm talking about, like the priests who try to basically bottle up people's own inner spirituality and inner or potential to control it because they fear it. If they
if that's true though, how is that different than any other person? I mean, can you say the same of any person in any position of authority?
Well, it depends on how much knowledge they have of reality and how much of that knowledge they're gatekeeping from people and how much influence they have over people. Like, I think that you have a picture of Nick Fuentes there. That guy's a blatant gatekeeper who doesn't care what he says. He just adds to the division. He just adds to the polarity because he knows that he's going to make money off of it.
Jesus said that he's come to divide with, so, I mean,
the reason he said that is because he knows what he's saying is not going to be received by all. And what he's saying is so antithetical to what the average person thinks the world is that they're going to reject it. If you were to,
right. So why would Paul or Nick Fuentes or anybody else act any differently if that's what Jesus said?
Ooh. Well, it basically comes down to each individual, how each individual is going to choose to act based on their own motivations and how they view the world.
Right. I mean, like even Jesus said to his followers is like, why do I suffer you? Essentially, more or less like, I've tried to like explain shit to you. You're not listening. Try to give you the milk. I try to give you the meat. You're not listening. You don't understand. So, like you're either going to get it or, I don't want to paraphrase Jesus too much, but you get the idea. Like,
yeah,
there's reasons why someone may not just give somebody the full picture,
Well, I think Jesus kind of has given people the full picture to live a fulfilling life when he says things like, love thyself and love thy neighbor. Basically what he's saying is when you look at other people and other living things, you need to see them the same way you see yourself. You need to love all beings the same way you love yourself.
Right. So if Jesus also told us that everybody's flawed and capable of great evil and great good, like we would have to respect and see that everybody's capable of both sides of that. But sorry to interrupt you. Hank, go ahead.
Yeah. So what you need to understand, Dom, is it's not everyone even wants to have a fulfilling life. Some people like ignorance. They like being a slave. So they don't take the bull by the horns. They don't read stuff for themselves. They just want to be told what to do or not think too much. So since all the information is available right now to like for developed nations, literally 99+% of the population, it's on them.
Yeah, so since people have access to all the information right now, the authorities are trying everything in their power to flood the people's minds with people like Nick Fuentes and Destiny and Andrew Wilson and Asmongold and people who don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's one of the big problems of today. Is it's not that people are ignorant and they want to be ignorant. It's because they're ignorant because they don't know better. Because they've been led by gatekeepers their whole life.
So literally anyone providing any information to gatekeeper because it's impossible to provide all the information. And they can always, if someone's lying to them, they can always just turn it off. It's very easy to do. Red X, top right corner of the screen.
Yeah, but seminary schools aren't esoteric, hidden knowledge places. They're more like a brainwashing school, so that you can spout out the most basic meanings of the Bible and interpret, any of the problems with it, so that your flock believes in the church the way you want them to.
Yes, but they're optimized to getting a payday. So that's what they teach in seminary school: what to say about the Bible to get paid.
Yeah, they're not going to teach esoteric knowledge, like secret esoteric knowledge there. That's way up the line,
Yeah, you can go to your Odd Fellows or your OTO to get that, but that's not what seminaries focus on. They're focused on what to say to get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say that pretty much is every religion. Every religion seems to be just indoctrinating people. If you look at the word, I'm sure a lot of people on this panel know it, but I think it's worth repeating. The etymology of the word religion, a binding or to rebind. So basically, it's just the way the priests have taken that word and they basically attribute it to ideology, to where they're going to bind the people's minds to ideology that they hold so precious and near and dear to their heart, that they associate it with their very identity and survival. The real binding should be binding our lower self here to our higher self and our highest self through aligning with principles, like a binding chain.
But isn't that just yet another religion?
Well, yes, it is religion, but I'd say it's the more correct interpretation of the word, rather than simply adhering to ideologies that other people present. We need to try to align ourself here, our physical self, with our spiritual self. That's where the binding should be. That's where the rebinding should occur, not with worldly ideologies of secularism or what the priest says because the Bible says this.
Yes, so there's two issues with that. So one, you're just marketing your own religion, so it's the same thing. This is just another gatekeeper, which I am too. And two, my higher self is very destructive. You wouldn't want me to align with that.
So I'm sorry, did you just call yourself a gatekeeper?
Absolutely. Because we can't provide all the information at the same time. That's impossible to do. And if we could do it, that will fry everyone's brains.
Okay, well, let me tell you what separates a gatekeeper from someone who's genuine. Someone who's genuine is trying to present the information as truthful as they can, okay? Versus a gatekeeper who's trying to intentionally hold back information so that people walk away with a messed up idea that's totally out of alignment with the truth.
Okay, if somebody came up to you and said, "Have you ever had a racist thought in your head?" What would you say?
Yeah, I'm sure. I have.
Yeah, let me finish my train thing. So I'm a racist, but let me finish my plane.
But you're not your thoughts.
Yes. So I would say truth is just a feeling, and pretty much everyone runs on hypothetical imperatives. So there's really no absolute truth to get to. So every direction is wrong.
So you're saying there is no truth?
I know I say truth is just a feeling. So there is a truth, but just it's pretty much individualized based on our own sensory systems. So we're not gonna get more truth here than we are already.
Okay, so what do you call all the videos that record all of our actions that people can go back and watch and see what objectively happened? Is that just feeling?
Yeah, I call it intersubjective.
Well, wouldn't you admit that many people could watch the same thing and interpret it a million different ways? Right?
Yeah, absolutely. But everyone's watching the same thing.
Right. So if you ask everybody what the truth of what they're watching is, you probably get as many different answers. Right? Even if these people were all telling the truth.
I hate to use this as an example, but let's take a football game or something like that for an example where there's an objective winner. Everyone's going to watch the game and they might say something different about the game, but no one's going to say that the team who lost won or the team who won lost, because that's not the objective truth. That's based on your feelings.
Paul might say that, right? Paul
Yeah,
would
he
say,
would
well,
say that
right?
the ref cheated or something, or they paid off, or it's fake. And the people do say that, even though the score's right there. They make an excuse and say, well, that shouldn't have happened, or that it was fixed. So
Yeah, but like you said, that's just their feeling, and that's not the objective reality. For example, the fact that we're all on here right now is an objective truth, and we can leave at any moment, but all the time that we spent here cannot be changed.
Let me ask you this. Can you define objective truth?
Everything that's ever happened and everything that is currently happening in the objective world.
So you believe in God?
I don't believe in God. I definitively know God exists in all things. I don't. It's not belief for me. I know.
Okay. So how can anybody be God and objectively know anything?
Well, first of all, they come to know things by experiencing the world around them and taking in information just by simply being, just by simply subjecting themselves to the world.
But subjective experience can also be wrong, correct?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't change the objective experience. The objective world.
So you're saying objective. Okay,
but
hold on.
there
So now you're saying that
experiences.
objective truth is objective experience. So you're conflating the two things. See?
No, I didn't say that. I said that you can experience the objective truth in a subjective way, but the objective truth remains the same regardless of how many different people are experiencing it.
Okay.
If a comet or something flies over the sky going southeast, it doesn't matter how many people thought they saw it going northwest. The truth is the truth, regardless of what anyone thinks it is, and it's up to us to align our perceptions to it. And I even mentioned a quote earlier from Confucius. I don't remember exactly how it went, but he basically described how over the decades of his life, he became more and more in alignment with truth until he said at the age of 70, his body was a natural instrument tuned to the reception of truth. So that basically means that wherever he goes, he understands the way it is inherently.
Yeah, and he also told people to lick the boot of the government as well. So I mean, I'm sure that's just a coincidence. But.
I think there is some validity to what he says, but I think it's not truth for everything like that.
And I don't think any Chinese philosopher said to lick the boot of the government in that way. I think you might be referring to the Tao and how it says to not resist things and go with the flow. And that's not what that means. I have to disagree with that entirely.
So you think that the Taoists think that you should just subject yourself to any authority? The
Taoists are basically saying to do what you think is going to put you most in alignment with the natural world. That's how I interpret the Taoists. Now, there's the reason that.
So you're Confucian?
What?
So you're a Confucian?
No, I wouldn't call myself a Confucian.
Okay. Let me ask you this then. Do you think that language is objective truth?
Well, it's kind of hard when it comes to language. I think that there are things that language is describing that is true, and like certain words mean the same thing. Like if you're describing a door, you're describing a door no matter what word of language you're using to describe it. But there are also words that have no translation across various languages.
Well, what if I said the doors of perception? How would you interpret that?
The doors of perception? Is that what you said?
Yeah. How do you interpret what I mean when I say that?
Well, I guess I don't know. I guess I would think the eyes or the ears, the doors of perception, your senses. So not a physical door, but just well, I guess your eyes are physical, but I don't mean like the door of a house or a room. I mean like doors, they're kind of like portals or sensors for frequencies that are going to touch these sensors that your brain is going to interpret.
Right. But you know that like you can people can and do all the time misinterpret what they're actually looking at, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a
Yeah,
very
I
common
don't
experience. Right?
disagree with that. I even said it earlier that human beings can only interpret or sense like 0.00001%. I think it might even be beyond that of the world around them.
So ultimately, everybody's subjective truth is just how they feel about what they're seeing, right?
Yeah, it's what resonates with them as an individual. But there is an objective truth, as in all the things that have ever happened, that does not depend on how a person interprets them. And then there's the way a person interprets them, which is going to be unique for each individual.
Right.
And
Okay.
this goes right
So-
in line with what I think God is all about. God is ultimately
So
on
how-
a journey of self-reflection.
So how do we, quote unquote, interact with objective truth and convey that to other people? Like, what's the process look like in your opinion?
In what regard? Because objective truth is pretty large. It's pretty much everything that's ever happened.
Well, you said that like people should speak the truth at all times, essentially, and like.
Well, for
Not
starters,
being and
they
stuff
can
like
be
that.
honest with themselves about where they are in their lives. That'd be a pretty good place to start with objective truth. A lot of people like to maybe sugarcoat about their place in life, and instead of being honest about a lot of the problems, maybe aren't other people. Maybe it's you causing the problems in your life. So that's an objective truth I think people can start with. They got to be honest with themselves before they can be honest with anyone else or anything.
So you're a mental health advocate? You believe in psychology and psychiatry then?
I think that people should learn to be their own psychiatrist or their own therapist, and maybe every once in a while if they need it. I've never talked to a psychiatrist or psychologist personally. It could be beneficial, but ultimately, I think that the only help a person is going to get is when a person is able to confront their own fears or their own shortcomings and be okay with them. And in order to do that, I don't think a pill's going to help you with that. And I think that talking on a chair, listening to some echo chamber, which is what some psychology is, or if you want a more Freudian style where it's more combative, I think that can only go so far. At some point, the person has to take it upon themselves to be honest with themselves about their point in life, and then they can start being honest about the objective world.
So you seem to be saying that truth is purely subjective, at least as far as we can access it, right? Because well, what I mean that is like you're saying, like I haven't heard you explain like how can we tap into objective universal truth that God can tap into? Like how would we contact
I just
that?
did actually. I explained how if you want to tap
How-
into an objective universal
It's not
truth,
about
you have
tapping
to
in.
be-
It's you experience. Are you experiencing something every single moment, or not?
Well, yeah, you're experiencing life every single moment.
Like,
so
am
that's
I
what you're asking.
talking right now? Are we talking right now, or is this just fake? Like what extent do you want to take it to?
You're posing that question for me?
No, not you, Tenero.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you rephrase the question? I want to make sure I answer it honestly, truthfully, whatever.
Like it's what I'm saying is it's not a matter of tapping into it. Are you experiencing this conversation right now? Is this real? Is this true? Like, what extent do you
well-
want to take nihilism to?
Well, I don't know if nihilism's the right label to put
That's
on
what
it, but
it comes to
Catholicism,
at
too.
some point, doesn't it?
but well, you know, here's the thing though. Like, okay, so we are all making a lot of assumptions to have this conversation. We have to assume that we're all real people. We have to assume that this technology is not distorting what we're saying. We have to
Talking about
assume.
solipsism. So are you a
Do words
solipsist?
mean words? Do
And-
words have meaning?
Do people
words
lie?
have
Do
a
people
cer-
deceive? Do people use words that they don't actually mean in the way that you assume, right?
Can I ask you, Neurojack, are you a solipsist?
No, I'm definitely anti-solipsism, but I do believe most people are solipsists for sure.
Well, the way that you're talking is, if truth is all subjective, like you're trying to put me down that path, then that would be a solipsistic path.
Not necessarily. That could be, you could be empiricist or you be an idealist and still have that same conclusion, because none of us that we know of are gone have access to all the information. We have to go through our senses. So you don't know the truth except through your senses.
Right. And I would say that our senses are sufficient to know how to live a life that's going to basically be what Jesus talks about, that's going to be this eternal paradise. Even though we can only experience a very small percentage of the world around us, we don't need to know all this other stuff to tap into what's important. If we can zero in on what's important, which is basically just adhering to the principles of natural law, then real positive manifestation could come out of it. But because people like to, cling to illusions or think that experience and reality is totally subjective, we're in this trap of basically idolatry of ourselves because we don't want to come out of our own minds.
So I would assert that's actually impossible, because otherwise the world would be healed and sane already. The fact that we're still trying to get there means that it's not an option for us. It was never an option.
No, it's just because we haven't chose to make it that option. That's what the problem is. We have free will. That means that we have the choice to adhere to God's principles or not. That is the gift of the loving God that we have. Okay, we have the freedom to go the way that God has set for itself, or we can choose to go against it. You're free to be moral. You're free to be immoral. You're even free to be amoral. Okay, but the point is, are we going to adhere to what is right? If we don't, we're going to generate negative consequences. It's not that it's unattainable. It's just that we've never fucking chosen to pick it in the first place. Or we did so far in the past and we've forgotten about it, and we cling to the ways that we have now, which is basically just materialism and safety in the city, safety in the hierarchy and the compartmentalization system, that we have forgotten this true inner spiritual truth that if we simply adhere to the ways of morality, we can work ourselves out of this hole that we've dug ourselves into. But it would take a lot of work.
So do I have the free will to make Adam and Eve not eat the forbidden fruit?
Adam and Eve existed in the past. You see, this is what I'm talking about with objective truth. It's that which everything that has ever happened and everything that is currently happening. You cannot go back and change that which has already happened, because it's literally like writing something into the fabric of existence. Everything that we do in life every second is basically a fractal that will exist eternally as it was in that moment. So you can't go back and change the past. This is nonsense that they try to teach people.
So much for retro causality.
So
Do you
where's my
believe-
free will start?
No,
What?
go ahead.
I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, where does my free will start if I can't change events in the past?
It starts in the present. What you have now, the present, that's why it's called the present. It's the gift of God.
Yes, but the present is dependent on all the past that happened. So
Yes, it is. And that's why it's very important that we make the right decisions, because we will generate objective consequences in the objective universe that affects other beings. If we continue to make the wrong choices in life, we will generate negative consequences. We don't have any control over these consequences. These consequences are basically the truth, because they are that which has manifested, for better or worse.
So if we don't have any control of the consequences, then what
No.
difference does it make what choice I make?
Because the choices you make are going to determine the type of consequences that are generated. If you make choices that are in alignment with natural law, you are going to naturally generate freedom for those around you, because you're choosing to abstain from harmful behavior. And by doing that, you're allowing them to tap into their own freedom and allow them to express their own free will without the threat of coercion or harm, which is what makes harm.
Is there a
or what
is there a
makes
scientific
natural law.
experiment that we can run to prove that?
Hold it. We don't have to
Yeah,
go that
so
far.
if you were to like take a lamp and crack someone over the skull with it, they're going to be out of commission for several months or weeks, possibly. They might not see the same way. Your actions have effects that are observable and scientifically measurable in the real world.
So we don't have to go that far. He already made the contradiction. The contradiction is that we both don't and do have control over the consequences. That's a contradiction. Your argument
No, it
is
isn't.
void.
I'm saying that our actions we make generate the consequences, and the actions we make will, based on whether they are in alignment with natural law, they will generate negative consequences or positive consequences. Once we set in the effects, we have no control over the consequences. But before we set those effects in, which is done through our actions, the consequences are basically they're basically in how I put this. The consequences are basically I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Yes.
No
Well,
worries.
we're stuck at chain of causality. So unless we can negate causality, then your argument's void.
The cause is our actions. That's the cause. We have full control over our actions in the present moment. But our life is a tapestry of experience that affects itself from moment to moment. That means that our actions in the past basically add up and affect the present. And when you take in the full tapestry of human experience, because humans have generally lived out of alignment with natural law, there's a lot of negative consequences that we are living in basically because of their actions, because they chose to live out of alignment with natural law, and because we continue to choose to live out of alignment with natural law.
So it's natural law, a thing I can read and comprehend?
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's just basically, are you causing harm to other beings or not? If you're causing harm, if you are initiating harm to other beings, you are in violation of natural law. That's really all it comes down to.
I'm
Most
causing
people
harm.
don't know what harm is. They don't know what real freedom is, because they support things like government, or they join the military thinking that they're fighting for freedom or supporting freedom, when these are the organizations that destroy freedom through coercion. They basically force everyone within their jurisdiction to conform to their will through coercion. Right? That's what the government does.
So I'm causing harm to billions of microorganisms just by existing.
Well, if you want to look at it from such a pessimistic perspective, yeah. But, you could also say you're bringing life to untold trillions or quadrillions of microorganisms who are living in your gut in a symbiotic fashion.
Yeah, and you can't say that, and that's why you could spin the government around and say the government's caught as benefiting people by creating the money and borders so people could have commerce. So you could
And
flip it
food and
around
all
any
that
kind of
stuff.
thing.
No,
Yeah,
the
'cause, like-
government
'cause,
does
like,
not
you-
make food.
Well,
Well,
it makes money so people can bring the food to the market.
You need money for that.
Yes, because
Why?
otherwise I don't know who needs how much food.
So you need money to tell who needs how much food.
Well, I need the double entry bookkeeping, and that's initialized by creating the money, which is what the state does.
Oh, the bookkeeping's just a feeling, bro.
It is, but it makes sure someone that we don't have too many skinny people, too many fat people. But at least we're going in that direction.
So I fail to see how money is required for food.
Well, the Soviet Union, they'll tell you how.
The Soviet Union starved millions of people to death to industrialize itself. What are we going to learn from them? What not to do?
Exactly.
Well, you got to buy or build a cart to take your goods to market, or a sack.
Yeah, so what is money's role in that current? It's basically the resistor.
Yes, it
It's
is
the thing that stops the flow.
Yes.
So what do we need money for then? What do we need money for food if money is the resistor? If food is a natural thing that comes from the earth that we need to live, and money
So we
isn't.
don't blow our load of food too fast and starve like the Soviet Union.
I fail to see the logic, because human beings did a very fine job of not doing that before there was all this government and trying to organize things through ledgers.
So why was the population so low then?
Because there were no farms. They were hunter-gatherers.
So
They couldn't have, in order to have population growth, you have to have farms, because that way it keeps the people within the community breeding and close together in a more familial type system, which I'm not going to say the hunter-gatherer system wasn't, but the hunter-gatherer system basically separated the men and the women, because the men would have to go out and hunt, even though it wasn't as really as taxing as they make it seem like. I think they did less work on average than the regular person today to sustain themselves, which just adds to my point. What do you need money for?
Well, if your hypothetical imperative is human flourishing, humans weren't flourishing as much then as they are now because there was less humans that even existed.
How is that less flourishing though?
Just
because
humans.
there's less humans doesn't mean that there's less flourishing. They were probably a lot more free than we are today. And I don't think that there's a link necessarily between the amount of humans and inherent slavery, but what they were doing something right that we're not doing today. So I would say that they totally were flourishing.
Well, there were less humans in general, sort of less possible flourishing.
It doesn't matter though, because they were more in alignment with natural law and more free as an individual. So the individual was.
I don't think the average health and lifespan was quite up to what it is now as well.
Yeah, that they do say that, but then there's also a lot of and it could be allegory, it could be myth, but the Bible makes it seem like these people were living hundreds of years at one point, and if that was the case, we really wouldn't have any evidence to prove it false or true. So
you believe the Bible now?
No, I don't believe in the Bible, but I think there are aspects of the Christian doctrine that are close or adhere to the truth somewhat. For example, they talk about excuse me. They talk about giants that existed in the past, and you don't hear scientists talking about these giants at all.
I mean, we have giants now. We had that Big Show. We had Andre the Giant. We had the Mountain.
That's true. There's some big dudes. Yao Ming or whatever his name is. So Dom, let me ask you one more question really quick. So you said that that if you're harming another living being, you're not living with natural
You're
law.
not living in alignment with natural law.
Okay, so how can you live without eating other living beings?
Well, you were just talking about the Bible, and I think the Bible actually provides an answer in Genesis. I think it might be 3:17, where it says the fruit and the vegetables will basically be your food. Basically, food that comes from the dirt and comes from trees. This will be your food, not.
But vegetables
animals.
and trees are living, so they are living.
They are, but you see, they're living, but you don't. Like a tree, you don't have to cut the tree down to harvest all the fruit. You just have to go there and pick it.
So if humans were trees, they would be more moral than if they're humans. Would you agree?
Well, yeah. I mean,
What about all the fruit abortions? If you're eating the seeds or not letting the seeds plant.
So you're comparing eating fruits and things like that to abortion?
Well, yeah, because we're eating the ovaries of the fruit and the vegetables. We're not eating the whole thing.
Somewhat. I don't know what being a plant is, what the experience is like being a plant.
It might hurt a lot more than a human.
So
one of my favorite bands is called the Screaming Trees. You may have heard of them.
I don't think I have. But I'm going to say I don't fully know the purpose of eating within the spiritual system, but I do know that it's important because if it wasn't, we wouldn't need to do it every day and have our whole body system revolve around it. Basically, whatever eating is, we should just try to adhere to it or try to do it in a way that causes the least amount of suffering.
Well, some people would say that if you just stop existing, that would create the least amount of suffering, right?
I mean, you could do that. I mean, if those people really want to stop existing, they're more than free to go jump off the Brooklyn Bridge or the Golden Gate Bridge or whatever, and they can stop existing if they want.
I think they got nets there now.
So yeah, but so are you saying that that's like? So you're saying there's nothing wrong with that, but eating like an animal is like evil?
Well, if a person is choosing to take their own life versus the life of another, right? They're using their own free will to affect their own being versus the being of another being. And that's what makes it wrong. Now, is suicide always right? No, in fact, I think it probably is going to do more harm than good in your spiritual journey.
Well, I'm now convinced that you're not a real person. So, maybe I am a solipsist at this point.
I mean, you've sounded like a solipsist pretty much this whole time.
But just in your case, though, maybe not in everybody else's case, because you're saying that you're literally saying that the more moral thing to do is not exist rather than eat.
That's not what I said. That's what you said. And I
said no. You're saying no. You said that if you cause harm to any other being, you said no. Hold on.
You're welcome to stop existing.
You said that if you cause harm to any being, you're not living in accordance with natural law. Am I correct?
Yes, and then I clarified.
And you said that natural law
clarified that you're
is
using if you are choosing to commit
system.
Suicide, you are using your free will to interfere with your own being. You're not messing with another living life form's way or being.
Okay, so
Yes,
where is this natural law written that I can go read it and verify for myself that it's like the end all be all of like morality for human
Well,
beings?
I hate to tell you, it's not a legal law that you can just go read at
You could try to look for
Well,
examples in nature,
the law
but
book.
nature's pretty cruel.
Yeah, I've never seen an animal say, "I'm gonna go jump off this cliff" rather than like eat some grass or something. So.
Yeah, so hypothetically, not existing would be more moral than existing in
Nope,
your
you
in
guys
your framework
completely missed
because
my
I
point.
wouldn't be able to harm anyone. If not harming someone,
You guys
is
completely missed my
awesome.
point when I said that.
Yeah, I
okay?
got your point, but you're contradicting yourself, and that's the issue.
No, I'm not sure. Okay, I said that if a person feels that way, they are more than welcome to stop existing any way they choose. Okay. And then I also said that I don't think suicide is probably the best way or thing to do. Okay. But if you want to, in your heart, because you think suicide is the right choice, you're free to do that. And because Neurojack brought up the point, if you even want to call it that, about how if you want to stop causing suffering, the best way to do that is to stop existing. And I said, if you want to stop existing, you can choose to stop existing. That's a choice that
So
we can make with our free will.
Maybe let me frame the argument into syllogism so it's easier to digest. So, premise one: the highest moral good is to not cause harm to other living beings.
Generally, I would say the highest moral good is to do service unto others. But I would say that the starting point to get there, before you can reach that point, is to adhere to the non-aggression principle.
Yes. So, premise two: people can choose whether or not they cause harm to other moral beings. And conclusion: people have the free will to choose whether or not they cause harm to other living beings. So I say premise premise two is false, because just by existing we cause harm to other living beings because that's how we're designed.
Is that it? So the contradiction is, because we exist and because our existence naturally causes harm to all these beings that we can't even perceive, we are inherently immoral.
Correct.
Okay, this is a completely self-defeating attitude and no different from what the typical Christian priest espouses at their church when they say things like, we're all born sinners, so we need to go to Jesus as the intermediary, as the savior. No, I reject that. No, we are not immoral just because we're causing harm to all these beings that we can't perceive, okay? Like I said, you can flip that around and say that we're bringing life to untold trillions of beings in a symbiotic relationship who are also helping to keep us alive.
So then, isn't it moral to go hunt the deer and cut its brain out and gut it and eat it?
I would say no.
And I would say sure, because you could help out, use that brain to
You
help
just
other
said that
beings.
you just said that we're giving life to trillions of other beings, and I'm saying, like, if you kill one animal to go and give life to a trillion more beings, isn't that more moral in your opinion, or?
No.
Yes.
No, because you're interfering with the will of another being. Okay. It comes down to, is that being acting in according with their will, or are they reacting because someone else came along and decided to mess with them, either by
so
killing them,
you understand that you're literally making a solipsistic argument. You're like, don't influence anyone else's free will, so we all have to be brains in a vat that don't interact with anything because we might interfere with somebody else's.
When did I say don't influence other beings' free wills? I said don't interfere with other beings' free will in a way that is going to initiate harm.
Okay, so how do you define harm?
Any action harm is basically 7 actions, okay? Murder, rape, assault, theft, trespass, lying, and coercion are the actions which initiate harm, because each one of those actions is the initiation of theft of property.
Ooh.
Murder is the theft of life. Assault is the theft of bodily autonomy. Rape is the theft of sexual expression. Trespass is the theft of safety within one's own living space. Shelter, which is something that all animals share, or most animals. Deception is the theft of truth while you're trying to manipulate someone into making a decision that they would not make because you withheld information from them, knowing that they would make a decision that's not in their benefit. This is what harm is. It's actions that interfere with other beings' free wills and force them to react to the will of another being against their free will.
So here's what you need to understand. Homicide isn't murder. It's only murder when the state doesn't sanction it.
So are you saying that just because the state says it's okay, that murder is fine?
No, I'm saying homicide is not murder unless the state forbids that homicide.
No, because that's an appeal to human authority and saying that humans get to decide what's right and wrong, when it's missing the fact that murder or homicide is wrong because it's wrong naturally, because of a force beyond humans or an intelligence beyond humans. Okay, when you're coming along and you're saying that humans get to decide that homicide is right because we're humans or they're the government, you are taking away from God.
Okay, so if I step on a cockroach tomorrow, have I committed murder?
Well, it would depend on if you're it would depend on the situation.
Would you arrest me
Yes,
and take me to jail for
bugs are not
destruction of a cockroach?
cockroaches are not absolved from natural law. Every living being falls under the protection of natural law. So
Okay, so if a spider eats a fly and I crush the spider, who is right and who is wrong?
You're wrong, because that's a spider. The spider doesn't know any better. You know better. Now, if the spider's coming at you to bite you or someone you know, that would be different, because you're acting in a more self-defensive manner, which is a component that is completely necessary to understand natural law. Okay, to understand natural law, you have to understand the self-defense component. If you're just out killing spiders or you're killing bugs who pose no threat or harm to you as an individual, you're in the wrong 100% of the time.
This is official now. We have to start a debate channel, and I definitely need this guy to be on that channel.
I already started. I'm way ahead of you. My channel always has been the debate channel.
No, we need to like pump it up like the Crucible does, and be like, this is a pure debate channel. Like, Dom, you're amazing, dude. Like, this is gonna be really good, because like what you're saying is like totally insane, but I love it. Like, I think it's gonna be like this is like really hardcore like philosophy stuff. Actually, like I like this. This is good.
Yes.
Because
and I heard this one before. This is just Stefan Molyneux's UPP.
Yes, exactly. No, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, he's literally like weaponized UPB into like universal, like, don't hurt like mitochondria and like a single cell organism or something. I love it. It's pretty.
I don't actually know what that is.
Yes, it's actually Stefan Molyneux's universal purple behavior.
Molyneux entered the chat.
Yeah, it's just
he's like
it's a perfect name for an older argument made by other people, but it just falls apart due to the fact that we literally, just to exist, we have a causal chain that involves all the stuff that nature doesn't prefer, or that's Stefan Molyneux says nature doesn't prefer it, but we needed it to exist in the first place due to the causal chain, and that unravels the whole argument, makes it self-detonating.
Well, to eat, you violate 4 of the 5 points you made about natural law, and you know, because you're an invader, you're taking life, you're, 4 out of the 5 were violated.
Well, okay. Here's a riddle for you, okay? And I'm dead serious. If I feel harmed by your argument, Dom, are you guilty of breaking natural law?
No, feelings do not matter. What matters is objective, measurable harm that's going to interfere with your ability to interact in the world. Me telling you something has nothing to do with that. What's up, Cecil? He's at the bar. He's gonna probably go home
Maybe
with
you're
3 women
scantily clad
restaurants
women.
tonight.
He might be doing some harm to some ladies tonight. All right, here we go. Break the natural law, Cecil.
All the ladies consent to Cecil.
Watch my beard. Make sure no one spikes it.
Totally consensual.
Okay, so you're saying that feelings don't matter. Okay, so now you're saying that natural law doesn't care about your feelings. Are you Ben Shapiro now?
No,
Okay.
natural law does not care about your feelings, because if you feel that you're doing the right thing by going into that voting booth and voting for someone like Donald Trump, you're going against natural law.
Dude,
You're
this is
gonna
amazing. I
manifest
love this.
bad consequences.
Okay, great. I love this. Okay, great. So this is amazing. Okay. I'm glad this is recorded. This is awesome. Okay, so now if I vote for Donald Trump, I'm breaking natural law. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because by voting for any leader, it doesn't even have to be Donald Trump. You are saying that it's okay for a central authority to coerce your neighbor into paying for services that they don't want to pay for, which is what the taxation system is. Totally antithetical to natural law.
Okay, so let's say that you get into some sort of incident, that has nothing to do with your free will, and you get hurt, and you go in the hospital, and your hospital bill is $1 million, and it's going to bankrupt you, and some government subsidy pays for it. Are you gonna allow that, or are you just gonna Well,
if I had it my way, there would be no government subsidies to pay for things like this. People would be able to pay for it themselves. They wouldn't need some middleman.
Okay. So, but let's say that
in a system that jacks up the price.
But let's say that
You're going to get all the infrastructure for that.
He's not in his house? No.
Right.
Well, you could start at the community level. It's like I don't think people realize that the people who make up the government, the people who make up these tech industries, they come from families.
Over your mom's house.
Those people who come from those families, they don't have to
go forth and repopulate, Cecil.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna repopulate with several women. I already tell.
Well, isn't that bringing harm into the world? Isn't he breaking isn't he breaking natural law? Because women are harmed by birth, right? So.
We'll say something to equipment.
No, birth is the act of bringing life into the world. There's no harm.
Could be harmed by his master.
It is an excruciating experience for women.
Yeah.
And I would say that it probably wasn't always that way, which is what the Bible's alluding to when it says things like.
If you get your kid a social security number, are you breaking natural law?
All right. Sure.
I mean, you're doing them a huge disservice, but it's not like many people even can imagine a place to not give their kid that social security number. A lot of good people think they're doing the right thing by doing that.
If I voted for Harris, am I now absolved of this natural law?
It doesn't matter who you vote for. Like I said, it's very active voting means that you are complacent with the central authority enacting violence on your neighbor.
If you're living in a community with 3 people and 2 of the 3 people vote for you to be a leader, has the natural law been broken?
No. You see, leadership should be awarded naturally based off of competency, based off of merit, and based off of principles. Ultimately, I think the most principled should ideally be the leaders.
Well, aren't those aren't those subjective rules that are going to be imposed by people's feelings ultimately?
Well, you see, at the end of the day, the leadership role should basically go away in the sense that people should go and live their lives without having to worry about some leader who's miles away or who's several houses away, trying to get them to live a certain way.
So do you think that that children should listen to their parents, or is that like holding them down?
I'd rather work for
Generally, yes, but you know, at some point you probably got to stop listening to your parents if your parents are like voters or if your parents believe in a religion. Yeah, you should probably stop listening to them at some point.
Okay, so if your parents believe in any religion, you should never speak to them again.
Right next to Pentagon. You know?
Is that what that's not what I said. I just said stop believing everything they said. Stop listening to them. That's what I meant. Not communications with them. Now, if they're an exceptionally bad parent and you feel like they've been so mean to you, or rude to you, or put you in such a state of fear,
more than gold. You know? That's right. You fucking go in the house.
By all means, cut them out of your life. You know, you don't have to cut them out over something like that. I would say that's harmful.
That's like in a nice way. Yeah, it's like it's all Detroit. That happens a lot in Detroit, as a matter of fact. Yep. All around. Yep. I can bring it out of the coal mine. You know, it's not cold. Yeah, but I can go yank it out of somebody's basement. It's a lot.
I guess Cecil's drinking that less than 5% alcohol over there.
No, he said that was in Utah. He's in Wyoming.
If his alcohol that he's drinking is killing the microorganisms in his stomach and lower intestine,
God damn it, Neuro.
Is he breaking natural law?
Oh man, you just try every which way, huh? No, I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
It's very unfortunate for those beings. You know, this is where.
What if I'm a multi-billionaire who wants to slowly depopulate the planet? Is that okay?
No. Absolutely not.
Kind of the same,
Is that Cecil's brother?
I mean, if you look at Cecil's planet or Cecil's body as a planet, and the alcohol is the depopulation agent, then yeah, I guess it is the same.
Alcoholism is taking over, bro. Sorry,
Ruh-roh.
but you better start referring to me as Mr. Jameson, or I don't know.
I think Cecil.
You're Vin Diesel. You're Vin Diesel's cousin.
Yeah, I'm so dude. You fucking nerd ass.
Drunk cousin.
Cecil, you should get some plugs, some like some zero gauge plugs in your ears. That would be like a good look for you, you know. Little goth style. Come on.
Excuse me, sweetheart. Excuse me.
So if he destroys more lives in his stomach than Bill Gates would with his depopulation, who's the bigger mean Mr. Mustache
Here's
Man?
the thing. Through Bill Gates' depopulation, is he not killing all the microorganisms and all the different people, thus basically exponentially expanding upon the amount of deaths
killing all my
Cecil's
worms
contributing
without
to right now?
ivermectin?
Well,
I don't have any
Especially
worms
considering
in my
that
body.
Bill Gates is talking about permanent deaths. You know,
well,
Cecil's out there
here's the
having a good
thing.
How
time.
many worms can handle this level of fucking hard alcohol? None.
Well, here's
Not
the
me.
other question for you then. Okay, if the government has allowed more human beings and more microorganisms to come into being because of their evil,
Your
aren't they
mom's
doing the most
a
amount of good in your opinion?
Your fucking mom's a microorganism. Okay? What's in your pants is a microorganism.
They've allowed the most amount of beings to come into existence. I'm going to need some evidence for that claim.
Well, if there's 6 billion people and there's like 6 billion microorganisms in every human being, right? 6 billion times
So
6
the
billion
government
is
the reason
what?
that there's billions of people.
Okay?
Would you disagree with that?
Your mama.
Yeah, there could probably be more people without the government.
So you're saying without government we could have like petrochemicals all around the world right now?
How many people, or how many more people do you think would be alive today if there were no world wars?
More money.
Probably less because they had to do that to like get the trade routes for the petrochemicals around the world, and that's why there's so many people now.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'll accept that. But the point is that the government, even if it does make more life, it's basically just enslaving all those people.
Well,
Anyway.
here's the question that I want to pose. Okay.
Would you
How
rather
is
be
this-
alive and a
has-
slave, or dead, or not alive and not alive?
How many
What?
Irish goodbyes equal?
Would you rather be alive and
Well,
a slave, or not alive and not alive?
Your mama.
Well,
I'd
from
rather-
my
I'd
moral
rather-
perspective,
I'd
I'd probably
rather
choose
die
life.
fighting-
But from God's perspective, it would be better to just probably restart.
You fuck your God's perspective, okay?
Okay.
I'd rather die fighting
Yeah.
on my feet. I'd rather die fighting on my feet than on my knees.
See, Cecil says fuck God's perspective, and he's right there in alignment with God's perspective. God, like I said, he'd rather die. That's what Cecil's saying. He'd rather die.
I'd rather die on my feet facing my
That's
enemy with a
right.
rifle
Cecil gets it.
See you in Valhalla,
on my
Cecil.
knees with a fucking in a fucking camp. I mean,
He looks like he's ready for Valhalla.
dude, I'll fucking light your ass up right now. You know, shit. Okay?
He's lit.
Here are your choices, okay? One of them leads you to Valhalla, okay? So you can die on your feet with a rifle in your hand, or you can die in a camp. Gulag. You can die in a gulag.
Okay, I'll choose immortality.
Digital gulag.
That-
That
that's the wrong
scans like
choice, Hank.
schizophrenia.
Basically, put yourself
Gulag
in a
can
gulag.
fucking eat shit. Fucking fag. Communists think they're so fucking cool. They made me forget my phone charger at my hotel room. Bitch, I ain't fucking playing. Woo! Happy New Year!
Yes, it's communism that unplug your phone, not capitalism, right?
I'll knock your ass out, Hank. Shut
Oh,
the
it's gonna be New Year where I live right now.
Bring it. Drive all the way over to Pennsylvania.
7 minutes away.
I actually moved time zones. But here's the main question that I want to pose to you, TML. What time
Roro.
Ramekin? Have you seen this 6 foot tall sand Negro with green eyes anywhere? Not many of you out there. I'll find you. Okay? Reagan. Oh, I live outside of Detroit by some train tracks. I can smell your ass already, bitch. Ohio, yep, here I come.
You're still chasing down Reagan.
Not really.
Yeah, that's
See,
where I found
think
Cecil
about
again at Reagan's channel. Yeah, blessings to Cecil. Thank you for calling in. Is Neurojack still here or is he gone?
Probably not. It's probably a little bitch.
He's gone.
All right.
Got scared. Yep. Got scared.
So
ran.
it's very late for us. So yeah, you guys decide if you guys want to carry on.
Oh, where'd the time go? Oh, it was
Yeah,
the
the
Neuro
time- yeah,
Inquisition.
yeah, it's
That's
already
where it went.
3 a.m. where I'm at. So I'm thinking of maybe
Son of a beach nut.
cutting it close here. It has been a long night. I woke up, it felt like somebody punched me in my throat, and then I proceeded to do the show anyways. It like hurts when I breathe for some reason. So
Actually,
yeah,
same
I've-
here actually. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
so-
around.
yeah, I
Yeah,
got like fucked up this morning.
Some
So
more
I don't know what-
terpenes, bro. You need some more terpenes in your weed.
Yeah, you need some terpene. Exactly. Cecil knows what's up. I mean, you need the terpenes in this bitch. Yeah, we got your 6 foot tall sand Negro with green eyes.
We got
I
a
appreciate
fucking V6, bitch, on fucking New Year's Eve. You want to see how fast I can go? Woo! Wyoming!
Not really.
Fuck yeah!
No, see how fast it can stop too.
He just go through a red light.
Fuck yeah! I'll fucking turn a donut right here.
Yeah, show us how fast you can stop Cecil.
Let's hope cops aren't watching this stream.
What they gonna do?
Yeah, I've
They
said that
don't
last
need to. He's like the only one speeding.
But tell them it's a deep fake. What are they gonna do?
Yeah,
Your
there's worse
mama's the
streams.
deep end, okay? Your mama's the deep end with my dick, right?
Yes, right. Absolutely.
He's got video evidence too. Don't make him post it.
Woo! Damn, brother, I'm fucked up. Let me get that J-Mo with a ginger back.
Kids, don't drink and drive.
Okay, Hank. I fucked you up so hard you ain't even getting on camera no more.
I'm right here on camera.
Yeah, what did happen to Hank? Hank,
It's
you've been
just
blacked out.
Blank screen.
Just a black.
I can see
screen.
on my seat. I can see my screen still. Let me
Yeah,
check them.
I can see both.
Yeah,
your,
sometimes that happens.
I can
Sometimes
see both your
yeah.
screens right now.
If you don't look at StreamYard, yeah, you're not showing on the stream. So maybe you have to refresh.
Oh.
Yeah, let me leave and
Still
come back.
nothing.
I should have said that
Yeah, that's
when
what I
you
had
first
to do.
came in. This is so stupid.
I thought that was by choice.
I'm such a bad producer, and so
Damn, StreamYard's sucking today. Let me I leave and come back and to refresh my camera.
I guess all the
Yeah,
all the
they
nerds
robbed us,
streaming on
Because I can see
StreamYard
myself
on.
in StreamYard, but I
Year's.
don't see myself on YouTube.
yeah, we were robbed.
Yeah, we don't see you in StreamYard.
God damn it.
So here's the problem. Okay? There's no cops in Cheyenne, Wyoming, apparently. I don't see any, dude. They're
Knock
I
on wood,
I
bro.
certainly hope it stays that way for you.
I don't
How does
see
that
any,
even
dude.
work?
In fact, I drove through here.
Hank, you're
the
still not
only
working,
time I
Hank.
saw cops were over there on the fucking 30, dude. This place
so
is so
much.
Colorado that they're like, yeah, whatever. As long as you're not hitting truckers, we don't give a shit.
It's New Year's. How are they not out there?
No, there ain't nobody out there, bro.
How?
There's nobody out there, sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody out there. We're just riding on the road.
Yeah, we see the blue lights in a second here.
What? Walmart specials and shit, dude. I don't give a fuck about Walmart. Fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. So what y'all want to do? How y'all want to take this? In what direction y'all want to take this?
I don't know, bro. I'm taking this back over to my motel room instead, bro.
Yeah, Cecil is one of the OG callers to this show, so we appreciate him calling in after a long time. You know, so yeah, blessings to all the people. All right, Hank, we still can't see you. So,
Yeah, it's weird. So
Hey,
yeah,
you're like in the dark, bro. What's going on? Why are you so dark?
yeah. So
I got
it looks
1
like
minute till New Year's where I live.
yeah, it looks
Nice.
like yeah, it
Don't
looks like
tell niggers where I live.
yeah, it looks like StreamYard's losing my camera packets when my camera's on, so it doesn't make it a YouTube. And I could see myself in the client, so it's a StreamYard error.
Well, you're a Fed apparently.
I guess so. I'll see myself out.
yeah, Majestica Madness. You know, she's calling it out. So yeah, blessing.
I'm caught.
Busted.
Oh,
Don't
and he left.
where your mom lives, because somebody
What
might
the
try
hell?
to go over there and run a train on her ass.
Yeah.
So that was
I'm gonna
odd.
get off too, but I had a nice talk.
Yeah, peace, Dominic.
New
Yeah,
Year,
yeah. Thank you so
Happy
much
New
for
Year's.
joining. Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Appreciate talking to you today,
Easy.
man.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yeah.
Agape.
Yeah, great
You
combo.
survived the Neuro Inquisition.
Yeah, peace on me.
I gotta go. It's 3 a.m. Thanks for having me. Good night.
Yeah, peace, guys.
Easy,
Yeah.
Max.
Yeah, I know it's getting late for a lot of people. So yeah. Do you guys got any
I just started.
Yeah, yeah. You just call back in, Cecil. You want to give a speech to these people? Blessings. Man.
Yeah. Okay. Listen. Hold on. Okay. Listen. Doesn't matter what race you are or any of that, okay? For everybody who is in the state, everything.
for everybody who was out the state? Nothing. These are the words of Benito Mussolini, okay, who co-founded a book with Giovanni Gentile, the founding philosopher of fascism, an Italian philosophy. Okay? If motherfuckers are down with your clique, everything. If they can hang, fuck that shit. Okay? We ain't playing. Right? I spilled wine for fucking Benito Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile. Out. 2026, I'm going to see you guys.
Yeah, blessings, Cecil.
Blessings to you, TML.
Yeah, you went hard with that, man. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no problem. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I got to do some business right now. Hey,
Yeah,
you guys,
peace, homie.
are you guys hurting? Do you need help? Yeah, okay. I'll take care of you guys later, okay? I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, peace, Cecil. Yeah, thank you for joining.
Of course.
Well, there's Cecil. Looks like he's in a community effort to be a good Samaritan, help some people there. So yeah, so blessings to Cecil. But yeah, so anyways, yeah, what do you guys think?
I joined back to tell you Happy New Year.
Thank you, brother. Yeah.
Take your health serious.
Thank you, man.
Especially the pain. And we got another year, right, y'all? It's a good thing.
Allegedly.
Yeah. One day at a time, y'all. That's all we can do, right? Be easy, and everyone try to sober up, and unlike Cecil, try not to drive intoxicated.
And talk on stream.
That too. All right, y'all. Be easy. Blessings.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Definitely do not seek the treasure. Not with Cecil approach.
Yeah, Cecil,
That was
killer,
some wild stuff.
Killer delivery, killer approach, and excellent transition to another chapter. We almost have 400 videos here on the channel. Many of them are dealing with the philosophy of technology, the history of transhumanism, right? The intersection between how we find our political theology and what it has to do with the modern state of civilization, right? In that intersection, we've explored many different thinkers, right? Such as Paul the Apostle, Shang Tzu, Confucius, Thomas Carlyle, Friedrich Nietzsche, right? And many other thinkers throughout history. So we're employing many different texts, looking at the Alexandrian Jews, right? The European Enlightenment, right? And several key periods, right, where main ideas were synthesized, right? And I've given sort of a continuous presentation, okay, especially on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday, right? Synthesizing many different views, right? From Kant to Hegel to Rousseau to Aristotle, Plato, the pre-Socratics, right? And, we've looked at statesmen, philosophers, historians, anthropologists, sociologists, right, etc. Right? And attempts to explain, right, the nature of human creativity, man's relationship to technology, and several other conceptual frameworks, right? So that's all being driven forward here on The Machine Lies. I think this is the premier type of show that explains that intersection of ideas. I do not know of other shows that actually explain that particular intersection of ideas, right? It's highly particular, highly unique set of materials, right? That honestly I've not seen anywhere else on the internet compiled, the various texts and directions that I'm pointing in, right, with the research. Right? I don't go over all the material, right? But you can go and synthesize some of the material on your own, look at what the various texts that are presented, the various authors and scholars, right? And go and come to your own understanding, right? And of course, there is no replica of the material that's brought here, right? It's just like a one-time go at this, certain understandings and views in the way as I present things, and the people who espouse different viewpoints that I offer, they really are not found in other places, right? I've constructed, terminologies and, different definitions of ways of thinking. And, so we'll continue to explore that here. Right. And I've only gotten to maybe 10% of what we can explore. Right. So there's lots of stuff, and we've already done almost 400 episodes, as I said. So at least, many of those, right? I'd say many of those episodes contain, at least 2 hours of presentations, right? So you could collectively look at the various presentations and find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of material. So blessings to all the people. We will eventually compile this material. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to being seeing beyond the programming, is to realize how you've been programmed. Right. And you can't kill what you can't see. And what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real. And I'll try to heal up my, it's really like a back and a neck and a sort of, it's like when I speak, it like hurts, whatever. I'm having trouble breathing and all this type of stuff. So I've had that all day. Hopefully I get well. And let me rest up for a few days, and we'll join you guys soon. Play some music for you guys. Appreciate you guys.
four stages of nature, the combinations of them. It's like that. Killer proof.
I'm deep into the page. Each stage is like a maze. It's like sperm reaching the egg. I focus on the brain, cause it be the enterprise. It's like life within the center of the eyes. Send off the sound waves that are bound for days. The atom is surrounded with rays. My frame be the mercury. It circles degrees. Develop the strength like Hercules. Wisdom changes my continents. When I quiz them, I build up the confidence. You burning me is like trying to kosher a pig. I teach knowledge and culture to kids. I inject the rhymes into the depths of the mind. The proper insight gives effects on the blind. See, I don't entertain, I enter the brain. The killer priest always come and represent the name. A daily study stimulates the thought. Correct diet, I meditate and less talk. Makes me deep as the ocean floor. The ink so tender, I'm prepared to explore. MC spoil like the city of Rome. I'm inspiring like Solomon and witty in the dome. Yeah, writing rhymes with a liquid pen. Next to a pair, be the holy wizards.
Knowledge I attain is mystic, realistic. There's hidden gems and sins if you missed it. Thou have to contain the power to unravel. It's like walking astray on the edge of earth with no map to travel. One false step, you're into the depths of darkness. The triple stage that's brave to the conscious. As I drag your mind off the edge of sanity and leave you floating, you have to figure your way back to gravity. Take it beyond the orbits of NASA at rates much faster. Your chest tightens up like asthma, and you'll be gasping for oxygen, inhaling fatal gas like headed from the hydrogen, drifting in the wind like a cloud that can't rain. You lack the element, so it's relevant to strain. Your brain lacks water like the moon, depending on the earth since you first left the womb. Words engraved to paralyze you in the mental. Too much weight to analyze the potential. Amounts of pressure that'll tilt your scale. And as for 85s, I prescribe it in braille. The blind language, the deaf and dumb, I use sign language. Cause I was blessed to exercise stress and language. Niggas be straining with their 6 ounces. I'm splitting atoms and spilling holy water on their conscience. Traveling 186,000 miles per second to shine forth and spark thoughts if you can catch them. Catch 'em. Life is hell, hell tell lies in your face. Every other day we killing off our own race. When you're trapped inside hate, it's hard to escape inside a slave mind state. Cause you go out like a blind date, surrounded by danger when you're living in a world full of anger. The pain I drop just to get you got is a brain strainer. Deadly talk, silent thoughts I can't overstand. When the man wanna live long and you think too short and distorted. Paying for your religion when you really can't afford it. I'd rather live like a god than instead dying for a devil. You couldn't climb this level with a ladder made of knowledge. I demolish, abolish, so don't try to follow. I'm looking through your body in the dark and I can tell you that you're hollow. You sleep, walking, blind ass zombie. I hell raised from the grave of ignorance. Just a finished man looking guilty of sin.
Crying deep within the mental, my soul is intoxicated, oppressed with stress, aggravation, pain, and frustration. I can't take it no more as I journey through the halls of hell. Justice prevails, and righteous will surely fail. Now may my enemies be defeated in the chambers of danger, facing life full of strife, filled with anger. Forced to enter an avenger of sin. I rule like the mighty lion Zion tribe of Benjamin. Experimenting with all types of fucking gases. I got the potion to turn your flesh to fucking ashes. Adam shatter, elements start to scatter. Illusion dwelling in babble, mental confusion.
I hate evil energy, and I don't mix energy. Gabriel is your last warning. Thor don't mix energy. The magic hammer don't mix energy. Justice don't mix energy. And judgment don't mix energy. Rhythm. The flying hammer. flying mirror, flying sun, and the flying stars don't mix energy. Gabriel Revere. Gabriel Revere. And your father don't mix energy. You just have to mix energy, and you won't have no father. And then that mix energy, I wipe them out. Virgin City, I'm minus mastermind. The Ten Commandments, I don't mix energy. I'm the mighty tour, God of thunder. I'm the mighty tour, God of lightning, hailstone, brimstone, and fire. I'm the mighty tour, the God of rain, the God of plain, and the God of train who don't mix with. God will be real. I am the mighty tour, God will be real. I am the mighty tour, with the mighty magic hammer. Wiper, the magic mighty hammer. Wiper, with the magic hammer. Why scooper, with the magic hammer. Why paralyze, I don't mix energy. Be real. I don't mix energy. I don't mix sin energy. Sin, be real, I hate sin. Virgin City, Master minus 10 Commandments, Texas, Water God, with the sun. Come down from heaven. An electric wire. Vampire. Vampire. Energy stealer, I kill. I murder, I cook like one when I I'm done forever. And the mighty hammer, Kahuna, thunder, Kahuna, rain come down, Kahuna, the wind blow,
On this I stand, two sets of footprints placed ahead of the dirt, softened from teardrops, and overlooking the earth as the son of a moon, protected by a force field of pure thought. On this I stand, a rally of unemployed, disgruntled words spawned from long journeys through somewhere that only caused me pain as I strained my soul, cramming it with light so I could bring some there. I bleed the blood of a cold stone that roams without a shadow. I'm only deep enough to realize that I'm shallow. My head I keep it up, but it's hard to keep it straight when you don't believe in love and you just can't cope with hate. Metal rust, leaves turn into dust as the difference between love and lust clarifies its trust. If you only had an hour to sum your whole life up, would you spend that hour saying that an hour ain't enough? I've escaped the shell that bound me to cowardice. Now I'm faithful to the wind, but compared to it I'm powerless. The first step was made and it was a fair accomplishment. The pond was sitting still, so I threw a rock in it, and as my reflection rippled it all became clear. Seasons always change, so there's no reason for fear. We made an autobiography of our pivotal years. It's all I got and I'm giving it to you because I care. See, a lot of the time humans as artists exist in a self-projected state of falsehood. We're either too close to our image to be objective in our perception, or too far away to be subjective in any matter. This only widens the void that social conformity introduced to our souls at birth. And so I write. But I don't write without the intention of objectivity. or attention on the image, but only as an omnidirectional bridge between the several floating tunnel-structured realities present in comparable space and time. See, I don't write for the future, I write about the future, for the present. I write with my past, about the future, for the present. On this I stand, the oasis of a limbo, adjacent to my generation, facing out the window, waiting for some ventilation, patient while the wind blows, graceful in its demonstration, overall innovation. I stand, a fountain of youth, sovereignty, 1,000 syllables more than a pound of flesh, a deep breath of achievement, a dream and a wake-up call, another hall of the quest. On this I stand, a letter to civilization. On this I stand, the purity of creation. On this I stand, a paradigm for self. On this I stand, a thank you for your help. On this I stand, my firstborn child. On this I stand, something for now. On this I stand, life, love, death, hate. On this I stand, an album, glad you can relate. Peace.
while to realize we was on the same page. We just go about reading it out loud in different ways. I ain't the only person that's traveled through this maze. Not really sure whether it's me or them, I was crazy, making a hole in every simple system to rekindle the vision that lost its position as boss. The superstition sitting in a time machine, a bleeding mind dreams and beating blind steam to give the crime scene shining gleam. I'm no longer a Boy Scout, cause punching myself in the head won't necessarily get that voice out. That's something no one ever took the time to point out, but I had to learn to whisper before I could enjoy shouting. Periodically I feel like I've wasted my breath, and all I've got to show for it is paper stained ink. But I ain't really tripping at the end of the day, cause life is experience, and that's how I won the right to think. Trying to find an identity, rhyming and rest of the night, get defined by the mind's penitentiary. Folk in the rooms and folks in the path, consume every inch of my interest, and it's me to break out the trap. Essentially distant, mentally I'll eventually snap, eventually foul this functional prune. Groomed to numerous thought plume, tumors and musical wounds, and my shadow proved to be my only tribune. And it taught me never to abuse a full moon, it's not suitable. Sometimes you gotta lose control to gain the kind of truth, to hold the rain that falls to roost my soul like it used to. I'm used to it, and now I'm just working on smoothing out the kinks. The circuitry allows some headroom before the brink. So what do you gotta tell me that I don't already know? Just shut the fuck up and let me grow. I learned from my mistakes and I spotted with these disruptive plates. So call it what you want, but this is how I won the right to think. It's how I won the right to think, y'all. It's how I won the right to think. dead. They just wanna share the nest and earn their percent in turn. Let it burn till the ashes isolate the cold ground. On that I stood, but on this I stand and hold down. I used to be the seed of this ghost town, but that was then and this is now. That was then and this is now. That was then and this is now. The war between the old brain and the new brain was won when a prehistoric forfeited alien strangles reptile and migrates towards inner peace. Caveman dies quiet, the cries, riots, and fires cease. No one saved my seat when I decided to rise and slay the beast. I just shut my eyes and gave my speech, but I never could have known I would become my own missing link. And it feels greater than I thought. That's how I won the right to think. It's how I won the right to think. It's how I won the right to think. It's how I won the right to think. Now check this out. My man Musa, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. My man Ali, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. And the Los they got the right to think. They got the right to think. A&T, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. Step 7, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. Big bad ability, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. Until my main man Stress, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. Jay Bird, he got the right to think. He got the right to think. The whole vibe say it's crew. We got the right to think. We got the right to think. And each and every one of you, you got the right to think. You got the right to think. And each and every one of you, you got the right to think. You got the right to think. And each and every one of you, you got the right to think. 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 You
Enemy rhymes when the curriculum storms. Yeah, behind enemy rhymes when the curriculum storms. It's like this, yo, check it out, yo, when the curriculum storms, modern rap history is reborn on CD code in the form of a poem. Anyone that studied cannabis past knows he has the answers to questions you're probably not advanced enough to ask. Super advanced faculty math, chairman of curriculum class. 85 percentile never pass, 10 percentile smile, 5 don't even laugh when the chalk's in my hand and I'm drawing up raps. I present the contingency plan to the top brass. They probably think I'm on speed, I'm talking so fast. The body of the rhyme is smooth like body and bath. The summary is more explosive than a meth lab blast. My symmetrical shockwave shatter glasses. My U-235 rhyme hits critical mass. Apocalypse now, lyrical raps blow everything off the map. From green grass to African baobabs. Spike with electromag to aircrafts crash. CDC in the streets passing out gas masks. Gorgeous women thank me for the oxygen tank, baby. The chevrons on my arms saying my rank. Maybe I become another casualty in the field. They'll engrave my tombstone with the mask of steel. The best beats in the world couldn't rival my skill. It's like pouring a cup of water on a million bees wells. Grand eloquence of an unprecedented scale. Close your eyes, feel the rhymes, cause I'm better in braille. The Francis Bacon basics, I should reiterate this. We rise to great heights by winding staircases. Lines spiraling the French curve design. When the curriculum storms behind enemy rhymes. When the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes. When the curriculum storms, when the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes. When the curriculum storms. Written addendum, curriculum, attention deficit disorder, magician flipping them with serotonin reuptake inhibitors that inhibit them from seeing the vision. When they spit against bits of them, they must want to get dissed again. I'm sicker than the sickest sense. Inhale breaths through the louver, my chest bigger than wind tunnel vents. Please believe the ammo is live. A fusillade of rhymes fly through the ride and gold screen fuselage. Blistering speeds, full eyes with fast rhymes. Setting world records with no regrets, fastest lap times. Get checker flags for 48 tracks of rhymes. 100 times with vocal signatures too complex to sign. Humor by design, a mental monster of the mind. Rhetoric versus reality, the reason I rhyme. Eternally inclined to shine. Principles of plentitude, I spit at you, injure you if you step out of line. A transcendental intellectual, a marvel to the medical professionals that claim they have more tests to do, or they understand what I'm equipped to do. Visual, psychoanalytical, living proof that I rip you. I rip the roof off like cyclones do. When the curriculum storms, I rip a microphone too. A molecular miracle. In the physical, my lyrical has always been something different for you to listen to. Difficult, legible, forever memorable enough to remain in the membrane of your mental pool. I train your brain muscles and take you to school. Hard rocks become gentle jewels, these are the rules. When you in a mic club mood, you never get booed. Aptitude and attitude are your battling tools. Stay calm and spit those bars. If you find yourself behind enemy rhymes, you gotta weather the storm. When the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes, when the curriculum storms, when the curriculum storms, this is lyrical law. Computer program bars come out of digital jaws. This is the toughest course in hip hop so far. Behind enemy rhymes, when the curriculum storms.
Harvard at 16, child prodigy, math was specializing in complex analysis geometry. Earned a PhD in mathematics early, youngest professor ever hired by UC in Berkeley. A short-lived position. He resigned in 69 with no apologies, without an explanation given. Social anxiety multiplied silently, disconnected entirely from society. Built a cabin, became a survivalist. Rejected electricity and modern scientists. He cooked his dinner in the fire pit and watched the stars from afar where Orion sits. The wilderness where the lions live, primitive like the times of the giant pyramids the minds built. Yet something causes mine to tilt. A course solidified successfully the very first time he killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe the technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? Exploding octopus, blockbuster in the six-finger hand. Booby dropper boxes shock the populace with wishful plans, initially ignored. Industrial society and its future, the manifesto of Kaczynski's war. Life is seclusion, Bibles and bruises, rifles and Uzis, devices reclusive, designed to confuse the FBI and throw them off plan, blowing off hands, blinding people first. Soon the results were even worse, became obsessed with teaching society a lesson, with homemade weapons to reach society's perception. The Washington Post and the Times finally printed his manuscript. That was the tipping point that notified his family with suspicion leading to his arrest. His brother recognized his writing style and mission to death. Ran up in his cabin and discovered undeniable proof of his guilt. 16 bombs, 23 injured and 3 killed. What would you do? How far would you go? If you thought that you could change the world for the greater good, how would you know what's right or wrong? Try to play God, mail a bomb to the CEO of a school or an airline. Do you justify murder for peace? Do you believe that technology is the beast? Imagine if your iPhone disappeared, that would be weird. Could you function in the world without technology, or would you be scared? What would you do? How far would you go?
First of all, Gnosticism. All right, I guess we'll do the mid-sentence thing. Yeah, I mean, first of all, Gnosticism isn't a fucking specific heresy that's mentioned in Irenaeus. It's a aspect of heretical teachings, and there's many different Gnostic heresies. So which one would be transhuman? So it's like it's not even a specific heresy within his.
It's a combination of heresies for one.
Right.
Like, it's like Chiliasm, like the Gnosticism does play a part in it. I'm pretty sure I could find a quote that would probably best break it down. But yeah, you're not going to see that with these guys. It's sort of just like they have a broad brush to these terms, and they just, which, I mean, he's right to the extent, like, when I say things like, Gnosticism is a many-headed hydra, I believe that to be true, you know what I mean? But I don't ever hear them using those type of terms to try to explain it, because it is like that. But I mean, most heresies I see like that, like the Monophysites. Like, there's subsets of the Monophysites that don't agree with each other, but the basis is the base of the Monophysite heresy is they have a misunderstanding on a Christological level, right? And it's like, in the same way that Gnosticism, you'll find reoccurring themes within it. Like, there's dualistic principles within the teaching, or, you know what I mean? And you could go to a number of subsets of the same. I mean, it's not the same, because they would probably disagree with each other. But from a Christian standpoint, it's with heresies, we kind of lump them together if we see like the essence of the heresy is rooted in this particular teaching, right?
Yeah, but like, I don't think, like, if the church fathers woke up today, they'd be like, oh, transhumanism is part of Gnosticism. They don't even believe in God, right? So it's like, it'd be
I
kind
see
of
what
weird.
you're saying.
Like, they'd be much more nuanced in like looking at science and then looking at Gnosticism. You know what I mean? And I'm pretty sure the ones that are alive today do that, right? So it's like,
well, if you read Saint John of Damascus on heresies, I have the text somewhere, but he has like 100 different heresies listed, and he does compartmentalize them. He separates them. He doesn't just lump all the Gnostics under one umbrella.
Right.
He breaks down like Valentinius, and then this one and that one. And if I'm not mistaken, Irenaeus also does that. He describes each particular one and gives the definition.
So I'm wondering
Now,
if
you'd have
you
to
ever
have
read it.
notes to do that, and I mean under a short, like, I guess, a compartmentalized, like, okay, live reading, it's sort of understandable to a certain degree, but I haven't heard what he said, so I don't know. Because I paraphrase at times. I know you do too. You know what I mean? It depends on the subject. Like, you could get away with a paraphrasing of a subject if you're close to it. But I agree, though. We probably should be more diligent with our terms.
No, but I mean here, like he's saying that the specific heresy of transhumanism is Gnosticism, and this is clearly explained in Irenaeus as it's a specific heresy that's mentioned by Irenaeus. I'm like, but there's
Like, I
different
got
forms
something
of it.
here. I got something over here I could probably bring up. So, heresies.
Because
Let's
he's
see.
got the Sethians, he's got the Valentinians, you got all these different, you got the you got all these different groups, right? That he
I have
mentioned,
a
right? You got the Montanists
section in my
right?
archive dedicated to heresies. There's like over 100 heresies that it mentions.
Right, exactly, right?
And
So
it's been pretty helpful over time. But yeah, St. John of Damascus, about 100 heresies in brief. Where do they come from? What did they originate from? There are 4 mothers and prototypes of all heresies, namely barbarism, Scythianism, Hellenism, Judaism. From all other heresies originated. He says, barbarism, a heresy which itself continued from the days of Adam to the 10th generation, to the time of Noah. And it's called barbarism because the people of that time had no leader or single agreement, but whatever each one established for himself in preference to his own will, that became a law for him. Scythianism, from the days of Noah and the subsequent time until the building of the Tower of Babel, and after the tower for a few years, that is, until Phallic and Ragug, who, having turned away from the country of Europe, settled in Scythian region and joined the local tribes from the time of Terah, from whom the Thracians originated, and later. I mean, he goes down the list. He's got the Pythagoreans and the Peripatetics. He says Pythagoras taught about the monad, and Providence taught to prevent making sacrifice to supposed gods, not to eat animate beings, to abstain from wine. He introduced a division saying that on the moon and above it, everything is immoral, and above it, everything is mortal. He allowed the transmigration of souls from one body to another, even into the body of animals and wild beasts, and at the same time, he taught to practice silence for 5 years, finally called himself God. Maritanism, Epicureans, the Stoics, the Platonists, Gorfines, Jubacites, Essenes, Dosphins. I don't know. This is crazy. Oh, he's got he says the Jews have 7 heresies. He says the scribes, they were lawyers and interpreters of the tradition of their elders, with excessive zeal observing rites, which they did not learn from the law, but they themselves recognized as objects of respect and works of justification according to the law. The Pharisees, by the meaning of the word, apostates. They led the highest life and are supposedly more tested than the others. They, like the scribe, recognize the resurrection of the dead, the existence of angels, and the Holy Spirit, and their life is distinguished. They observed abstinence and virginity for a time, fasting on Saturdays, the purification of jugs, dishes, and cups, like the scribes, tithes, first fruits, uninterrupted prayers. Zealous types of clothing consists of robe and dalmatics, or a garment with sleeves, without sleeves rather, with an expansion on the purse, that is, strips of purple, crests, and buttons on the crest of the robe. It served as a sign of abstinence observed by them for a time. They introduced the doctrine of birth and fate. And he's got the Sadducees, according to the meaning of the name, the most righteous. They described from the Samaritans, and also from a priest named Sadok. They denied the resurrection of the dead, did not accept either angel or the spirit, but in everything else, they were Jews. You got the Immoral Baptist. They were Jews and everything, but they claimed that no one would obtain eternal life unless he was baptized every day. Whoa, dude. Could you imagine being baptized every day?
Yeah, it's kind of like what like Muslims do, like before we pray, we kind of like do like the baptism thing. So I don't know if it's similar, but yeah, it's like we say we do baptism 5 times a day or something like that. I don't know. But this is what he says. You know,
how many of them automatically know the history? Like, how many of them who've even read through even a little bit of Saint Irenaeus against heresies? None, almost none. And you're amazed. You're like, how did you arrive at such a specific heresy without having any knowledge of a previous, that it's already been developed as a heresy? Now, from my perspective, that points to the timeless truth of Christianity, that the fact that it's almost a blessing. This is my white pill moment. It's almost a blessing that heresies keep showing up in the way they do, without any reference to church history. They still.
So I'm curious to know what specific heresy he's talking about from Irenaeus. And since he read it, he's claiming he read it and everything. And he's just like, you know, because it relates to transhumanism. So I'm trying to figure out which specific.
I wonder what he means by that statement. Like, it's a blessing that heresies keep showing up. What's that?
I think he's trying to say
in the sense that, you know, the devil can't recreate anything new. So, I mean,
I guess
he's just recycling the same old ones or something.
Well, he said that any rejection of the Christian dogma is basically heresy, and he said it's the same heresy. I'm like, I'm kind of like getting confused by that. It's like, what do you mean every rejection of Christianity is the same exact heresy, right? That doesn't make any sense. Like, and wouldn't like non-Christians be aware of some Christian teachings, like through the circumcision of the heart or whatever? You know what I'm saying, right? Is like what I'm trying to like. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but so like, I'm pretty sure there's a thing where like non-Christians know that some aspect of the truth or something like that, or you know. But yeah, so that's the specific statement here. But yeah, let me go back to the beginning now, because that happens 33 minutes in is when he says that. So that's pretty weird. But all right, let's go back to the beginning of the show and see what he says.
Appreciate that. You
That's perfect.
Okay.
Be Hungarian.
And sending that to us. That was awesome. Really appreciate that.
All right.
He's just asking like your background, your family.
He's not. We're not trying to put you on a list to get you kicked out of the country, buddy.
Hell from Hungary, then.
Yes, absolutely. They escaped from
Hungarian
the communist government.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Isfin,
At least I got some moon curry.
I appreciate.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back to the beginning. I don't know what's going on here.
Transhumanism is a really interesting topic. I think it's going to be a more popular topic as it becomes a little more real for us. Insofar as what these people are willing to do to transform themselves out of humanity. So I want to see some of it.
That's right, because the thing is like they keep trying to argue during the debate with this dude that.
Well, wasn't that the whole purpose of I don't know what happened in 2020, and like I think there's a guy named Henry McCall. He wrote a book. I think it's called like the Illuminati Volume 4 or something. It's weird, but in the book he says the whole purpose of those shots or whatever, of liquor, we'll just say that, was to hook everybody up to like a control grid. I don't know. Who knows, dude?
Yeah, I don't know, but his whole thing is like, look, it's not gonna happen. Don't worry about transhumanism because it's not real. So they're sweeping under the rug. And it's like, there's transhumanists in key positions. Now you could look at like Musk, you could look at Sam Altman, you could look at Marvin Minsky, you could look at Ray Kurzweil, you could look at like, all the different. You look at like Stuart
We'll
Brand.
be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. It's crazy, man.
What is going
Yeah,
on with
let's
this?
see.
I have to leave and come back, dude. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, leave and come back. Yeah.
I want to see. Hey, Max. Hey, buddy. Thank you for your gift. I really appreciate you, man, sending that to us. That was awesome. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't even know if he'll be able to be let back in because Neurojack like left. So now I'm just here by myself. Okay, there you are. Like, all right. Like, all right. Yeah, I don't know if he's coming back.
That's perfect.
Are
you
Hungarian,
Zoltan? I have a Hungarian passport, but I was born in the United States.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, he's just asking like your background, your family.
He's not. We're not trying to put you on a list to get you kicked out of the country, buddy.
Y'all from Hungary then?
Yes, absolutely. They escaped from the communist government.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, Mr.
Right. Who's we? You guys act like every time the government and the that's basically run by Zionist pedo, right? I mean, it's just like every time they do something, we did it. It's like I don't get the where's the we here?
Bro, I could not hear anybody. What was going on?
This shit happening again, or can you hear me now? Or?
I can hear you now. I don't know.
Right,
I could not hear you before, dude. I'm sorry. That's like running my mouth probably and just going off.
No, it's cool.
It's been
At least I got some moon curry.
I appreciate you coming on.
All right, so we're back to the moon curry thing.
Time today. I don't get to talk to many transhumanists or debate with them, so I appreciate it.
Campy says for $10, thank you. When Bart Subrell shows Buzz video of them faking how far from Earth they are, and Buzz literally says, "We're just passengers. Talk to the administrator of NASA." And it's to me, it's so obvious. Maybe that because of how obvious it is, people just don't even look at it. They're like, "Well, it's." Plus, there's a social app.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, Jim Bob is
okay. Now
almost-
that he's left, I can't hear you.
Oh, weird, man.
So I don't know why that is.
Yeah, that is really weird. I wonder like why that's happening for real. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right. Damn.
Aspect. I mean, look at what happened in the chat, Camp Crystal. This happened with COVID. This happens with all sorts of things. It happened with 9/11. When you watch two buildings standing there for 45 minutes.
Yeah, but I was gonna say I think that Jim Bob's sort of science denial, in terms of just the common narrative. I mean, on 9/11 and also on this whole question of the moon landing and all that stuff, right? I mean, I got to give it to him on that. I think he's mostly right about that stuff, right? We should question the narrative. We should question the common narrative there, right? So I do believe that he's correct about that. So I'm not willing to just say like, oh yeah, we're here to like shame people's personalities or their, viewpoints. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to critique what I think are dangerous ideas, and then people obviously promoting this guy who's running a campaign, right? And he's tweeting out that, oh, Andrew Wilson is this great famed Christian debater, he wrote in his tweet, right? And he's doing this to promote his transhumanist campaign, right? So they're helping this guy promote his transhumanist campaign, right? That's why he's here. That's why he's wearing a suit and dressed like that and saying he's running for office 7 or 8 times. Okay. And also, it's interesting that Wilson sent Rob Noer to a Republican convention to go and argue about stuff. I wonder if they go there to promote transhumanism too. And say, no, we need to promote the most up-to-date scientific technologies. Right? But we need to do so under a Christian ethos, right?
With full tension. And the tension disappears with no obvious reason other than bombs. You get gaslit. You go, no, that doesn't work. 2 towers don't fall free fall speed onto their own imprint without any help. That doesn't happen. The fact that they were standing before they fell demonstrates that the tension was there. If the tension was there, then the speed at which buildings fall is slowed because there's tension. There's stuff in the way. That's physics. You had to actually deny physics to accept it.
Got a new hair, man.
Wait, was he saying that space was fake earlier?
Oh shit, he can't hear me still.
I can hear you.
Oh, all right. Shit.
Yeah, so what it was is when he left, for whatever reason, I couldn't.
I don't
hear
think
you
it's
at
because of
point.
that. I don't think it's because of that, because we were talking when he left before that. So,
But I mean, it's been twice that's happened. When he left, it wouldn't. I couldn't
What?
hear you. Yeah.
I don't understand, dude.
But earlier, see, this is I had a different issue yesterday. This isn't the same issue. For whatever reason, like I'm having some registry problems because so if I use my phone, right? There's this app called StreamYard Guest. And on StreamYard Guest, I don't have any of these problems. But when someone sends me a link on a normal computer and I click on this link, I'm having a lot of like technical issues. So there'll be like a glitch where, let's say he leaves, then I can't hear your audio. I know that's just what happened because I watched it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like super like dumb when it comes to that stuff. So I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it was just that probably shouldn't normally happen. It's just like a
Yeah, somebody said last time that your input and your output shit might be fucked up. So next time that happens, maybe check the settings and see if they switched out your settings or some shit. I mean,
okay, yeah. Well, I'm looking at audio right now.
because you want your mic to be your
right
input
MacBook
and the speaker
Pro.
to be your output or whatever. Right? So,
Mhm.
so yeah, so
Yeah, it's good right now. We're good. I might have to switch that if that happens again. It might be just be on my end.
yeah, or some shit. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, we'll figure it out. And I think the devices adjust to the shit too. Like it'll figure out which apps you use often and then adjust the settings and shit. And so I feel like the computers are like smarter now, or I don't know. I could just be speculating, but I notice like it'll sometimes automatically do shit I want it to do, even though I don't tell it to do some shit. I'm like,
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have a few issues this week at least before I like solve all the
Yeah.
technical things. I'll be right back though. I'm here though.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
The narrative of 9/11. That's what 9/11 accomplished. It got nearly 80, maybe 80+% of the United States and the world to deny physics itself. Physics. And we're all surprised how many years later that people think men could have babies. Why?
Okay, so I said he's denying science or whatever, and then he said that people who deny that 9/11 wasn't rigged are denying physics. Wouldn't they just be denying that the government tells the truth? I mean, it's a lot more simpler than that. No, like we don't have to like assume like they're changing their fucking worldview every time they make a statement about politics, like or about a false flag event. Like, who's making a statement about physics when they make a statement about a false flag event? Like these guys, like to a guy with a hammer, everything looks like a nail, dude.
Are you surprised? Do you really think that if you can convince a bunch of people that physics no longer is a thing that holds true, you think it's a big jump 20, 30, 50 years later to get them to believe that that men can...
Nobody even knows what that means. If you walked up to a random schmuck and you were like, look, does physics work for you? You know, what do they care if it works? Like, what do they know about it? Like, what do you even mean? Physics works. Like, what are you saying? They deny causality? Like, there's cause and effect? Like, I don't know.
You know, breastfeed or something? No. No. It's totally on the trajectory. It makes total sense to me. It's a massive gaslighting campaign to get people to deny reality. Thanks for the refreshing ride home after 14 hours of churning out goal slop.
Yeah, thanks for that refreshing, summation, of 9/11 equals butt babies. Like, all right, yeah, makes perfect sense.
You're welcome, dude. You're welcome, Scribs. Thank you for working so hard.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we'll kick it over to Bruce Buffer, who's just waiting backstage, and then we will get into the opening statements.
And now, for the thousands in attendance, let's get ready to rumble!
How does Jake not get written strike?
I mean, why does he play that gay ass shit? It's literally played out, lame introduction. It's not a rumble. They never even fight each other at all. They never even so much as argue with each other. It's literally a polite discussion. When he comes and debates like people like me, right? He's trying to like eviscerate our worldview, and his followers are all like, "Whoa, your beliefs are untenable." Right now, when he talks to the transhumanists, he's like, "Your beliefs are okay. You're perfectly consistent. It's just I don't agree with you that we should like maximize science for everything. We need religion for some things." It's literally not an argument against transhumanism.
I found myself at a time in my career where I knew I needed...
Look at this. U.S. Army veteran. Look at these Pogo commercials on Jim Bob. I mean, this is just sad. Purdue Global helped this, what is this guy, Don Lemon's son? Like, this is weird.
To finish my education, I chose Purdue Global because the faculty understood the different things that military students were dealing with. Deployments, mobilizations. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, now.
Okay, man.
And with that,
they fell out of depression. The Twin Towers fell out of depression.
Zoltan, you have 5 minutes on the clock for your opening statement. Let's get into it.
JB, would you be a crusade advocate? Yeah, I would. Essentially, I take a pretty aggressive position on Islam right now. I think right now is the time America should be forcefully removing Muslims from society.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what does it have to do with transhumanism?
Wait, back to that.
Hold on. Wait, so he's a crusade advocate that was done by the Catholic Church and not by the Orthodox Church.
Correct.
What does that even mean? And then secondly, if you don't ever want to see another Muslim again, you have your ability to go move to all white community right now.
Well, I mean, this is like coming from the conservative narrative that like Sharia law is being imposed on the United States when it's really the Noahide laws that are being imposed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so
Thank
I mean,
you.
that's the big Zionist mix up, that it's like throwing Christianity in on this battle that isn't Christianity's battle, for one. It's like, because in reality, if the church was to take a stance against this, I feel like Zionism should be the chief enemy of the church at this moment. I'm not saying like, maybe there wouldn't be some issue between us and Islam at some point, but as of right now, like, what the chief thing in America is not Islam. You know
Well,
what I'm
that's the
saying?
thing, is like they're purposefully spreading disinfo and then obfuscating the JQ. Like, who are they doing that for? And like, people need to start asking who they're doing that for. And secondly, go move to a white community. You don't want to see Muslims again, go move to an all white community. You'll never see one again. But you're too much of a pussy to put your money where your mouth is. You like living with Muslims. That's the actual thing, because they make a lot of shit that you like. Right. So that's the thing, is like, this is the problem. It's like Muslims do a lot of shit in a society. They work at the grocery store. There's some of them are doctors. Some of them work at the car dealership. Right. So I've seen Muslims have all those jobs in America. Right. So so if he wants to move and not have Muslims do any of those things for him, he can move to all white community. All right. So this is the thing, is like, but that doesn't have anything to do with Christianity or transhumanism and supporting the fucking crusades that are ran by the Catholic Church, you fucking dumbass.
Well, check this out. Like, okay, on his point, like the Noahide laws, for instance, right? What they don't like talking about is this: the Noahide laws are set of imperatives, which, according to Talmud, were given to God as a binding set of laws for the children of Noah. That is all of humanity. According to Jewish tradition, non-Jews adhere to these laws are said to be followers of Noahide and regarded as righteous Gentiles who are assumed of a place in the world to come. On the other hand, it says that belief in Jesus Christ is punishable by decapitation by guillotine. So this is what the Jays are teaching, right? And it says the Noahide laws have been formally introduced into the American legal system, and the racist psychopath Sneerson honored as a spiritual seer. They conflate the American Constitution with the satanic Jewish tyranny. And this is literally in Congress has passed this. It says, whereas Congress recognizes the historical tradition of ethical values and principles which are the basis of civilized society upon which our great nation was founded, whereas these ethical values and principles have been the bedrock of society from the dawn of civilization, when they were known as the 7 Noahide laws, whereas the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, leader of the Lubavitch movement, is universally respected and revered. We turn to education and charity to return the world to the moral and ethical values contained in the 7 Noahide laws. And you could find this on the government.track.us, Congress Bill 102. I have that text. I could send that to you. So this is like an official decision by Congress to conflate the Constitution with the Noahide laws of the Lubavitch sect. And my question is, why is it that we have someone like Jim Bob who's not covering this issue?
Right. Crying about Sharia law coming to Dearborn when there is no such thing. We live
It's
right
not
here.
actually happening.
It's not actually happening. It's the Jewish propaganda that they're pushing. So it's kind of funny.
Right. And when the actual laws are Zionist laws being imposed, or Lubavitch laws being imposed on the American people as we speak, and you don't hear a peep about that. And I think the reason behind that is because whether they like it or not, because they consider themselves conservatives, their supporters are Trump, who's like a big Lubavitcher. Same with Putin. He was essentially raised by someone in the Lobovich, like, sect. And I have those documents as well. I could prove that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 1% Muslim and 3% Jews, and what are the Jews running and what are the Muslims running? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, to even
doesn't it match up with the whole Manzini Pike prophecy? You remember we read that? It's very similar to what's described in that their plan, that plot they had.
Right, somebody believes it because they're like, no, we should support the Catholic Church crusades as Orthodox, even though we don't support any of their theology or their other decisions.
And if you recall, within that, it's like they want to pit the Zionists versus, Islam. And how do they, and now the big movement is to bring the Orthodox Church in on the neoconservative movement that supports Zionism, right? So it's like, how is it that we have the original church, supposedly, involved with ecumenism, supporting Freemasons, supporting leaders that are being, kind of like controlled by the Lubavitchers, and then now we want to pit Orthodoxy against Islam on the side of the Zionists. So they become, they have a shared enemy in this. This is how they're framing it. So it's like, it's okay to side with the Pharisees as long as you're attacking Islam. That's really what it feels like,
Yeah, because like whenever like Palestinians, defend themselves against the Jews, right? They say that Muslims are attacking Israel. Right. But when the Jews go blow up the Palestinians, they say that, then they all of a sudden, don't become Muslims, they become Palestinians magically. Right. So it's just funny how that works, but nobody's willing to call the Israeli army Jews. Oh no, it's only only the Zionists are the bad ones that kill people. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But all right. And it's an egregious double standard. All right. It's like they're killing Palestinians, and it's Palestinians that are defending themselves, not Muslims. And they're defending themselves against Jews, not Zionists. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the Zionists in the Western world, like that, like you read like Herzl and all these people, and like the bankers that supported the Zionist movement, they viewed, Mr. H as this perfect ploy to give them cover so they could take that land from the Palestinians. It's like, we're going to use the anti-Semitics for our cause. And this is like a broad stroke that no matter what anybody says, we could just refer to these anti-Semitics that we were in communion with, essentially, to get our goals in place. And in the long run, it's like we can kill all these Christians, almost 100 million Christians, and then we could just like push the media to say, you're just going to focus on this 6 million here. And then that's to justify taking the land from the Palestinian people. That's all this is about. This is about geopolitics and controlling this subset of land. And if you notice, it's like there's all this talk about concentration camps. Gaza has become a concentration camp. Like, no one really talks about that. There's thousands of deaths happening there. And then when it is talked about, it's sort of it's like, well, we're doing the dirty work for you. That's what the Zionists want to sell to the American people. It's like, we're doing the dirty work for you. What do you want these terrorists taking you over? And then we get back to what he's talking about with 9/11 or something like this. It's like, okay, so you're buying the propaganda. And I'm not saying that there wasn't maybe some truth in the like goading these particular people into doing something. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it definitely seems Mossad was involved. And are we going to ignore the involvement of the Mossad? And I think that's what they're kind of like doubling down into, is just like going with the narrative that's been pushed for a political purpose, and it's like we've decided the enemy is going to be Muslims, and we're not going to talk about the JQ, you know?
Well, let's be honest, right? The Jews will literally reward you for talking shit about the Muslims, saying they're trying to take over the West. Meanwhile, you'll get deplatformed for talking about the Jews. It's a win-win.
Exactly. And when you have so many of the politicians of directed towards this cause, and then you got the American people stuck into the Jewish dialectic of left versus right, they're going to bury down into this narrative. And more you're seeing more American people sort of wake up to the Jewish dialectic and saying, okay, obviously these people don't have our best interest involved, and they want to perpetually keep us in war. And that seems to like, I kind of take William Cooper's stance on it. It's like they want to level everything out to where everybody's on the same level so they can set up that one world system where the Jews are head of the whole thing, and the Gentile world is just worshiping their Jewish masters, right? And they'll sell the enemy when in reality it's like these people are fighting for their life just like we will be in a very short time period. And the only reason we're not is because they've decided to basically like to keep themselves in the good graces of the world community's eyes. They have to be respected by the American people. Like we're like, I don't know. Like, there's something about that. I don't know. It's some deep stuff. But I mean, you got to think the propaganda is so strong. The majority of people hate Muslims and hate that ideology because they believe the propaganda from the Jays, and I don't think it's one-to-one.
I don't know. I think most Americans see past this shit because most of them know like a Muslim or something like that. Like I think it's a very small group of people on the internet that believe the Jewish propaganda, but it's weird that these guys are pushing it. All right, it's just super weird.
Well, I mean, like, I think that there's still there's an acknowledgement that there is extremists within any tradition, right?
Oh yeah,
it's like, but I mean, to act as if like the average
were they created
Muslim,
by the CIA? Were they created by
you know that's yeah, hanging off the
Afghanistan,
Saudi Arabians and setting up the false
exactly.
regime.
Yeah,
You
they
dig what I'm
definitely
saying?
like. Yeah, they definitely weren't like born and raised in Afghanistan. See, this is the shit. And here's the thing: Jim Bob just said that whole thing about 9/11, and he said, "Oh, it's physics. Physics is the issue there. not the Jews telling the white people to kill the Muslims. Like what? That's not the main
based
issue there. By the
like,
millions.
who is
Like,
the regime that was paid off by Mossad to put the blanket term on the Muslim people? You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
they
what's going
killed
on there?
6 million. I mean, not 6 million. That was a Freudian slip, if you will. Right? They killed 9 million. Right? They killed 9 million Muslims, right? And then, so they did like some type of Holodomor level shit where they killed even more than in the event, with the small mustache man. And then it's like, and
but that doesn't count. That doesn't count, dude. Hold up. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, some fucking crusade, dude. Like basically a bunch of social engineering.
What is he talking about? An Orthodox crusade? Like, we're not in a position to have a crusade, man. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I mean, I don't understand it really. Like, what are you gonna? What are your ecumenist leaders who are like, essentially Freemasons going to lead the crusade? I mean, I guess you're Templar Knights now or something.
Yeah, it sounds a little suicidal, honestly.
Who is he? Who would the crusade be against? Is he saying it'd be against Muslims? Like, what? I don't think there's a Muslim army in the United States. Like, I don't know. I don't see where that's going, man. I don't understand it.
I guess just like deport the Muslims and work it out like with the Jews and the Mexicans, and you figure out like what's the next step. I guess, but it's like I don't know. I don't know what that's going to change.
It seems that the vagueness is the whole point of a lot of this. And again, it's like it's funny because, like, again, like I think Jim's smarter than he pretends to be. He pretends to be like retarded, but he's really not. He's
Yeah, that's like dumb conservative like talking point right there. That's like, yeah, it's the Muslim dude. You know what I'm saying? Like some backwoods guy, like who's furious, and I don't know.
I think that's why he likes doing this, because like he can just pretend to be dumb and it takes a lot of pressure off of him. Like Machine Saul, when he was like many years ago when he was with Owen Benjamin, like he was a lot more sophisticated, a lot more like, you know, dangerous looking of a person. But now you see him and he's like, oh, this is retarded. Like, let's go to or something. I don't know, drunk, so whatever. But
I mean, Henry McCall kind of brings up in his book that there's going to be, but this is seriously what we're watching here, and it might be honest. Like he might honestly be falling into this propaganda. We're watching Jewish propaganda play out in real time, and the talking heads are picking it up, whether they like it or not. And there's a particular spirit that's associated with this. So the same spirit that has got Protestants, you know, hoping for a chiliastic, you know, outcome where they have their Messiah set themselves up in the temple, you're having Orthodox think that, you know, their chief mission is to set up a crusade against Islam, which this is like neoconservative talking points. This isn't an Orthodox take. And like Machine brought up, it was the Catholics who did the crusade. So what are we talking about, dude? Are you a Roman Catholic? Has he fallen into the ecumenist dialectic where it's like Roman Catholics and Orthodox are now in communion? So now that you can do you see what I'm saying? Like, are they denying that they're ecumenists and in the same breath affirming that they're ecumenists by the actions they seem to be perpetuating?
I think a lot of the black pill too. Like I think it's the fact that people like Jim Bob, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, if you come out of the schools of thought that we came out of and you arrive at this place and you see that it's all the same shit anyways, like I think it's just very blackpilling, right? So I think it's easy for him to get into character because I think he is blackpilled, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is really unconnected. This is the last time he actually says this. You know, he now proceeds to focus on the transhumanist debate, but it's kind of weird how he just threw that in there. He's like, "Well, I'll support a crusade against Muslims," and yeah, we need to get them out of the country.
Great. Well, I gave a little bit of my opening statement.
Essentially, I take a pretty aggressive position on Islam right now. I think the Twin Towers fell out of depression.
Zoltan, you have 5 minutes on the clock for your opening statement. Let's get into it.
JB, would you be a crusade advocate? Yeah, I would. Essentially, I take a pretty aggressive position on Islam right now. I think right now is the time America should be forcefully removing Muslims from society.
Great. Well, I gave a little bit of an opening statement earlier. Listen, transhumanism is a social movement of many millions of people around the world that want to use science and technology to radically modify the human body.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. I can't hear you guys. Maybe I need to reset my thing. Hold on one second.
I mean, we can hear you. Like, I just don't know what you said because I was playing the video. Oh, what was Neuro just saying? I have no idea. Yo.
Hello.
I was over you guys. I apologize. I couldn't hear you guys. Can you hear me now? Oh shit. Oh, okay. Interesting. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, proceed. Yeah.
He dropped out, right? I think he dropped
Yeah.
out. Very cool. So hopefully he'll be back. Well, I was hoping he would hear this, but yeah. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the audio shit. My bad, guys.
Yeah, I couldn't hear myself, but you know what I think it was? If you do this, like let's say you have the studio open, right? And if you have another link open with a StreamYard studio or something like that, like just another link with that thing there, it'll confuse itself and be registered to another page, like your microphone will be. I don't know. I think that's what just happened.
Maybe, yeah. Let me see. I'll double check because I'm using Safari, so Safari is like.
It's saying
Safari 'cause it's, like,
so
very
at the top of the page, you know where it's like where it says like StreamYard.com, and then next to it, it has a little camera.
Yep.
With like that red camera. If that red camera has an X over it, that means that the microphone and camera for this web page is canceled for the moment. That it's directed at some other web page. I think that's what that means.
Yeah. Well, I definitely have a lot of tabs open, so that could be part of it. I got it. Yeah. That could be it. Yeah, I think let me just close the other StreamYard link. That could definitely be part of it. Okay, we'll try that. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm good now. Hopefully. So, okay. So here's what I was gonna say, and if you don't mind, Machine, I'm sorry to do this. Can you back this up like 20 seconds? Because he's using very specific language here. He's like, okay, I want to get aggressive with. I want to forcibly remove them. That's like a very libertarian Hans Hermann Hoppe, like, you remember you're talking about the Montpellier Society or whatever. And so it's like a very specific, like, Hans Hermann Hoppe lingo he's using there. So that's I find that very interesting. Like, when you talk about forcibly removing people, like the guy they call the crying Nazi, one of the big things he got in trouble for was he was saying, like, we need to forcibly remove communists, forcibly remove, left-wing people from the country and stuff like that. So I think that's why they made an example of him, because he was using very specific language like that. Yeah.
Historically, too, this doesn't align with an Orthodox perspective. For instance, in Russia, the way the Tsar dealt with Muslims, he didn't kick them out of the country. He built mosques and gave them particular pieces of land, right? And why did he do that? He wanted them to realize, like, he wasn't going to force them to become Orthodox, and that they had the right to their decision of their religious belief, right? And there were some that didn't like this. They were like, well, what if people like become Muslims because you're allowing these mosques? And he was like, that's up to the individual to make that decision. It's not up to me as the Tsar and our government to force people. And this is considered a saint within our tradition, the Tsar, right? Tsar Nicholas II. In the same way, like, yeah, you'll find like early on with Constantine, there was like an issue with the pagans or whatever, and he would have like did certain things to the pagans that weren't necessarily probably the best decisions, like, kind of like forcefully trying to kind of removing them in ways. But eventually that got phased out, and there was an acceptance of like, okay, you can have your tradition on these stipulations that you're not attacking Christians or doing this type of stuff. I think that he's not basing this belief on anything that's associated with Orthodoxy, right? There's no reason why you should feel as an American citizen, just because another person has a different religious belief to you, that they should be forcibly removed from the country. That's not an American belief, and that's not a historical Orthodox position either. So either way, if you were in a monarchy or you're in a capitalist society, this doesn't align. But what tradition does it align with? Forcibly removing someone because of their ethnicity or their religious belief. That aligns with the Zionists, doesn't it? Or the Talmudic Jew.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, I never thought of it like that, but that is an interesting argument there. I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't looked at the Talmud enough, but I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure they have.
Well, even the Roman Catholic. Where was the Roman Catholics getting the Crusades from? Like where were they, sort of extrapolating that belief system? And if you look at the Talmud, the Jews believed that they were the chosen people, so therefore they had the right to conquer other nations, right? And in the same way, the Roman Catholics viewed that they had ownership over the world because of the Pope. Therefore, they could dominate other nations that got in the way of their divine right. It's a Talmudic belief. And it's like, this is where Christianity and Judaism assimilate. And that's why you have a book from like Michael Hoffman talking about, the occult renaissance of the Church of Rome. I would say it went back further. I think that, Judaism had been influencing the Roman Catholics far earlier than a person like Hoffman's willing to admit. And I believe it's the Kabbalistic tradition that's assimilating with Christianity that's causing this like chosenness and ethnophilic type belief system to arise. And this is also assimilation between like white nationalism and orthodoxy combining. And this is an issue like I've seen a lot lately.
And libertarian anarchist belief as well. This is basically like ANCAP. Like this is like anarcho-capitalism, like white nationalism, Christian nationalism, and
Christian Zionism all combined into like one thing. But it keeps the mask of traditional orthodoxy on in order to be like a Trojan horse to pass it off to the American people. What in reality, what are they really doing? They want, they would gladly have Putin take over America and be the leader, right? Like, don't get it twisted. Like, these are communists that are masking themselves as Orthodox Christians, because I've seen it time and time again where they're saying Putin is based, Russia is way better off, there is no more Soviet Union,
right? Yeah, I've heard them say that too, honestly. And that means they're treasonous at the very least, right?
Absolutely.
It's like they're way more treasonous than a lot of Muslims. No, right?
Where do you see Muslims sort of like, all right, let's set up, Iran over America, like the Iranian president over America. You know what I mean? You're not saying, or whatever, like, let's take this prime minister and put him over here. And we'd be happy with that. Like, I don't see that actually being discussed amongst the Muslim community. And maybe there is some people that say that, but I don't see it. What I do see is these Orthodox Christians, Putin, and even they'll admit, they're like saying Putin is controlling Trump, or the Luboviches are controlling Trump and Putin. There's something going on here, and they're in full agreement with it.
Yeah, I mean, if you knew how liberal the guys were who started like a country like Pakistan, a country where I was born, it's just sickening. Right? Like Dr. Allama Iqbal literally said that the parliamentary system is a total replacement for Sharia law. So it's like these guys are talking this stuff.
Oh,
like,
so he's like a modernist Muslim.
Way modern. Like
right.
I would consider that, as you say, heretical. Like, what do you mean the government shouldn't be governed by religion? Like,
so
what
who's
kind of shit is
paying
that?
him off? Is he like in the pocket of the Mossad? Is he like getting AIPAC money, or what I'm saying? Are the Russians got to him? Is there blackmail going on, or is this just like a natural progression when you're assimilating Western ideologies, which came from the Jews, into your Muslim culture? And I would say that's probably it's all that,
Right.
This is a monster that we're all facing, and whether we like it or not, like we're all, as a Christian, I can't say like I want to go into communion with the, with Islam or something like that. But as an American, I could say like, as an American citizen, I don't want to see Muslim people attacked for the basis on the fact that they're Muslims, and that's a historically orthodox position to take. And that's something that I don't like about these guys, is like they're not willing to go to those texts or those situations historically and promote an actual, not only an American perspective or an Orthodox perspective, and I'd like to push them on that. Like, this is why they block us, though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, conversely, you know, any Muslim who says we have to force convert people in the West, you know, when it clearly says in Surah Baqarah that, you know, in religion there is no compulsion, right? And you can't force people to become a certain religion because that means they don't really believe that shit, right? So it's just kind of funny that, you know, like, you know, so any Muslims that are going around antagonizing Western people to go and like say we need to take over the West or forcibly convert everybody, I don't think they're understanding that Islam protected a lot of churches and even a lot of synagogues, or like throughout history, right? So
Exactly, we talked about that, about like St. Anne's, and the reason we have today, you know, a Bible is because St. Anne's, an original copy of the canonized scriptures, was kept in St. Anne's Monastery at the bottom of Mount Sinai. And the Muslims had took this monastery over. They could have easily destroyed all the icons in that church and destroyed that manuscript. They didn't. And the fact that they didn't, it actually is the reason we have the oldest icon of Christ and the oldest piece of scripture. So like there's been relations with Christianity that sort of just get swept to the side and don't, like, not spoken on, that there's been throughout history mutual respect for each other's, you know, traditions, to the extent that then we're not going to impose and destroy your things, or like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's something there,
right,
that should be respected, and we're not seeing that with these type of guys. Like, and I don't know why that is. Is it propaganda and hate that's being bred from the media, or what?
Yeah, and like, you know, like, I mean, don't get it twisted. It's not like all peace all the time either. You know, there's plenty of like fake jihad against Christians where motherfuckers were trying to just do it to raise money and shit. Right? So they've like created an army and shit, you know, for mercenaries and shit. And it was just some low down dirty shit. And there's a lot of times in history where shit like that happened on a lot of different sides. But,
Yeah.
you know, it just goes to like,
But you take the Templars, for instance. You take the Templars, and it's like initially these people were, you know, and they're pretty early on within the schism between Orthodox and Catholics. You know, I mean, Roman Catholics, and they had an Orthodox ceremony for the most part. Like, this wasn't so far into the schism to where like the rites weren't necessarily still based on those earlier rites. And slowly but surely, you have this group that starts to get more and more money and radicalize, and they start doing more terrible things. And you had situations where the Muslim assassins were warning, you know, emperors like, hey, the Templars are planning on setting you up and assassinating you. You get what I'm saying? Like that they were on the good side of history rather than the so-called Christians who ended up being, you know, actually heretics and doing strange rites. So everything isn't as black as white as a lot of people would like to pass off. That's for sure. It's messy in history, and every time it's messy. You know what I mean? It's not always.
Yeah, because it's like we get blamed for killing like Zoroastrians or whatever. But the thing is like they could have killed all the Zoroastrians. They could have killed all the Hindus, but they didn't. Yeah, they could have killed all the Christians and Jews, but they didn't. They made a pact with them and said, look, just pay the tax and you don't even have to join the army, but the Muslim army will literally protect your property. And so it's like, all right. So, I mean, so it's like if you read history, it's a lot more different. It's like even during the time of the Crusades.
Well,
like,
I'm thinking about the Turks right now. This is something the surgeons always bring up. They're like, well, look at like Christians under the Turkish yoke, like the Greeks, like and it's like, well, this is an external yoke as compared to like an internal yoke where you have the Soviets controlling the church itself. The Turks didn't go in and control the church in that way. It's like, yeah, you had to pay the tax or something, or you had to you know, be subservient to a certain degree under the Turkish yoke. But there wasn't this like, we want to share in the joy and sorrows of the Turks. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like there wasn't a agreement between the church and the Turks, as opposed to there being agreement between the church and the Soviets. This is the church bowing to Satan. You dig? And they want to conflate it as if like, oh, well, we can bow to the Soviets because the church bowed to the Turks at one time. You see what I'm saying? This is how they try to conflate history and do their little rhetoric games.
Yeah, dude, it's like the fucking rhetoric Special Olympics at this point. It's crazy. For real.
And then when you
Get on
bring
his lawn right now.
that's a point that Father John Whiteford brought up. He was like, well, what about the Turks? Why could the church
What
bow
about
to the Turks? And it's like the church didn't bow to the church. The church kept its faith while under an external yoke, right? And it's like, with your situation and with the Moscow Patriarchate, you accepted a church created by Stalin with KGB agents as the patriarchs, and you bow to these people as if they're legitimate priests and bishops. Right?
Like, that's pretty ironic, granted the point he's making, right? Bow to the Turks, right? It's pretty crazy, dude. Like, whoa, dude.
Right, because like if you really think about it, you're saying, so it's fine to, bow to the Turks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or like it's fine to bow to the Soviets. That's the point he's making. But that's the same point they make about like a Nestorius or something. They're like, well,
yeah,
hey, some people stayed in communion with Nestorius before he was fully condemned. It was like, yeah, but when you look at the context, the people that did support Nestorius were going against the Orthodox faith. And the ones that, like St. Hospitius, for instance, he broke communion the moment he heard Nestorius was saying unrighteous words against the Lord. So they side with the heretic and the heresy to justify staying in communion with heresy and heretics. It's like this is a lack of discernment on their part, where they think it's acceptable to be lukewarm.
Well, I would say that it's also, I think, and this is not giving them an out, but I think that there's a lot of political deception in a lot of this. Meaning, like, I think there's a much higher level political game, and this is kind of like running interference for whatever that game is. I would say,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the ecumenists have this game going on, right? Where the ecumenists want to make money off of political deals with Roman Catholics and Protestants and the politicians that are supporting those Roman Catholics and Protestants within the World Council of Churches. And the World Council of Churches is set up by Freemasonry. How many politicians are involved with Freemasonry? So if you, as a member of the Orthodox Church, can do deals with the Roman Catholics, the Protestants, and the Masons, then you're opening up a world of business opportunities that you wouldn't have otherwise. So they want these connections while pretending like they're not doing this. And it puts the faithful in a situation where they have to sort of, in order to stay comfortable in their churches and receive the funding, because they're getting the funding from these other organizations, like, I can't think of a name of a place right now that sends them money, but they send them millions and millions of dollars to have nice vestments and nice churches and all of the material things that they think makes them the church. By doing this, they have no choice but to justify their situation because they're getting all these funds. And it's like, well, the means justify the ends. As long as we're getting all the funds we need to do our services and keep our priests, paid, and our church is nice, and we can pay off our little like platform shows where our talking heads like keep getting more and more people to fund us, then Machine, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I was just making sure, like, if he left or whatever. But yeah, that's
I was wondering too. I just like looked back at the screen. I had to change the tab.
Yeah, it's like that's what's really going on is they're getting so much money from being involved with the World Council of Churches. that they're not going to go against that. And it's the same reason why they don't go against the Putin regime, or even Sergius didn't go against the Soviets, because there was a level of protection that the Soviets gave them. There was a level of money, and because if you didn't, then the price would have been you going to the gulag, right, for 20 years. So it's like, for these guys, it's like, what are we going to pick? Are we going to go to the gulag for 20 years, have our churches bombed, or are we just going to submit to Stalin? And in the scriptures, it's like, the right thing to do is become a martyr for the faith, right? That's the right thing to do in that situation. But if you're dealing with a coward who's not willing to stand up for his belief and stand up for Christ and his faith, then you're going to submit to Satan. And that's what we're seeing. And now there's the justification of submitting to Satan. And instead of acknowledging that you've compromised and submitted to Satan, they need to push the narrative over to it's these evil Muslims, right? While not bringing up the Zionists.
Right. Meanwhile, they're working with the Saudi Arabians and the Israelis. Like, it's like, all right, dude, like, enough is enough, man.
Right. And then you look at Constantinople, the entire church is in subservience to the CIA. We all know the CIA and Mossad are as close as they get, and the KGB is right involved with that. All three organizations seem to be a military wing of the Federal Reserve Bank, right? And these bankers, which is connected to the Rothschilds, and Rothschilds are who established Israel, and
Yeah, and
who
what's sad
established the
is that,
Soviet
like,
Union.
yeah, like, what's sad is that Jim Bob used to talk about this stuff, like on his like first shows and stuff. And then he like had this weird meeting with Owen Benjamin, and then everything kind of changed. Huh.
Well, I think, just looking at Owen Benjamin, like, he seems like a confused guy, but I don't see him necessarily as deluded as Jim Bob at this point, because Jim Bob's put himself in a situation where he has to uphold the Ecumenist Church's agenda. And the ecumenists are going to mask themselves as Orthodox Christians while they're pushing this anti-Christian outlook.
Well, that's the thing, is that you're absolutely right, because Jim Bob does not he builds himself as a debater, as an intellectual. He doesn't just say, "Oh, I'm selling jokes and cartoons and stuff." He says, "No, I'm selling ideology and spirituality and all this stuff literally on a stick." All right.
Yeah.
And Owen Benjamin doesn't claim any of that. He just claims he's a comedian. So it's like, so who's doing less damage there? I mean, it would certainly be much less, or much more plausible deniability to just.
But you see, here's the false piety, the false piety delusion. So it's like, if I join what appears to be the Orthodox Church, then I'm in a position that's better than Owen Benjamin, because he curses and says all these things, but at least the guy's being real. You know what I mean? At least that guy's being honest, because you can't even get an honest conversation out of these guys, man. Because all I get is slander and attack and dismissal and a reworking of the narrative that doesn't make sense.
Well,
and then the more we reveal, tell me this, why is it the more we reveal, they feel like they need to reveal more so-called truth? So you'll have DPH release a video on the Rothschilds.
I do notice that, but the thing, I suspect that's because like Slow Boy Whiteboard or whatever is like watching our channel or whatever, or it might be like some shit like that. They might be like saying, "Well, these guys are talking about these certain topics, all right?" Or some shit.
And it's like they're scared we're gonna grab the reins. So it's like, how can we make sure they don't grab the reins? So we got to talk about subjects that they talk about in order for it to seem like we're with the truth. You know what I mean? They have to control the truth narrative. Like they're the legitimate talking heads for the truth, right? So other people who are talking about the truth seem like they're not less legitimate in some way. It's something weird like that.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy, but like, yeah, it's like, I mean, this whole thing, transhumanism, this is the topic that we talk about. So it's kind of weird. Right? It's like, but that's why I've spent so much time focusing on this one, because I don't have time all the time when they're talking about who you should fuck and the dating issues and all this stupid shit about, you know, social and political issues and whether you want to ban Muslims. Yeah, I'll skip all of that stuff, right? All those retarded prescriptions for society and politics that they have that aren't going nowhere, and just focus on the main issues. If they're debating, either transhumanism or Zionism, those are issues that are pertinent to our discussions. So I'll go ahead and watch those ones.
Listen, man, this is something that needs to be brought up. I just remembered the who funds them. UNESCO funds them. So check this whole thing out.
Wait,
so
who?
UNESCO is funding the ecumenist churches. So the church he's
Oh,
involved
yeah,
in, they're funding the EP. They're funding the
nasty work.
Antiochians, dude. They're funding these people, man.
The same. You're telling me that the same institution that created Planned Parenthood is funding the
Yes,
ecumenist
and
churches.
look, Aldous' brother Julian coined the term transhumanism.
Yeah, that's right.
In his
yeah.
book in the 1950s, he was the first director of the United Nations, UNESCO,
Absolutely.
and Fabian Society.
Thank you.
So
yeah.
we're talking about the people that coined the term transhumanism are
Absolutely.
funding your churches, homeboy. What are we doing,
Damn.
bro?
So we need like effects.
Boom,
Neurojacket
bombshell, dog. That's a bombshell right there.
That's a bomb drop. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
Like,
crazy.
shut the fuck up. They're literally being funded by UNESCO, you fucking shill coward. And it's literally coined the term transhumanism that you're now arguing against. You fucking shill ass coward. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, bona fide.
He was the first director of the United Nations, dude, UNESCO, and a part of the Fabian Society. Orwell's 1984, Huxley's Brave New World are soft disclosures for this plan. And we got Aldous Huxley saying this: there will be in the next generation or so a pharmacological method of making people love their servitude and producing dictatorship without tears, so to speak, producing a kind of painless concentration camp for the entire societies, so that people will in fact have their liberties taken away from them, but they will rather enjoy it because they'll be distracted from any desire to rebel by propaganda or brainwashing enhanced by pharmacological methods. And this seems to be the final revolution. Aldous Huxley, leading Fabian socialist, speech at California Medical School in 1961. So that's where they're getting their funding from. And they're fully involved with this whole anti-Christian transhumanist system by supporting the ecumenist hierarchies that they're involved with. They're funneling people into them. Be right back.
Yeah, no worries, man. All right. In the meantime, I'll play some of this. Yeah, let us know in the audience who's watching. Let me actually check out this. Maybe I'll start restreaming this shit. It's been a pretty fire show so far, honestly. Let me see what's going on here. I wonder who's watching this shit. This show's off the chain today. Sometimes we throw it together on Neurojack. Last few times it's been pretty good because I brought this retarded debate to the table. And it's been going on. Okay, look like 2 people watching there, 1 person watching there. Yeah, so all right, let me see. Wait, where are we at on seditious glands? 2 people watching there. Looks like we got 4 watchers. I appreciate you guys, man. Blessings.
Now, I think right now is the time America should be forcefully removing Muslims from society.
Whoa, Nelly. Forcibly remove the Muslims. Well, I think you heard him. All the Muslims, right? What do you guys think? Pretty interesting views.
Great. Well, I gave a little bit of my opening statement earlier. Listen, transhumanism is a social movement of many millions of people around the world that want to use science and technology to radically modify.
Oh, and then he dropped his beer can right after he said remove all the Muslims. That's pretty funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I was left
the human body and all.
Oh shit, what's that? Oh wait, yeah, that's you.
No, I was just saying that's hilarious that he dropped that right there.
Oh yeah. No, I thought I was echoing because he sounded exactly like my own voice. I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I just morphed into Neurojack.
Mighty Morphin Power Ranger.
Exactly. Right.
The human experience, anything from using exoskeleton suits to kind of climb Mount Everest when you're maybe a senior citizen, even to things like driverless cars, to brain implants, all sorts of wild stuff that is happening, including artificial intelligence. Let me quickly give a little bit of a background on how I even got into this. I began my career as a journalist for National Geographic. I've also been a correspondent for the New York Times, and I have been writing about technology as well as war zones and other issues for.
Now, this is the thing: is like you can't just say like good things that are happening with technology in general. Oh, all that is transhumanism. Like, no, it's not. Transhumanist is a very small sliver of the science camp. Now, there's many people in the science camp that think transhumanism is science fiction. Right? So I mean, he's not really being truthful. He's not really catalyzing the philosophical or spiritual aspects of why you should be a transhumanist, other than just support the general, direction of technology. And he actually says that transhumanism takes control of the direction of technology, which doesn't make any sense. How can a small ideology that's believed in by a small sliver of people actually control anything? Right. And that goes the same for Jim Bob with his weird conservative Jew-supported Muslim-hating Orthodox sect, ecumenist weirdos, right? Who support the Shabbatnik, fucking communist revolution. Like, all right, bro, do your thing. Go out.
Years. I mean, I have a ton of 300 plus op-ed essays out there and many more just normal essays.
The thing about Zoltan, and sometimes you come across where people have horrible views and they're still kind of like, I don't know, generally likable people. I think he's one of those people.
Yeah, you see the game. What's going on? Here, hold on. Let me see if we get the link out there for the homies. In case they want to come through. Let me go to Neurojack's channel. I can only drop it in Neurojack's channel.
Okay, so here's something else. Like, sorry to jump back into this, but
yeah, it's all good.
So so we just brought up the fact that UNESCO's doing that, right? Like, they're funding the World Council of Churches, and the church is involved, like in the Ecumenical Patriarch, which he's involved with, because if you go to like the Antiochians, so you got the Antiochians, you got the Ecumenical Patriarchate, you got the Greek Archdiocese. All of these people are associated with these same people, and they're connected with the ROCOR MP and everything else, because all these people are like jointly promoting each other on their platforms. All these World Orthodox guys. Well, if you go to the fact that we got this situation where UNESCO is associated with that Fabian socialist guy who wanted, world domination and have everybody as, slaves. So now, like,
who are you talking about, Bertrand Russell or?
Oh, okay. So the guy that I was just talking about. Hold on, let me find it again. Oh no, dude. Okay, so.
There's a few of the guys that wanted the same thing,
Yeah, so it was Aldous Huxley's brother Julian, who
right?
coined
Yeah.
the term transhumanism in his
Oh yeah.
1950. He was
I covered that on the show. Yeah.
Right. He was the first director of United Nations UNESCO.
Right.
And as we covered, UNESCO is funding these churches that he's involved with.
Right.
And now this is my second point that I was going to bring up about Benjamin Cream.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Benjamin Cream. Where's he at? Let me find this thing real quick. This is crazy.
Does he talk about aliens too, Benjamin Cream?
Yeah, he does.
Okay,
But he was like a big proponent.
I know this dude. I know this, bro. Like this is the dude that was talking about crab circles and space brothers and shit. Yeah, man. I think I know this dude.
No, Benjamin Cream. Okay, yes, this guy. Hold on. Now, what I'm about to bring up is about to be crazy. Because he's a big part in this whole puzzle. All right, where are you? Where are you at, man? We'll go into this book by Henry Mackau. And Henry Mackau exposes a lot of this stuff with like the United Nations. And okay, here it goes. Benjamin Cream, another proponent of the New Age, prophet, insists that those who refuse to join this world initiation will find themselves in the minority and will have to withdraw from this life. David Spangler, Directive Planetary Initiative at the United Nations, which is connected with UNESCO. He says, no one will enter the New World Order unless he or she will make a pledge to Lucifer. No one will enter the New Age unless he will take a Luciferian initiation. Okay, so we have these people talking about taking a
LARP,
a New Age. Shut up, dude. We have these people talking about taking a initiation into like a Luciferian cult or something, right? Connected with the United Nations. And then we have UNESCO paying these people. And then you have their patriarchs involved in this at a high level as well. So, let me see. Let me get to this. Let's see if I can find it again.
I'll take another swig of beer as you do that.
Do you think? Where is it, dude? I'm about to bust these dudes up. If you ever scream LARP at me again, dude, I'll find you and strangle you.
LARP, I might like it.
Probably would.
But I mean, unseen. There's absolutely no way they could get every single religious person on earth to worship Baphomet Titty Boy, Goat Man.
Sure they could, dude. Look at you.
This boy funnier than Jim Bob.
Bound up with
Baphomet Titty Boy. Titty Boy. He's like the rapper 2 Chainz.
I can't find it, dude.
Maybe that's what he's
bro.
trying to say. Maybe he's trying to say he's a titty boy because he's Baphomet. He's a Baphomet.
What's up, the Machine Live?
What's going on?
Everybody.
Blessings. Yeah.
Oh, good, man. Yo, man, Shadow showed me that London man, man. I like the way you handled yourself there, bro.
That was a weird. I mean, it just like, but because I waited for him to say like 5 or 6 things at least. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, like let's address your statements.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just dunked me, man. Like Dunkin' Donuts. I was like, all right, dude, I'm out of here.
Okay.
I mean, you weren't even that bad. He did that shit. That was crazy.
Yeah.
So you remember when like DPH and that dude, what's his name? Subdeacon Ananias?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Okay, they were like Happy New Calendar Christmas.
Yeah, that shit was trash. Yeah, man. They were like literally promoting theistic evolution and shit. They were promoting the fucking
and they were saying Happy New Calendar Christmas. So
Dmitry Stanislav or whatever.
This is how this all connects back to UNESCO, Freemasonry, and all of that. Like this combines all this, right? So this is something that Father Seraphim Rose said. He said, a new epoch that I suddenly felt that I had found an insight into the essence of Ickovism. Ickovism, like there's a Ickovis or something like that. He was a patriarch or a bishop within the ecumenical patriarchate. He said this is the basic heresy of Chiliasm. So here we have Chiliasm being brought up again, and this is what he has to say. He says, what else indeed could justify such immense changes in monstrous perversion in orthodoxy except the concept that we're entering into an entirely new historical circumstance, an entirely new kind of time in which the concepts of the past are no longer relevant, but must be guided by the voices of the new time? Does not Father Proteikinos in the past issues of the Orthodox Observer justify Athenagoras, which was the patriarch of the EP, who was a known Freemason that wanted to have communion with the Pope? And so he says, not as a theologian, not as a traditionalist, but precisely as a prophet, as one whose heresies cannot be condemned because he already lives in the new time. So this is how they justify their patriarch's heresy, that they're prophets of the new age. He says, ahead of his own times, Athenagoras himself has been quoted, and I can't find the source now, as speaking of the coming of the third age of the Holy Spirit, a clearly Chiliastic idea, which has its chief recent champion in Berdyaev and can be traced back directly to Joachim of Flores. And indirectly,
I talked about that one. A Joachim of Fior, like he was actually mentioned in Hegel in the Hermetic tradition as being like sort of Hegel, you know, and he's like, look, Hegel was basically Chiliastic, like millenarianist, you know, so on and so forth. And this was proto, that they had this concept of like some future, eschatology or like some utopian.
This fourth age of the Holy Spirit. And this is being picked up by these people's patriarchs that are involved with UNESCO, right?
Well, you know, they promote Hegel's philosophy a lot of times. Like they just come out and say, like, yeah, we're actually proponents of Hegel's philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird,
right? And he says it's indirectly to the Montanists. The whole idea of a new age, quote, of course, penetrates every fiber of the last 2 centuries with their preoccupation with progress, or quote, progress, is the key idea of the very concept of revolution, from French to Bolshevik, is a central idea of modern occultism, visible on the popular level in today's talk of an, quote, age of Aquarius, the astrological post-Christian age, and has owned its spread probably chiefly to Freemasonry. There's a Scottish Rite publication in America called New Age. I regret to say that the whole philosophy is also present in the American dollar bill, with its Masonic heritage in its Novus Ordo Seclorum and its unfinished pyramid awaiting the 13th stone on top. In Christian terms, it is the philosophy of Antichrist, the one who will turn the world upside down and, quote, change times and seasons. Indeed, he says, even the calendar is involved, for the most thorough revolutions from French to Bolshevik tried and failed and had to be satisfied with the compromise of the Gregorian calendar. Introduce new calendars. The Pope and Athenagoras have already expressed themselves as the new, quote, universal calendar. And the whole concept of ecumenism is, of course, permeated with this heresy and the refounding of the church.
By the way, you know about this dude right here?
Let's see. Alfred Richard Ulrich.
Yeah, he founded that magazine, The New Age, that they were talking about. Right?
Okay, yeah. And they've had like Blavatsky,
like OTO guy. You know, he's a major like Gurdjieff guy and Plato and all this stuff.
Right. And this magazine is influencing and influential to the patriarchs involved in their churches and the ideologies.
Yeah, look at this. He knew George Bernard Shaw, another Fabian socialist. Right?
See what I'm saying, dude? It's all connected. Like Fabian socialism, UNESCO, the World Council of Churches,
absolutely,
their patriarchs. Like it's all connected, and it's directed to a Luciferian initiation to bring in the New World Order, man. So we're looking at like talking heads for this movement. Like that's what he is, dude. And whether he knows it or not, and I don't know if they know it or not. You know, I think they do. I think they do, dude. Like there ain't no way, right?
Do, but allegedly, even though they want to be transhumanist, they can't do that. Apparently, that's the LARP that they're LARPing that they want to be and can do it, but in reality, they don't have the technology to do it.
I don't know. That Henry McCall book talks about, like I brought up earlier, like the whole thing that happened in 2020. That's something to do with nanotechnology and hooking you up to a grid to have you. I don't know. I don't know the words he uses, but it's wild.
Yeah, fucking nano Thanatos.
Yeah, it's definitely not good.
Well, I think it would go to shock most people to come to find out that nanobots are probably already in you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. I got like a black like spot like on my back where I feel like they're all like just chilling. Honestly, like real talk. Like
you got a combination of nanobots and a spot on your back, dude.
I mean, I want to joke about it, but you know, I take the chemtrailing very seriously, and they ramped up the chemtrailing 4 days in a row here, and me and my family went out to the park to have a good day, and we weren't even outside a whole hour after they sprayed the skies, and we all three came down with a sickness. So, you know,
down with the sickness.
Uh-oh. Are you disturbed?
I am a little disturbed about the chemtrails. Yeah, I seen them the other day, you know. Now, but what did they say? It's for like you know, global warming.
Oh, don't worry, it's just cloud seeding. They just want to make it rain.
Hey, playing God. That's what they're doing. Can't be playing God like that.
I have found that through the war zones I covered, especially for National Geographic, I became very afraid of dying. And because I am somebody who does not believe.
I mean, I understand that. I think the reason you should be afraid of dying is because you believe in an afterlife. Otherwise, it makes no sense to be afraid of dying, because if you die...
What? No, you'd be less afraid. What? That makes no sense.
And there was nothing, you couldn't be afraid of the aftermath of dying.
What?
Doesn't
No, of course you can. Right? You'd be afraid of just not living anymore. Like, what? What part of this is he not getting? Right?
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, the atheists try to say, like, you know, dying and the Christian that believes in heaven is, you know, just believes in a soft pillow or something. So maybe that's the viewpoint he's going with.
Well, I can tell you this, from my Christian point of view, you know, it's not death that scares me. It's knowing that I had to stand before my Creator and be held accountable for every thought and word and action I have ever accumulated in my life. That's right. Amen.
Thing you said, dude. Every
LARP.
LARPy gay thing you said is going to be judged, dude. That's
well,
why.
I think like God is definitely more terrible than just nothing. Like if you did bad shit, like there's a lot more to fear from God than there is from just the general course of things, right? So I mean, I think that's generally true.
Agreed.
So it's like you know, yeah,
fear
and God.
In like an Orthodox perspective, it's like why someone would fear God is because they would fear the love of God. Which sounds strange, but the love of God burns the unrighteous. You know, it's like it's the same reason the demons reject it, like the love of God burns them up. It's like if you did everything evil you could to a person and then they were still good-hearted to you, that would hurt a little bit more than someone retaliating.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've gone to parties where like, you know, like from a perspective that I was looking at the party, it didn't look like everyone was having fun, even though they were all really enjoying themselves, like more than anybody I've seen enjoy themselves. And I'm like, man, you guys are all sick. I mean, but it is what it is.
actually make sense to be afraid of dying. In fact, it's our fear of death that would point to the intuition of something beyond death. Now, the question is to what extent we follow our intuitions. I always found that interesting, that people who believe there's nothing after death fear death. That doesn't make any sense.
In Creator.
I don't know. It makes perfect sense. I mean, I don't know. You know, I mean, you fear non-existing. Like, I think even people with faith have that issue. They're like, what if what we believe isn't true and we just end up dead and we're fucked? You know,
Well,
we
I
couldn't
would,
take
I would
advantage of our
definitely,
lives.
I would definitely say it's natural for everyone to have a self-preservation. I mean,
Right.
you know, if it's you and one dude on a lifeboat, I mean, you know, there's too much weight on the boat. I mean, you know, fatter guy got to go. So, you know, I mean, in reality, yeah, I mean, we humans are always going to have that act of, you know, to our last breath, we're going to do whatever it takes to survive. And I mean, that's generally, I mean, from what I've met, even non-materialistic people have that kind of, I mean, even someone like me, you know, someone who doesn't want to, like, you know, go through the process of death. Like, I understand that, you know, as Yoda says, it's a natural part of life, you know, mourn those who not transform into the Force and stuff. You know, you just have to understand that it's not natural to, from at least their standpoint of extending life, it's just not natural. You know, if you can live healthy, eat healthy, you know, exercise or whatever, you know, standard ways of how people used to live, you know, extended years, you know, maybe you can live to 110 if you're lucky, but, you know, is it really considered living if, you know, let's say that the only way to true transhumanism is to, like, completely remove your brain from the, you know, the cavity of your skull and, you know, put you into some, you know, electronic bubble machine that, you know, has to filtrate nutrients into your brain like, you know, RoboCop for the rest of eternity. I don't know about you, but is that really considered living? Like, and even to the extent of, like, something like Data, I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, is replacing silicone, you know, skin with, you know, rubber flesh really, you know, any more different? I mean, I don't know, but, you know, it's concerning when you realize that a majority of the people who obviously have control of the tech industry for sure. I mean, a majority of the people who seem to join and get jobs there, you know, they're being brainwashed into this whole, you know, you can have this kind of lifestyle too or whatever. But in reality, a majority of the people, you know, are disabled. You know, that's why I like to make fun of the Brendan Fraser dude. You know, a lot of the people who work at these places, they think they're going to be next in line for, like, the next bionic fucking implant. In reality, you're probably, like, furthest down on the list because, you know, they give it to some random, you know, girl on, you know, television who can take her, you know, her bionic arm off and can control it with Wi-Fi or whatever, you know, like it was showing her. So, you know, it goes to say, which even if this technology is accomplished, you know, to what level are they going to allow everyone to have this type of, as they would say, life-altering technology or life-enhancing technology? I mean, someone like me, I mean, what are you going to give me? You know, you would have to give me, like, some type of nanobot pill that would go in and, like, rework my, you know, molecular structure from the inside out and, you know, repair me from the inside in. You know, you can't do much on the outside to really repair someone like me compared to, you know, soldiers who, you know, even some of the soldiers I've met who have gotten prosthetic limbs, they're not the most advanced, you know. So it goes to say, I guess, really, if the level of what we're saying that this is meant for humanity, it really is supposed to is I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not seeing the evidence that any of the technology not just doesn't really benefit us in the end, but it doesn't really show where, like, people like Zoltan, you know, when someone like him sits here and talks about something, it just makes you go to think, like, to what extent is a person willing to go to reach immortality? You know, you think about rubbing a genie and getting 3 wishes or something like that, but in reality, you know, people like Jim Bob and Andrew and people like that will never have access to that type of stuff. And I don't think, one, that they're rich, they're not connected enough, but like with, I guess you could say with me and Unseen being Christians, you know, it's going to be a spiritual thing. So I mean, maybe that will go to say at some point you won't be able to reject technology either. You know, it's not just a spiritual thing, but like to some extent, the technology itself, you know, it's kind of, I guess, kind of like a commie thing. Like if you reject the technology, you're rejecting the ideology. Maybe I'm just trying to connect dots because I don't know how long I can be on here, but I mean, it is strange that a lot of the tech industries that I wanted to get into, a lot of the people do seem to be part of esoteric and transhumanist, occultic type of things, you know, like the video game industry, the movie industry, the music industry for sure. So and I guess it goes to say is, you know, whether you like it or not, either if you do have a God, you know, your God's going to be technology, at least from what I've been told. There's a lot of people who seem to don't like religious people who reject technology, and some of the, I guess you could say, in the tech industries. You know, rest in peace to Call of Duty, dude. I guess, you know, you shouldn't have worked on the other game, but go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I hear you, brother. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a spiritual thing to me too. Um, you know, definitely. I mean, it's comprised of like, you know, like weapons that we don't really see, you know, on the physical plane, and
I think that was something I was thinking about last night, Machine. I was thinking, you know, with as much of the LARP that we are all able to see in like this whole New World Order, Illuminati, satanic system, it is very strange with what I saw 3 years ago. I can't imagine what I haven't seen. Like, you know, it's funny. I was literally reading the Bible the other night and I came across that part where it says where God made things that are seen and things that aren't unseen. And I'm just thinking like, you know, that really is something that maybe we all should think about here a lot more is, you know, with the things that we are able to see, maybe that's a bit of the problem. We're focusing on everything that we can always see. And maybe there's something that's, you know, unseen. Oh, shout out to unseen. But yeah, I do agree. It is eerie that theme has been reoccurring here lately, like with the Ouroboros stuff, you know, I don't know, dude. The next day could be something, you know. I do find it strange though that there always seems to be a buildup in media and like the world's mentality or whatever, and then like there's a break in something, and then like things fall off for a few years, then it builds back up, and then like with the cough, things build up until then, it happened, and then now things are falling off again. So I don't know, man. Just go ahead. It's a strange debacle for sure. At what point, I guess, are we going to have to sit here and say that we're not LARPing for no reason, at least, you know, no matter how much of our hearts and the reasons why we do what we do. It's frustrating when, like with the unseen part of things, you know, we don't really know, you know, how much of what we're doing is really beneficial to, at least to the extent that it's working for the good causes. I think about that often. You know, every word and every action you do can resonate for a good or bad reason. So,
yeah, as I say, you know, Allah or God, you know, sees everything. All right. So, yeah,
man, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why atheists have such a hard time believing in God, because they feel like they don't like the idea of them being watched all the time?
Yeah, and that I think also might be a alternative reason for the pandeism, all right? That's sort of like popped up as a solution to religion, right? Because there's another god of the philosophers who's a deist, and he doesn't necessarily have to watch everything, right? So it's like Plato's God, the demiurge, right? And they think that that's the same God as the God in the Bible, right? So, so there's a whole thing to where they don't think God's actually in control, of everything, right? You know, and there's interesting ways how they explain, you know, natural law and stuff to say that, you know, God is sort of removed from his creation, right, by various steps, emanations and things, right? So, you know, so one might say that depending on whose God you're talking about, right, you could have a lot of people within those three religions, even Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, be convinced that God's not in control of everything, right? That he's not watching everything, right? That's actually not the case, right? That actually God fulfills a limited function in the cosmos, right? Namely, the function of natural law, and that he is removed from, you know, human will and so on and so forth, right? So there could be some sort of aspect to that, you know, obviously, but yeah, I would say that, and I said this the other day. I said you have to say that in some sense, knowledge and nature are sacred, right? Because they're, you know, the primary aspects of God's, you know, creativity, right? So, but then there's people who deify either knowledge or nature, right? And those kind of split into two different camps, right? And so, you know, there's aspects of these things that are going on.
That's kind of like the dynamic of your title that you have all the time running on your ticker.
Oh yeah,
You know,
sure,
that,
sure,
yeah,
yeah,
that
yeah. I mean,
1v1,
it's
right?
it's a very dynamic title, but yeah, that is one key aspect of it for sure, right? Is like, you know, like nature versus time. You know, like there's people who believe in, you know, you know, like there's like, as I like to say, like transhumanism versus techno-Gaianism, right? So like transhumanism is that we go beyond nature through technology, right? And techno-Gaianism is like you merge with nature through technology, right? So it's like, you know, it's like two sides of the same coin. You know, but I don't think they see really the other side of the coin. You know, that there's a side that, you know, really prizes humanity above nature, and there's another side that says no, it's nature above humanity, right? But both of them want to say either, you know, that nature created technology, or that you know, man created technology as a response to nature. You know, so it's like either way you look at it, you know, God's got to be taken out of the picture, right? But it's all about man becoming God too, you know, because they want their own, you know, way that man can A, have mastery over nature, and B, become God, right? So like, yeah, I think that it's not just that they don't want to acknowledge that God's in control. It's that they kind of want to be God. I mean, right? So on and so forth. So it's more sinister.
Let's see.
Yada da bing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we got some cool comments here. Moontan says, God is going to spank you all. Blessings, Moontan. It's so great to see you. You know what I mean? Yeah, blessings. Peace be with you, homie. And we got Smile Like No One Watching says, thou shall not technique. Man, you've been watching the show, or you've been hearing the reading of Elul, right? How many times he says technique? Oh, yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, blessings.
Don't sweat the technique.
Yeah, exactly. Don't sweat the technique.
Yo, they got the UNESCO technique right here with Jim Beebe. Jim Beebe.
Yeah, exactly. You know, yeah. Let's see what else he got. I mean, he's loading them up. You know, it's. I'm only trying to make it to like 33 minutes in. I don't know if we will. I do got to go get like some food with my brother at some point, but I don't know where he is. He might like get like super high and like fall asleep or some shit. You know, that's how this dude does. He's crazy, man.
Or it's not necessarily I don't believe. I'm kind of just agnostic. I just haven't seen enough evidence or any evidence of a creator. And I certainly don't believe in an afterlife. I have chosen to dedicate.
Yeah, so you have nothing to fear. I don't know what you're talking about.
My life to transhumanism. The number one goal of transhumanism is trying to.
I used to be into this shit. I used to be a futurist. I was all into transhumanism. I clearly swapped out soft Christianity, which I was raised with.
So I just, you know, I was saying this earlier when we were trying to watch this up in the Discord, right? That it seemed like, you know, too many times these guys get into debates, and it's always like they used to be the ideology that they're debating against. So Jim Bob's been a new age guy. He's been a former atheist. He's been a former, you know, like all these things. And it's like, all right, you used to be like an atheist, transhumanist, Gnostic, new age, fucking.
It's almost as if he's a paid actor, paid to say whatever they're told to say for the day.
Yeah, or you know, this is a possibility. They could just be really gullible and just be like, all right, this is the new.
That's right. Let's be gracious. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I mean,
there's a new church on the block.
I think the reality of it is like anybody. I would say what age would he probably be? Like 33, 34 years old?
No way. He's in his 40s.
Is he 40? Okay, so
there's no way he's in his 30s. Yeah.
Well, I guess like that age group, it could be understandable where like you would be raised with like a leftist mentality directed towards Gnosticism and New Age movement, and you know, I mean,
I got a beard like that, and you know, like maybe 2 gray hairs in the whole thing. Right, you know, unless he's like smoking meth every day, I don't know how he could have so much gray hairs. And
it's probably dyed. It's probably dyed. To be honest, I'm gonna say he's a mixture of Joel from The Last of Us and Superman. So I mean, if you understand the target audience, it makes sense, especially with the mason jar.
I don't know, man, but I can see like how somebody like that might fall into like those type of ideologies naturally. The transhumanism one is kind of strange to admit that was an ideology you accepted, because I don't know too many people that would accept that type of ideology. Like that's like a slavery type ideology to it. I don't know.
It's weird. It's like, how gullible were you that you're some sort of new age transhumanist? Like, I've never joined a group in my life. It's like weird, dude.
Well, this guy's name is Zoltan. Is he what ethnicity is this guy with the tie? You know, what is he?
He's apparently Hungarian, so it could be a Jew. Yeah.
So a Hungarian, you know, that's usually like where they get their Skull and Bones members, like, you know.
He worked for fucking News Corp. You know, like he was a reporter for National Geographic. So yeah, so I was saying like these two could just be 2 News Corp employees.
Yeah, well, I mean, this Zoltan character, I know John Kerry, his family came from like a Hungarian Jewish background, right? Like old like royalty.
Right.
And I mean, if he's involved with transhumanism, that would lead me to believe that he's connected with the UN in some way, probably, you know, getting paid off by UNESCO in his own way as well. And it's just funny is like, how does Andrew Wilson and this guy know about each other to even have a debate, right? And the strange thing is the dialectic is giving you like, okay, we got Andrew Wilson who he's supposedly traditional Orthodox, and then you got the Zoltan guy who's directed towards transhumanism, and then as we just went over, Andrew Wilson, because he's involved with churches involved in the World Council of Churches, getting funding from the same organizations that created the transhumanism movement. So either way, no matter which side of this dialectic you pick, you get the same solution.
Yeah, I was just laughing at Moontan, just brutal comments. But yeah, blessings though. But yeah.
No real rigorous tradition, nothing holding me to it. But God bless my parents for yoking me enough. I got just enough of the yellow yoke to come back to it and find the truth. But ultimately, I swapped Christianity for technology. I swapped it out. I was aware of it too. It was interesting. In my early 20s, I was like consciously aware that my drive toward futurism and tech and virtual worlds and robotics and all these nerdy things. I found myself in all these weird communities. They were like hedonistic, and there's always a fire thrower, and
See, check this out. You ever been in a group with a fire thrower? Like,
What is a fire thrower?
What
What's
is that? Like what?
We gotta look that up.
Like, have you ever joined a group of hedonists?
No.
Like,
Dude, that's
whoa.
like, man, that's like Burning Man culture and stuff like that. A lot of that's in the Bay Area. where
He
these
says that.
People
Yeah, he
have,
says that, yeah.
raves and stuff. And yeah, I've gone to school with those type of people before.
Yeah, right. It sounds like Zoltan, yeah.
Well, it's just new age, spirituality. That's really what that is, right? That's the roots of all that. Drug culture, You like take a
Yeah,
bunch of
absolutely.
mushrooms and go to worship.
That's Silicon
Noah out
Valley,
in the
man.
desert.
That's where I grew up. I see it everywhere.
Well, when you like reject the traditional basic, and
How dare you, unseen? How dare you tell me I can't go out in the middle of the desert and burn a big, huge effigy of a man and do a bunch of drugs and have butt sex? How dare
can
you?
do that if you want to, bro, but you gotta face those consequences, homeboy.
Pandemonium!
Isn't that weird that they're burning effigy of some shit and they do that at Bohemian Grove? Isn't that weird? They do the same shit.
Yeah.
Hey,
Uh-oh. It sounds like not only history repeats itself, but the rituals.
Homie, I got the ritual right. I looked up Anton LaVey's Satanic Ritual, that book, and in the book he describes the ritual at Bohemian Grove. Like he like breaks down the same ritual. Like you need to have a lake, which they have. You need to have like an effigy. You need to have an altar. Like everything that's mapped out in his book is what they do at Bohemian Grove, and it's a ritual to Cthulhu or whatever, right? That's what the basis of the ritual is based on. Gnarly.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna light some shit on fire now. It's like, all right, I'm just gonna leave. Like cool. Like I don't know. Like,
Underneath the beautiful redwoods of the Northern California. Muir
You-
Woods.
And then that again connects with UNESCO. Why is it all like it's all connecting with the United Nations, dude? It's pretty bananas.
But then not like UNESCO, like when you mention it, like the first thing that comes to mind is like, top places in the world, attractions. That's how it's sold, huh?
Yeah.
Make it like friendly, family friendly, huh?
yeah, it's like I'm here for the music and the women, not because y'all are burning shit. Like, let's get it straight.
So this is the portion in Anton LaVey's book, The Satanic Rituals. He says the call to Cthulhu. The ceremony is performed in a secluded location near a major body of water or a large river, lake, or ocean. The ideal site for the proceedings would be a natural stone cavern at the water's edge, but a grove of trees or a concealed inlet will serve. The ceremony must take place at night, preferably at a time when the sky is heavily overcast and the water is tempestuous. No special articles of attire such as robes or decorative paraphernalia are to be used. The single exception is that all participants must wear the medallion that bears the seal of Satan. It may be dangerous to disregard this provision. A large bonfire is kindled. The celebrant who will assume the presence of Cthulhu stands above and apart from the participants, holding aloft a torch which has been treated to yield a blackish blue glare. The celebrant is not present at the beginning of the ceremony. All participants light the bonfire and assemble in a jagged circle about it, and their eyes directed towards the blaze for the duration of the ceremony. Principal participants, my brother and sisters of the ancient blood, we are gathered to pronounce the call to Cthulhu. I cry against the world of the abyss, that great void of the dark waters and shrieking winds where we live in the ages past. Hear the deathless ones and say with me, the eternal serpent who sleeps that we may live. And like, there's pictures of Bohemian Grove with the same bonfire next to the lake. They got the yellow robes, which is a call to Cthulhu. And there's a book by a guy, I forget his name, but he's the guy who inspired the other
H.P.
guy who wrote
Lovecraft.
those books. Yeah, he inspired H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
His last name is like Green. It's like Michael Green or something like that. Or I forget. Let me see if I can find it.
And the Cthulhu images everywhere in pop culture, like Johnny Depp, what's it called? Pirates of the Caribbean, the Squid Man, Godzilla.
Right.
Cthulhu's an old king that's asleep in the Pacific Ocean. Pacific Rim. The ancient,
there's-
the old gods, they call it.
Right, and that, like, okay, so in this particular book that Lovecraft got this Cthulhu character from, it's like a play, and in the middle of the play, everybody goes mad and starts killing each other because the King in Yellow. It's called the King in Yellow. That's what it's called, and that's why they actually wear those yellow robes at Bohemian Grove. The King in Yellow. It's
Yeah.
by Robert W. Chambers. That's the book.
Yeah. Yellow King is the guy, one of the things he was worshiping in that show, True Detective season 1.
Right.
The murderer. He was always talking about the Yellow King.
Yeah, and the Yellow King is Cthulhu, and Cthulhu is supposed to, in this book, the Yellow King, he's supposed to come about in the middle of a play and drive the audience mad, and everybody like offs themselves by the middle of the play. And within the Grove rituals, there's always a call to like Lovecraftian imagery. Like that's actually documented in the Grove Plays book that you can find that the CIA released, which I don't know why they did that, which it's pretty insane. But you can find that on CIA.gov.
That play sounds like it's breaking the fourth wall. Like they're trying to get people to go crazy.
Yeah, it's
do that.
it's like you're in the middle of the play is opening up a portal to hell, and the King of Yellow supposedly is coming through and possessing the audience to off themselves.
You know who took that motif? The Kingsman. Like
sure
in
they
every
did.
volume of that movie, there's always a scene where like the crowd, whether they're in a church or in a theater, like we were sitting watching it, and people are just going chaotic and just murdering each other.
Right.
Yeah.
That's absolutely from the King in Yellow. And another thing is Shakespeare's A Midnight Summer's Dream plays within the play throughout that. And that has like some type of significance that goes along with this. I don't know what that necessarily
It's because the Cthulhu, if I remember correctly, he's dreaming. He's asleep under the water in the ocean. He's been dreaming and dreaming to a dream like Inception.
Oh.
Till you wake him up.
I know, like, hold up, I got some other aspect of this that's pretty crazy. The reason why, so plays, they go back to a certain time period. And it's like manifesting a spirit. That's the whole point of a play, is manifesting spirits. So let me see if I can find this piece of document.
Do you even know what Cthulhu wants? Have you ever, do you actually know the whole reason why Cthulhu wants to be woken up?
No, I don't.
Well, let's just put it this way. It's starting to eerily mirror the whole wanting to make people go crazy LARP. Which, I was playing Spider-Man 2019 today, the one that had Aunt May die of the cough conveniently in that game. Mr. Negative, Martin Lee, the Chinese dude in that game who's got the negative powers, who brings out the worst in people, when you're fighting some of the civilians or whatever who he's turned negative or whatever, some of the lines that they say is like, it's like a switch went off in my head and I just attacked people. So, and the Naked Gun with Liam Neeson, conveniently put that in your face. 28 days later, 28 weeks later, I Am Legend, World War Z. I mean, you just take your pick. I mean, at this point.
But so I had found this thing. This is from like the Origins of Drama. PBS put this out or something. It's like all plays function as rituals that's usually covered or sometimes glossed over in the first season of a dramaturgy class. The earliest origins of drama are to be found in Athens, where ancient hymns were called diathrobs.
Oh, is that why the Lion King? Is that why the Lion King actress died? Was she sacrificed because she played in the Lion King on Broadway?
Yeah, they had theaters that were dedicated to Dionysus.
Right, were sung in
plays.
honor of the god Dionysus. Right. And there were hymns where they later adapted for choral processions in which participants would dress up in costumes and masks. Even the practice is a later elaboration of prehistoric rites involving your basic summoning and sympathetic magic. I made myself like the distant figure. I am embodying that mystery. This mask is a face of the god, the spirit, the ancestor. This voice I speak is not my own, but theirs. Even shamanic healing involve an element of acting out a struggle against malign influences, and this quality is central to the improv work. So yeah, I'm not saying like LaVey is the only person that's documented something about this particular ritual. I just thought it was interesting that there is a correlation between the Grove and satanic rituals that are mentioned in his book, where they're talking about it's next to a body of water, that it participants should do this at a particular time at night at a grove, and it is a
Is that why the aliens in the movie Signs with Mel Gibson, he lived near a lake and they were affected by water?
I don't know, dude.
Something in the water.
This is something that was talked about, that book by Robert Greene. It says, how does a ritual function? Man performs actions that individually have no substance, grant no power. Taken together, these minuscule, impossible to understand threads begin to weave a tapestry that serves as a portal for unfathomable creatures that enter our world. Sure, where you're typically going to see a play, an opening and a resolution, The King in Yellow deals in more typical shallow themes such as love and lust. Once you sit and know a trance and darn yourself to the abyss beyond, it's just talking about how like there's a descent into insanity as the play goes on. I don't know. It's wild stuff.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of sound like they stole it from Hinduism, and maybe some of the things that like Shiva and Kali do would make some of the Lovecraftian stuff look a little bit
pseudo.
Yeah, pseudo. Yeah, for sure.
Well,
So
I
it's
mean,
interesting.
isn't that the whole thing with Blavatsky? And I think like these anything dealing with the Grove is like Western esotericism being obfuscated from older traditions, right? It's like that's the whole purpose of it. I mean, they're calling to like the Hellfire Club in England and those type of people when they're doing those rituals, if I'm not mistaken.
Like Blavatsky and Crowley, it's like their interpretation of like Eastern, what would they call it? Orientalism.
Right.
Like it's like, for example, like if you go to China and go to an Italian restaurant, like it's going to be watered down. It's not going to be, most likely it's not going to be like real authentic Italian food. Because they don't, I don't know, they're not of it, that culture or genetics. So it's going to be, not the same. It'll be elements of it there, but it wouldn't be the same, the pure essence of the Italian food. Same thing with the.
Right. They refuse to meet a text on its metaphysical ground.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like putting through the filter of their interpretation of what these texts actually mean. And they assimilate them, like they'll like be like, okay, they're really talking about Aryans or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's
Do you think that's why there's probably so much chaos, dude? It's because like they're like fucking around with it, or like they're playing with it rather than the people that have been dealing with that type of technology for like aeons.
well, I think
Like,
that
you
I
know, they
think
know
that
how to
it's all bad.
mess with
You
it.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
From my perspective, because I'm a Christian, right? So when I look at that, I'm like looking at like King David say things like the God of the nations are demons, but the Lord created the heavens. So anything that's involved with like any form of paganism, but I would think too, if these particular traditions are upheld, and there are ways that they maybe, I don't know, their shamans know how to control the spirits in a different way, then playing with that probably isn't going to be good. You know what I mean? Like you're
Right.
kind of like spitting on a sacred tradition with even amongst the demons. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you're not doing it right. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, so many movies have motifs play that role where, like Gremlins, for example, they get like a little Furby demon from Hong Kong, and they give it to this like an American family, and this runs chaos. Even though the guy telling them like what to do and what not to do, but you see that theme in so many movies, man, because it's true. It happens on a larger scale.
Well, I mean, that could have been a metaphor too. I mean, as someone whose sisters had the little Furbies things, I can tell you there was at least 2 or 3 times in my life where that thing did something pretty fucking not normal, you know, from the usual, you know, you just turn it on, it would do its little animations. I mean, I don't put much into the conspiracy theories, but I mean, you know, allegedly there were some, you know, Oriental electronics that were allegedly spy devices. So I mean, of course, you know, that kind of stuff is probably, you know, real, but
No, I thought you were gonna say like you witnessed some like metaphysical shit, like possession, because I've heard like a Furby's kind of like a precursor. I mean, it's like the precursor was Teddy Ruxpin. I don't know if you guys remember that,
I remember
where he would
that.
like start talking and stuff. Have you ever witnessed?
well, that's what I'm talking about. Like it turned on one night. I just remember I heard it talking, and I walked in there, and she was dead asleep to the world, as was everyone else in the house, and it just was going off by itself, even though it shouldn't have been, because she always kept it off when she wasn't awake. So
I don't know, man.
But-
There's a new calendarist that said Furbies are satanic, and there's like a viral video of it, like this new calendarist bishop or priest talking about how Furbies are like
Oh, like
demonic.
recently
I
you're
don't know how
talking
true
about
it is. I'm not gonna say either way. man.
It's weird.
Well,
It
to
is
me,
the Kremlin.
to me, there's just something unnatural about like things like mannequins and dolls, anyway, which is why things like Resident Evil and other things play tropes on the whole mannequin and doll type stuff. There's
I
just
think
something
that-
unnatural about it.
I think it
Uncanny
is
Valley.
possible. I definitely think it's possible for like inanimate objects to have some,
Okay,
like,
hush. You're not adding Lorraine Warren, okay? Don't go to with the fucking Annabelle doll. Come on now, this ain't no Raggedy
Dude, I'm
Ann.
just saying it might be
voodoo doll,
possible,
man.
dude. There could be some demonic things associated with it.
Well, I mean, these people believe in that stuff. I mean, allegedly, that's one of the reasons why Hitler went looking, as Lucifer put it in Constantine, the spear of destiny. So,
Oh yeah, spirit what they call hyper something hyperbolia, all that.
But yeah, the Tully Society, you know, the Germanic society that
The Vrills.
yeah, them really boys. They're still out in the woods, man. Supposedly, you know, he said that somebody that was associated with the SS came to America and went to the Grove, and I forget where I read this, but he was like, you know, they're top notch. You know what I'm saying? Their rituals are much more better than the ones we perform, because I guess they had their own grove. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, you heard the stories, like there's like documentaries about that, like how they bust in like male prostitutes and shit there too. They're doing all kinds of weird ass magic during those things.
H-Man was his big problem was he thought that his soldiers could win wars based on will alone. That's he had his some book outline that they found. Like he's like, yeah, like his soldiers would ask the generals, like, all right, we need this much ammo, we need this much supplies, and they'd be like, no, you're not getting that. You got to will it.
Yeah,
because you're a Superman. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the go pills, the methamphetamine, bro, help with that.
Hey,
That'll increase your will for power. Nietzsche would say, "You don't need rations. Just take this pill. Keep marching."
Mm.
Do you think Jim Bob goes to church a lot?
Probably not. No, I don't know. I knew somebody that knew him in a way, like I think they seen his baptism or something. So maybe he does. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's not going to the right one. I can tell you that. And as far as like Moontan, you say I'm lying, I have a forked tongue. I think that you're a revisionist, and you can't accept that Hitler was a Zionist shield, and he bowed to his Jewish masters and kissed their boots. That's what I think.
What did he think about the Orthodox, the painter, the Austrian painter?
Well, I mean,
That
he had
stuff was
some
going on.
communion with the Roman Catholics. Like they had some decision that he had some deal with them. I don't know. I haven't read the book on that. There's a book out there on that. But I know with Rocor, he had given them like some form of amnesty. But the Metropolitan, there was a Metropolitan Vitali. No, it was Anastasi. He wasn't happy about it. He felt that fascism took the freedom away from the people, and it wasn't good for the church, because the church had always respected a monarchical system. The church wasn't for the Soviets, and it definitely wasn't for the fascists. But it seems like the Bolsheviks and the Sergianists used the fact that Mr. Mustache gave them a church in Germany and protected them for a bit. I don't know. I mean, there's Vladimir Moss wrote a paper on that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, what you said about the the good for the people. I was listening to this guy talk yesterday, and he was talking about how one of the reasons why the break off with the Protestants and the Catholic Church was the Protestant. He was trying to say like money was a big issue too, because Catholicism with all their rituals and stuff, it really didn't benefit the merchants from a business standpoint. But it did benefit the church for sure. But then the Protestantism, because it was like more pure, supposedly Christianity, like no rituals and stuff.
That's not true.
That's what the guy was saying. Though.
I'll explain.
It benefits the merchants.
That's not necessarily true. Like the truth of the matter is like Roman Catholicism's its main issue was that they felt like having a pope control everything. Like he would be the chief leader, Christ on earth, that controlled everything. And then they could have indulgences where the pope can give you an indulgence for you to get into heaven. This supposedly was like Luther's main issue and why he nailed his 95 thesis up onto the Catholic Church walls. But there's something deeper there, because once you look into Luther, he seems to be like an early proponent of Rosicrucianism. And the Rosicrucians were sort of like a subset of the Templars, where they wanted to destroy the cross, that they had added these like belief, like a belief system that wasn't necessarily orthodox. Yeah, exactly.
He's same birthday as me. Like, he's a Scorpio, November 10th.
He was involved with alchemy, and he's like a proponent of the Kabbalah in some way. So I think the issue with Luther is they seen the Jews as a protector And that's why they started developing Masonic lodges, and the Protestants started using Masonic lodges as like cover, or like a, I don't know. It was like they used it against the Catholic Church in some way. And that's why they started using the Masoretic text as the Old Testament rather than the Greek text that was normally used, or the Latin text that came from the Septuagint. Now, when they talk about rituals, this is a strange thing, is Lutheranism, they kept sacraments. So they kept like the Eucharist, and they kept iconography, and they kept saints and different things. It wasn't until other sects of Protestantism branched off from this original sect. And it seems like he was an occultist, like we're saying. So all the subsets that branched off from this form of Protestantism, they had a bone to pick with the Roman Catholics. They had contacted Orthodox priests and bishops and even saints, with which we would later admit that these people were saints, but or come to find that they were saints. Instead of going back to the first 1,000 years, the way that church functioned, in the rejection of Roman Catholicism, they sort of threw the baby out with the bathwater, and they just threw out everything that didn't align with Luther's views. So in a way, Luther becomes his own pope. So it's like one man sees himself as infallible, that's the pope, leads to Martin Luther seeing himself as infallible. And then the individual, so every individual has his own faith. That's what that leads to.
Yeah. Well, that's what some attracted to some people. Like, for example, someone like raised as a Catholic, for example, with like heavy ritual and stuff, and just wasn't like maybe like 15 minutes total about from scripture, their service. But then like something like the Baptists, where they're all about Bible, KJV, right? Which a lot of people like, you know what I mean? They can relate to that more than the fellowship.
Well,
and
it's
all the
because
other
there's
stuff.
no standard to hold yourself up to. It's like whatever I want to believe, I can believe, kind of,
Ah,
right? Like that's
okay.
the best. It's like we
Yeah.
go to church on Sunday for 30 minutes, and that's it, and that's all we're expected. Once saved, always saved. You know, we can a sacrament is just like crackers and grape juice. There's your sacrament, right? So it takes all the supposedly the ritual out of things, but the if you go into the scriptures and you look into those first 1,000 years, those were handed down from Christ and his apostles. So what are we saying? Are we saying the structure of the liturgy wasn't aligned with God and his saints, although for that first 1,000 years that's the way that they practiced Christianity? So when in reality, what's happening is like the farther we get away from that early church, there's people who want they want to do things their own way, and then just put a Christian title over it and say this is what Christianity is. But I can go to you and show you from the very first century where there's Saint Ignatius, and he lays out to the emperor the structure of the liturgy, like how a Christian would participate in his life in the church, and how that structure looks, right? And this is like the year 100. So from 33 AD to the year 100, you're the closest to that original church that Christ established and the way that the apostles practiced that Christianity. We know how that functioned. That's why they want to do away with the saints. The Protestants don't want to talk about someone like Ignatius of Antioch, because then they would have to admit that there was a structure to the way things function. But in the rejection of the Roman Catholics, which the Orthodox and Roman Catholics split in 1054 over this, the Pope wanting to be head over the church and Christ on earth, and an infallibility that wasn't there from the beginning. There was a such thing as a pope in the early church, but this was an honorary title because Rome was the imperial capital of Christendom. It went back to St. Peter, but the stipulation is you hold the faith that was preached by those apostles in Christ. If you move away from this original faith, then you no longer have that title of pope. So what they did was basically take the title, enhance it to mean that he's Christ on earth, which was never taught from the beginning. And then this is what allows them to create the Roman Catholic Church into the very first corporation. And from that, we have corporations that have existed ever since then. Really, the very first legitimate corporation that inspired modern corporations is the Roman Catholic Church.
That's why that scene in The Godfather 3, I don't know, it subconsciously hits so hard when he's in that room in the Vatican with the big map of the world on the wall, mural map of the world. And they're talking about Immobiliari, which I guess that's the fictional, what they call their trading corporation for the Vatican. And yeah, man, that's.
Well, you know about P2, right? Like the P2 and
that.
the bankers and Calvi's banker and all that stuff. There was a.
What's that?
So there was like the mob involved. It was like fascist Freemasons, known as the P2 Lodge in Italy, and they were controlling the Vatican's banker, and they were doing deals. The Vatican was doing deals with the mob. Well,
that's what that's based on, probably then.
Right, and this guy Calvi ended up getting hung over like the Blackfriars Bridge, and like I think like $30,000 worth of gold stuffed in his pockets. There's a scene in that movie. What was that last movie from the dude that played the Joker in The Dark Knight? You know, he overdosed. Yeah, that guy, right? They throw him over the bridge and he's got something in his throat, all that. That's a call to the Masonic ritual where they killed this banker by throwing over the Blackfriars Bridge. Yeah, you look into that, like that's some real like black hand dealings, dude. Like there's a YouTube channel called Freemasonry Watch, and they upload the news story that came out about the P2 Lodge. It's gnarly.
That's what Elijah Muhammad always would hit back on, the fact that no matter what Christian you are, it all leads back to the Roman Church.
Well, I mean, he's right to a certain degree, and he's wrong because so within modern Orthodoxy, it's true to the extent that in world Orthodoxy, the Orthodox in Rome are talking about having communion, and they do have communion in the sense that there's a World Council of Churches, which was set up by a Freemason in the 60s named John Mott. John Mott was like a Rothschild employee whose intention was to pull the Orthodox Church into this like council that would seem like it could have could combine all the Protestant and Roman Catholic and Orthodox and all the Christian churches in the world into a one world church. That Freemasonry would be over behind the scenes. So he's right in that sense. But where he's wrong is there's always been underground communities. Like, for instance, like what I'm involved with is the True Orthodox Church or the Catacomb Church. Instead of like submitting to like the Soviet regime, we went underground and started a catacomb church. Or in Greece, when the Freemasons infiltrated the church there and did all these reforms and changed the calendar, we went underground and did our own thing. We didn't stay in communion with these people. So I think what Elijah Muhammad fails to realize is there's always going to be Christians that hold their faith and take it seriously and don't go along with Antichrist agendas, even if that means they're being attacked by the majority who are seen in the world.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, you know, like when you see the cardinals in the Vatican all meeting up and stuff like that, I've always noticed that there's like a Orthodox looking dude too in there. What is that?
Okay,
with
so
the beard and stuff.
That's
Who are those guys?
usually it's usually an ecumenist. So this is an Orthodox who claims he's an Orthodox Christian, but he really wants communion with Rome. And the ecumenist agenda is like what I was saying. They want a one world church. So they see no issue like going in a Roman Catholic church, whereas we understand since 1054 that they fell into heresy, that they have betrayed the Orthodox faith. These people say all those old anathemas that the church has placed on the Roman Catholic Church no longer matter because we're in new times. So they're betraying their faith, but they want to wear the outfit and have the beard and have the appearance of being Orthodox. And this is where you have a person like Jim Bob. Jim Bob submits to these people who are submitting to Rome. And they're saying that it's no problem to stay in communion with these people that have betrayed the Orthodox faith just because they hold a title. So the church no longer is a mystical body that must uphold the Orthodox faith handed down by Christ and his apostles. It's merely an institution with worldly pursuits.
Yeah. It didn't look right. Dude totally stands out. All the Cardinals are wearing red. And you see him in his black with his long beard and tall hat. You know?
Yeah, you'll see that at almost every single ceremony, and now they got
Yeah,
it all world names.
he's a token black guy, you know.
When you look at it, like you go, if you put in
Sell
Bartholomew and the Pope, you'll see pictures of these people right next to each other, signing documents, praying together. They've been doing this since 1920. And the reason being was because prior to this, 1917, the Tsar was in place. An Orthodox Tsar could remove heretics from these jurisdictions. So the Tsar could send soldiers over to the church in Greece and say, oh, you're a heretic. We're removing you from this see because he's respected as the head of the Orthodox Church in the sense that he's the monarch over us. The Freemasons had to get rid of the Tsar so they can ascend these hierarchies and not get taken out of their place. Now we're stuck in a situation where there's no Orthodox Tsar that could call a council where the local churches come together and remove the heretic. So now these people say, well, there's not been a council to remove them, so they're still a part of the church. It's like, how can there be a council to remove them if there's no Tsar or there's no worldly leader to call this thing together to join the churches in a pursuit of removing the heretic? So it's like this absurdist loop that they're perpetuating in some way.
Yeah, it goes on and on.
All this, sort of like that culture of like Burning Man, but not at Burning Man, this kind of thing. And I was like, this is where it's at, man. Yeah, the future, man. Man, this kind of thing. And I was like, this is where it's at, man. Yeah, the future, man. And looking back, it's so embarrassing.
Televised had said earlier that he's getting the Superman vibes look from Jim Bob. I'm getting that with the Michael Jackson curl on the hair, that curl. It's funny.
He looks like the Jewish Superman, you know?
Oh, he took the side curls of the Jew and then he put it in the front. Uno.
Because there is no telos, there's no direction. In fact, their direction, as you'll see in this debate with Andrew, the direction is some sort of mutilated version of theosis. And
okay, so both of those are not true, right? Because they do have a telos. It's just different from the telos of Christianity. One may even argue that everything has a telos, right? Like Aristotle says, everything has a telos, literally, right? So the concept.
Can you break that down real quick? Telos.
Telos
what is that?
is he said there's 4 types of causes, and he said one of them is the final cause or the telos, and it's confusing because that's also the purpose of the thing, right? So the purpose is the telos, right, which is what it's made for, right? Essentially, to put it in layman's terms, right? What something is made for is the telos, right? So it's like they're not denying a telos, they just have a different one, right? because as I said, telos applies to each thing, right? Each separate concept and object, right? So it's like so it doesn't even, the statement doesn't even make sense. And then secondly, how is it a bastardized version of the Christian telos when not all transhumanists believe in God even? So how do they, if they're trying to become God, they're not doing it on the same terms, because theosis means you just partake in Christ. It doesn't mean like you become God. I don't think so, right? What?
Sloppy Jimbo.
In fact, I saw a chat here. The ultimate war that we're always fighting is apotheosis versus theosis.
One of the most mysterious.
Now that made more sense. The ultimate war we're fighting is apotheosis versus theosis. That's highfalutin. Right?
Yeah, that's not, that does register with me at least.
Yeah, that makes sense, because it's like apotheosis of the state. Like it's external, it's apotheosizing something external to
rather
man.
than an internal change, right?
Yeah.
That's directed towards the mystical body of Christ, like a man's salvation,
Right.
which is the chief goal of the church, is like the salvation of man's souls. Whereas, like, but this is something he's not going to say, is that this issue with the apotheosis of the state, this is how the Orthodox Church he's involved with views the goal of the church. His leaders view the goal of the church as creating a utopia. They don't see it as the salvation of souls of man. You can all day believe with lip service that that's the purpose of the church, but if your bishops and your patriarch doesn't believe that, then what does that mean? That means nothing. It's you individually having this belief within a heretical body, which does nothing.
Yeah, and I think this whole concept of apotheosis versus theosis, that would mean that they do have a telos. He just recognized that they do have a telos. It's just apotheosis instead of theosis. So you're not denying them a telos, right? He keeps saying that they don't have a telos, or at least Wilson also said in the debate that transhumanists have no telos. And the guy flippantly said, well, we don't need one because we're creating our own future. This is he said something insipid, as a response, but no, you do have a telos, you just don't realize it. Dum-dum. I mean, according to the notion itself. I mean, right? Whoops.
The ultimate war that we're always fighting is apotheosis versus theosis. And the good news about transhumanists, even though they're mostly sick, demonic people, and I've met many of them, is that their urge, they have a misplaced urge. They have a misplaced desire. I believe that many people...
I mean, that's kind of like weird, right? Because if somebody is a sick, demonic person, how do they just have the wrong desire, but their head's in the right place? They have the right idea, but the wrong... I don't know. It's just... I feel like there's a lot more there if they're demonic. Wouldn't they be totally stepping away from the ideology in question?
Absent those who actually know God and reject God willfully, which is true wickedness, that people have an impulse toward theosis, that they want to know creator. They want to participate with God through creation, through matter. They want sacrament. They want a sacramental experience. And that's a good part of them. The problem...
What? I mean, it's just not even true about all transhumanists that they want a sacramental aspect, that they want to participate in God through creation.
I think that what he's saying is like innately in every human being, whether they know it or not, there's an innate want towards the sacraments, and I think that from my experience, at least in the Orthodox Church, there is a truth to that I've seen people who come to the church and they're unsure of themselves, and when they do experience it, there seems to be like an unveiling of that truth. So if that's what he means, I could agree with it, but I don't know. I do
Yeah,
believe
like
that
again, like
innately every man, if every man is created in the image of God, and every man is a creation of God, innately there's something within him that wants the sacrament that God gives, because if there's this emptiness in man that could only be filled with something that's infinite, right? There's an infinite emptiness in man, that there's a hole in man's heart that is looking for God, I believe. And we try to fill that up with materialistic things. That's why transhumanists are trying to fill that void with, the doctrine of transhumanism.
right, right. But I
There's
think
that
like
hole.
right, but I think when people say like they want to replace God, they want to become God. Like, I think we should almost take their word for it too, right? Because it's
No,
like
I take their word for it. I believe that's what they think they want, right? But in the sense that, I just like Father Seraphim said about the atheists, it's like Antichrist isn't on the lips of the great deniers, it's on the small affirmers. And it almost feels like a lot of times the people that
right.
are most against God are the ones that are searching for an experience with him. That's almost like an outcry in a lot of ways. And I know, at least from my perspective, because I came from a nihilistic dark place to where like I felt like I found God, that transition was a realization, like an opening, like a breakthrough through the fire of nihilism. I came out of the other side. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Problem is, the difficulty is extracting that part of them and leaving behind the part that's wrong, that's off, which is the apotheosis part, the Mormon part, the transhumanist part, the trans movement part. But their inclination is good. They have a good inclination that's misdirected. That's what I believe. This guy Zoltan somehow has a degree in philosophy, but
And I think he's being too light on the ideology itself, right? When he's saying, well, it's just a wrong-headed need, to merge with God through creation, right? Because if they say they want to become God, then that replaces theosis in a very sacrilegious fashion, or they say we all can attain to Christhood, then that is directly sacrilegious, right? According to the Christian teaching, right?
No,
So,
this is where it comes down to like the crucifix, right? Or the crucifixion for me on this question, because it's like Christ is on the cross. What does he say about the Jews that are have come to the point to crucify God, in this moment? It's like, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. So I think like from at least my perspective, and this applies to communists, to the Jew, to the transhumanist, to the atheist, everybody. It's like they know not what they do. That's me looking at how I should approach this situation from a perspective that Christ has given me. So
right.
it's like, in that sense, it's not my job to like hate them or denounce them or condemn them. It's to show them the issue, why it's wrong, or the fact that they do not know. Our place is to show them how to know.
That's what we call LARPing unseen. We call that LARPing in the Christian community.
But yeah, I mean that's comes straight from Christ. That comes straight from Christ. It's like they know not what they do, so therefore, you as a Christian, it's your goal to try to convince people, or maybe not try to convince them, but to live up to the Christian standard, to show them why that's wrong. And if you can do that, then there's nothing that's in the way between the heretic or the person that's off, that's a transhumanist, from them receiving Christ except themselves. And in that sense, I can agree with him. Because if that wasn't the case, then there wouldn't have been an ability for me to go from nihilism to orthodoxy, you know. So I have to see that in someone else. If I don't see that in someone else, then it's an impossibility for myself.
No, but what I'm saying is, instead of saying that the ideology is because you could say two things, right? You could say, one, right, the everybody has the capacity to attain, to spiritual understanding, even a
Right.
transhumanist, right? And then you
Right.
could say, but the ideology itself doesn't allow for that, right? Because it's saying, well, you want to live here forever, you want to create a utopia here in this world, you know what I mean, right? So on and so forth, at the price of your soul, right?
Right.
So in that way, it's not amenable at all. So I'm just wondering,
It's not
like,
amenable from the perspective that if the person wants to keep their transhumanism and have their Christianity too, you can't have both. No, that's
exactly right.
true. And I mean, yeah, because I mean, it's a valid critique if we go to the point where it's like we brought up earlier.
How dare you? How dare you say I can't worship my moon and God at the same time, huh? Huh? Why can't I worship two sides of the same coin, allegedly? Because, right?
Oh, well, I don't, but the issue with him, is that at the root, there's the dead rat at the bottom of the barrel. Transhumanism is at the bottom of his orthodoxy. All right. Transhumanism is funding his orthodoxy. So what do you do in that situation? What we're dealing with is someone who's deluded, unfortunately. And I would say it would be harder for him to come out of his heresy under the ecumenists than it would be for a transhumanist to become true orthodox.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Through the course of the debate demonstrated he has no understanding of epistemology. Yeah, I doubt he even paid attention. Intel Wild, $5. Cooler with the anti-freak freak. Yeah,
to overcome biological death with science and technology. And I assure you, based on just how we've done the last 100 years, people are living twice as long.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like not everybody has to have understanding of things like ontology and epistemology, and I saw Andrew Wilson throw out ontology and telos, in the debate with this guy, and this guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. This guy worked as a news reporter. There's no proof that this guy took one philosophy class and he's throwing out all this jargon. And it's like, why can't you just debate the social implications like a normal person? Not everybody has to know about epistemology that engages.
Well,
in
in their view, because they've become sort of a Gnostic sect, it's like if you have all these theological principles understood, therefore your Christianity is on the up and up, right? It's like it doesn't matter if the patriarch is involved with some heresy, as long as my epistemology is correct, therefore I'm saved, right? That's because you're dealing with an atheist mindset that's trying to be Christian. You dig what I'm saying? You're dealing with materialist atheists that are masking themselves as Christians, and they're not willing to truly understand the tradition.
As they once did, and they're going to continue to live dramatically longer as we start bringing in some of these brand new technologies, genetic editing, artificial intelligence is starting to uncover these new drugs. There's a bunch of patents and a bunch of drugs that are going to human trials right now. Actually, I'd probably say within 18 to 24 months, you will have drugs in the market that effectively make you live 20 to 30% longer.
It's such a stupid position because living longer doesn't even tell you what life should be. That's like saying, I figured out a drug to make my arm really huge. One of my arms.
That's something I said too when I was reviewing this debate. So that is a point that we made. That's a similar point that I made. Saying that, yeah, I mean, living longer doesn't tell you about how your life has been qualitatively improved. There's several people who spent 10 years in hell and 1 year in heaven. It doesn't matter.
massively big, ever growing. Why? No idea why, but it'll happen. I mean, the future is just giant arms everywhere
already. So, and we have, 3D printed organs. We have organ transplants. We have all sorts of things that are starting to happen that enable you to live longer when.
Cool. Can you ever print the good? Probably not. Meg Bob, please bring Jim Bob a double shot of bourbon. She just got me another beer. I mean, the bourbon's really good though. Giovanni, got to see $5. To love Christ fully is to learn true love because he is the only one who loves perfectly. Giovanni, are you Orthodox? If not, why don't you plan on going to Divine Liturgy this weekend?
Is a clear virtue signal, and but yeah, and when he doesn't even know if the guy's Orthodox.
Hey, go to Divine Liturgy where we'll chrismate you with the a Freemason's chrism. That's something I want to talk about. Like a Freemason is the one who's making their holy chrism. And I didn't know this until like one of their people came to our church and was like, yeah, I started asking questions when I found out Bartholomew, who I know is a Freemason, is the one who's blessing all the holy chrism. So the holy chrism is something they put on your forehead after baptism. It's like accepting the mark of the beast, dude. Like, it's wild.
It was just weird. He asked that to like some random dude. He's like, hey, I don't know if you're Orthodox, but plan on going to liturgy. It's like, it's clear virtue signal. It's like, well, would you just go up to random people and be like, hey, you tried going to the Divine Liturgy, bro? It's like, what?
What's the selling point for the ortho bros, this type of ortho bro, to like a Catholic that makes that they
They're
would
older.
like, oh,
They're
okay.
older. They have less gay shit. They don't have Vatican II.
That's the
they're similar to Jews and Muslims and stuff. So they'd say all this stuff.
But that's the thing is like when they get into like the issues, you'll see the Roman Catholics bring up the fact that their patriarch's a KGB agent. You know what I mean? And they'll like fight over this, like, oh, like you're a part of the WCC. Well, you are too, right? And then it's just like, okay, so now you proved us the true Orthodox point. And then it's like, oh, just block those people over there because we just proved their point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then what's the difference unseen from your church, the catacombs, compared to what his church is? The main difference in a nutshell.
The difference with this is like, okay, so in 1920, a Freemason infiltrated the Orthodox Church in Greece. And the people that didn't go along with the reforms this Freemason called Meletius Maltekis put in place, they went into the catacombs. So we were in communion with them until they changed, like they tried to change like the amount of time we were at liturgy. They tried to change the church calendar, and they did this for closer relations with Rome. And we had 3 anathemas against this from the 1500s where the Pope had tried it before. So it was already anathematized within our understanding of the church. The difference between us and them is we're really what they claim to be, if that makes any sense. Like we're the actual church that started from the very beginning.
Origin.
They're a modernist version of us that's masking themselves as us, but have went along with a Freemason who's pretending to imitate us. So that's really it.
The pure version.
I'll be back.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I might have to eat some food soon with the family. So, Neuro, if you're out there, hallelujah, holla back. All right. Usually he shows up right on command because he's listening somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, if not, I'll message him in a little bit. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
I'm listening, correcting these these essays on game theory that the students wrote.
Interesting.
While I'm listening to this.
Yeah, some of them gotta be funny as hell.
Yeah, they are. They're like relating game theory to like Roblox and
That's funny. Yeah.
vegetable garden, fruit garden, whatever is popular.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Why don't you plan on going to Divine Liturgy this weekend?
Oh my God. Queefy.
Hey, Machine, that's a good clip, bro. Have to clip that. Why don't you go to Divine Liturgy?
Divine Liturgy this weekend, like I do every week.
That's what Provo kid is like. He was saying that a couple months ago. Like, I'm going to Divine Liturgy, even though I'm a Mormon.
Speaking of transhumanism, we can't even get a good internet signal. These people think they're going to live forever. It's just insane. The reality is insane. Once you look at it, you're like,
there it is, the denial and the cope. No, it's just not happening. Yeah, there's chicks who have robot arms that can control them with their mind, but oh yeah, never mind that. We can't even control our cell phones, so that's not all happening, and none of that's a danger.
No,
so sweep it under the rug.
No, Jim Bob, that's a you problem. Your internet connection.
Biggest notions of the world.
Yeah, meanwhile, look at the buffering wheel on his video there, and it's crazy, man. They think wigging out.
Turning out how you thought it would, and like a future and your utopian vision and all your dreams. All it takes is one red light that's a little too long. All it takes is one wheel of death on the internet to be like, well,
something happens to you.
So I got a little out of hand with my dreams.
And hopefully we'll even have things like universal vaccines for cancer and things like that, for example, Russia just launched apparently a couple of days ago. Don't know if it works. But the point is, transhumanism.
Cross your fingers for those universal whack scenes.
Can't
crazy.
wait.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, the vaccine for the sniffles. You need it.
Right. For everything. It's universal. So, I don't know. So, it'll clean up any mess. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Is all around you. It's happening.
Yeah, Zoltan. Why don't you inject yourself with a bunch of jibby jabs? Let's see how that goes.
Very quickly. And its number one goal is to overcome death and biological aging. It's not just really we don't want to die. It's actually we want to remain as younger people, and we will be able to reverse aging.
That's the other thing about living forever. It's not living forever. It's living at an age forever. That's a really unique thing. Like if you ask two people if they want to live forever, but the condition is you live forever as you are. You ask a 90-year-old that, and you ask a 17-year-old that, you're going to have wildly different answers. So the thing that's being pursued, you notice here, this is metaphysics here. This is something deeper than what the application actually is. The thing in question isn't forever. It's in what way forever. So it's just, this is what happens when people have this notion in their mind that they could become God. Because what else are you doing other than crafting a scenario in which reality is fixed to all of your preferences? So why stop at living forever? It never ends. This is the problem. It never ends. Let's grant that they figure out how to live forever. Now the next variable is, well, what state am I in that I'm living forever? So you got your youth. Well, now you have a question, well, what's in place in forever for me to play with forever? And then you go, well, now we have a problem that reality is still constrained and my own thoughts and imagination isn't the reality. Now we have a bigger problem to transcend. So the problem of transhumanism is that there's never an endpoint to what you're trying to transcend. There's never an endpoint. There's always a new state of affairs that you're trying to transcend. It's very Gnostic, by the way. This is the trap of transhumanism.
No, it's not. Like I said, Gnostics do not believe in God.
It's not just.
So this is his blanket label, right? He applies this to Islam. He applies this to a bunch of stuff. Let me see where this dude is. Yeah, ground control to Neurojack. Let's see what's going on. Neurojack. Neuro. All right. So let's see if he shows up. But yeah, this is blanket label. Everything's Gnostic. You know, I famously called into a show after I had a debate with a Orthodox Christian gentleman who belongs to the Rokor Church. You know, not like our friend Unseen Warfare, right?
Yeah.
He belongs to a sort of different arrangement, right? But in the same sort of religious sort of connotation, right? Where he follows the Orthodox monks until the 1917 when the church got taken over by the Russian government, you know, and so on and so forth, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, he said to me, they said to me that Islam is Gnosticism. So how many things are Gnostic, right? Transhumanism is Gnostic, right? Islam is Gnostic, Protestantism is Gnostic, everything's Gnostic.
Well, it's
So
kind of like calling your opponent anyone you don't like as a PDF file. So you could say the everyone I don't like is a so.
Right.
What's up, Neuro?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I've been kind of in and out. Listen, it's been a good exchange. I know Machine's got to go soon. Everybody's welcome to stay if somebody wants to share screen and we can continue this. Something else. I appreciate you guys because this is like I genuinely like this is the stuff that I want to listen to. Like you guys are giving good takes. It's actually funny. Like it's been
Yeah, it was a
very
killer show this time. It was a killer show this time. Yeah, I can't wait to like the thing is that I'm replaying the series, the transhumanism series, like you know, like where I reviewed the transhumanism debate that he's reviewing. But I did such a good job that I'm thinking of releasing it back on my channel on the Cyber Caliphate just to get like 100 more people to watch it. You know, because like, you know, like I'm re-premiering it on my show, but sometimes people don't always like not as many people watch the replays as they do the normal show or whatever. But yeah, it's crazy. Crazy good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, that's what all this is for, is so we can try to reach as many people in as many different ways as possible, and everybody's from a different angle, background, etc. And like, you know, I think I wish these guys would engage with us. Honestly, it's just they won't. So it's like it's just unfortunately.
With T-Mel, what happened when you went on the show, on Jim Bob's show?
Just like I said, like they were saying Islam is Gnosticism. And I was like, well, you know, I could say Christianity is Judaism. You know, it's just kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Like I just kind of started fucking with them, you know, at that point, right? And they just
that
threw me
just
off the show.
Oh, so, hey.
Yeah, they kicked me off the show.
Like London Man. Oh.
Right.
I could keep saying that.
I mean, it's just like it's wild that they just, you know, it's like you don't want to engage, and it's the same thing with Wilson. You know, that's why I felt a lot of pride in kicking Wilson off my show. And I was like, get the fuck off my show. You know, because it's like you're no big name around here. You either talk to us with respect or you leave.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's it.
Well, Jim Bob gave you a far more like receptive, you know, conversation than Andrew Wilson has ever done, which is kind of weird to me because like Andrew Wilson would seem to be like more capable of like actually getting into some of the stuff, but he refuses. And Jim Bob is more like all his fault. He does seem to be genuinely curious about a lot of the shit that we talk about. So like that's the kind of
But you know
weird
what's
dichotomy.
weird? Yeah, but you know what's weird? Like this dude hid behind me when I was questioning him on Truth or Cop. He hid behind me when Unseen Warfare showed up. So he's more scared of Unseen Warfare than he is of anybody.
So, oh yeah, because he can shine the mirror to his ass.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't want to talk to him at all.
Mm-hmm. Wait, how did that look though? How did he do that? Like hide behind you? What an example? Like how?
Like basically basically Unseen put up a comment saying all the things he said about the Russian church and all this stuff. And I said pull up that comment, Truth or Cop, right? So he pulls it up, you know, and Jim Bob goes, even Machine knows that Unseen Warfare is lying about this.
Oh, he tried to bring you on to
Yeah, he's
I
like,
see.
he's like, oh, I was like, oh, okay, I see how. Oh, now we're homies against Unseen Warfare somehow. It doesn't make sense.
Gang, gang.
Yeah, exactly. So it's hilarious how they manipulate.
He's desperate.
Yeah, they manipulate shit. Like,
Well, Jim Bob is very sophisticated, and like I'm not saying that to like blow smoke up his ass. Like he's a lot more nuanced than people think. Like if you watch this demonstration, like he doesn't seem like that, but he's a very deep thinker on some issues.
Well,
Like I know that you like if you Gabriel were to talk to Jim Bob, you would bring a lot out in him because he doesn't like see you as a threat, but he knows a lot of shit. Like say that
Well,
he knows a lot. Of
Nero, that's why like the one time I actually donated to him before just to check him out, and like I was listening because he was talking. It was very interesting, and he was talking about death and stuff, and then he started talking about the Kali, and I was like, whoa, this is interesting. This guy, like, you know what I mean? He knows some stuff, interesting stuff.
He knows
Yeah.
about shit. Like he knows all about like Crowley. He knows all about like L. Ron Hubbard. He knows all about like like some really weird like new age niche stuff like the dolphin. Like do you remember the people who try to like have sex with dolphins and shit like that? You know what I'm talking
John
about? Stuff
Lilly,
Like that? Like
Dr. John Lilly.
yeah. He knows a lot of weird
LSD.
and he just kind of like drops those things and then he moves on and I'm like, what? Why is he bringing that up? And then he acts like because I didn't know about it until he mentioned it, and then I looked it up. I'm like, what is he talking about? And I was like, how does he know about that? He doesn't ever bring it up. I'm like, it's so weird, you know?
Yeah. I mean, but then like compared to someone like Andrew Wilson, where Shadow Buddha asked him a question before on a super chat or something, and he read it, he just dismissed it. It was about Buddhism. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's because he dismissed it because he thinks he's that, or he actually doesn't know anything about it.
Well, Andrew's weird because Andrew's an educated person, or he's been what do you call it? Like he's been schooled by people who are very well educated, right? So it's hard to tell. I don't know like what interaction he does that's not scripted or not. And I'm not even saying that like in a like like an insult way or like a Browns boy way, just because I don't think you have to go there, although you could. I think the thing with him is like he's very much like he's definitely got someone who's like trained in PR that deals with him, right? And so like for me that means that like, you know, it's harder to tell like where the real Andrew begins and where the fake Andrew
The
ends,
persona online.
But Jim Bob, I think most of what Jim Bob's doing is like self-scripted for the most part. Like that's kind of what I feel. But like, because you can tell when Jim Bob gets out of his element, you can tell. I think with Andrew Wilson, it's harder to tell. Like he's better at hiding what he doesn't know. I guess he's better at like just staying away from things he doesn't want to like show.
Yeah, that's when he does the dirty debate tactics and the ad hominems and the little snubs and stuff come out.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is like I don't think that that's a good thing, but I do think that there's a place for that.
It's entertaining for sure.
Yeah, but he does it in a way where it's like I think it's like you said. I think it's kind of more to obfuscate like weakness or something like that, more than it is for entertainment or more than it is for like to make a point.
Uses as cover.
Yeah, I think ad hoc can work. And I come from like the Stefan Molyneux school of debate, I guess you'd say. Like, I think that ad hoc can work in certain contexts, but you have to be very careful because it's just like a courtroom. Like, if you open the door to that kind of ad hoc stuff, well, then you can basically use that in any way against anybody. And then basically every debate always comes back to like personal flaws. So I think it's one of those things.
And then the person will use that as an escape route. Sometimes that you're debating, they'll be like, "Oh my God, you're at home. I can't do this anymore," type shit. Like, they just
that's
shut
the
off.
thing is like I was waiting.
It gives them it actually gives them an out, which is bad.
Yeah, like that's the thing. I was wholeheartedly waiting for the ad homs because like that's
Uh-huh.
why I wanted to do the blood sport debate, right? So the minute he got into the ad hom, I was like returning the ad hom, you know what I mean, and just like saying my point plus ad hom.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're good at that, Machine. Like you'll throw
I
a
like to do that, yeah.
F slur, then you go into something about like Aristotle, and then they go into like you can weave it pretty good for the most part. Yeah. In and out.
Yeah, and it's a good tactic. I just think it's like one of these things where they can dish it, but they can't take it, and then they make
Yes,
it.
sir. That's like a bully. They can't take it. They can
Yeah,
like
and
they
they
give it, but they're very sensitive when it's
Yeah, well,
put
and they
back on
take
them.
it personal outside of the debate, and then they make it like they'll have like 500 people swarm you and say like you insulted this person during a blood sport debate. And it's like, well,
Yeah.
isn't that part of the game? It's like,
Well-
so it's like I don't know.
Well, Nero and Machine. That's why, like right now, I found out last night that this weekend is the annual Purge event, like in the Black community sector. You know, the Purge, which is basically street debates. It's what Speakeasy was trying to do with his. I think that's where he got the idea. His Rebel
Interesting,
Combat.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's this
Well, here's another
weekend.
thing called Purge too.
Well, yeah, and he definitely got from the Purge, YouTube Purge by Anti, and what it is 48 hours straight of people from the different black sectors. They come on his channel, on Anti's channel, and they just go at it like crazy, ad homs, whatever, anything goes. And what happens is, it's like once a year, and whatever happens that weekend, you don't bring it on Monday. It's forgotten about. You know,
Yeah, that's
you just
I kind of like that,
It's
in
like
a sense,
primal.
but also like I can see how it can like go a bad way. Like for example, like, and I'm just kind of talking out of ass here, but it's like the Umar guy. Like
Mhm.
you and a bunch of people mentioned him, and I never watched him. And then when I
Mhm.
saw like all his talking points, and then I realized who it was coming from, I'm like, isn't that weird? And the reason I say that is because like he keeps it respectful, but a lot of people who believe in his stuff, they don't keep it respectful.
They
And that's what
don't,
I
yeah.
find weird. It's so weird. It's like
yeah.
it's like people take these ideas and run with them, and then they like make it look bad
Well-
sides. And why is that? Why are they doing it to each other? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like the Trump stuff. Like he doesn't call people racial slurs and stuff, or I mean, he digs people pretty good, which is funny and stuff like that. But then
Well,
some
he-
of his so-called
he dog
supporters
whistles.
go crazy.
Yeah, he dog whistles though. So that's the thing about these guys is like it's true that they dog whistle, but they
Uh-huh.
don't say it directly. And
Yeah.
so that's the weird thing where it's like and here's the sophistication part of it. I don't think that any of these people like Tucker Carlson and Trump are actually like racist in the sense that people think they are. I think
I
what
don't
it
think
is
so
like
either.
they want you to feel that they are because it's a good cover for a deeper level of deception, in my opinion, right? And so like, this is where it gets really weird. And then people say, "Well, like you're defending it." It's like, no, I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to help you, like understand. Like, there's another layer to all this, right? And I think people get really upset when you say that to them. You know?
That's why it's confusing though, Nero. Like even in our in our friendship, like it's even like, and that's why like we talk to you or I'm like really paying attention. There's a method to what you're doing and stuff, in the sense when if there's like way more commonalities that you and me have, for example, than you would some people that's just skimming would think. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and it ruins it if we explicate it, and that's kind of why like I try to
Yeah.
be extremely vague because it's not to be really deceptive. It's just that like I've done this a while where it's like in real life too, where like if you just be direct with people, it's kind of like they just have like they'll almost always dismiss you and try to like do an ad hom or something to like excuse what you're saying, and they won't address it, right? So I think it's better if it's like if you just kind of like for example, I was telling Machine earlier, like I used to be like the token white guy at my work, right? And people say, "Oh, you like Trump or you like this or that," and I would never correct them. I would be like, "Yeah, okay, I'm the racist white guy. Okay, sure, whatever." Like I would just go with it because it's like, if I just disagree with them, it makes it's kind of like social dynamics, right? Like it's like dating or something, right? Like if you feed into a woman's perception of you, you know, rather than correct it, it kind of changes the dynamics, I would say, right? And that's kind of the way I've been trying to look at it with the panels and all this stuff. And I think we're lucky because as bad as the panels are, I think it could be a lot worse. Like I've seen a lot of these other places where people just won't even let you get a word in. Like they'll just shut you down immediately if they find that you're not like supporting whatever shit they're selling, you know?
That's true.
So,
There's always a
yeah.
space, even for ops. A lot of times, like me and Sheen and I were talking the other day. We're like, with all the people I've noticed with Machine, with all the people that will try to talk shit or be ops, he'll always give them a space to talk more or less. It seems like, you know what I mean? So,
yeah,
like,
well, and I think honestly, like Machine's got far more patience than any of us combined, especially myself.
yeah, he
like,
does more than me.
you know?
I just I want to have you. I'll say something like to try to hit you in the mouth and bye, see you. Nice knowing
Yeah,
you.
I mean, I probably ban more people than watch my channel, to be honest with you. So I mean, that's a problem. That's a problem on my part because I'm just like that. But it's not just to be a dick. It's like it's actually just because like I believe it. Like we have to build brands, and I think part of that is like just banning people that disrupt your brand.
Yes, sir.
You know, so
Definitely.
I think it's a hard thing to measure, I would say. And I'll be right back, guys. I got to do something. So if you guys do whatever you guys got to do, I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, well, yeah, I will
What's
be
up?
out of here soon for sure. But yeah, what's up, Browns? boy?
Yeah.
Blessings.
What up, Browns boy? Yeah.
What up, TML? What up, Gabe? What up, Lorp? Sorry, the screen's really small. And what up, Neuro? I know he said he left, but
What's new, Browns boy?
Jim Bow's got
What's really going on?
Oh, what's up?
What's really going on, Browns boy? What's the word on the street?
Oh man, pandemonium.
Yeah.
Pandemonium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just a lot of stubbornness. A lot of stubbornness.
Yeah.
Been noticing that.
Yeah, who's LARPing today? I hardly got a chance to check it out. I was thinking about it a moment ago. I wonder who's LARPing now. I wonder who's out here. Oh yeah, Talcott is on, so he might be LARPing.
Yeah.
He might be LARPing hard on Talcott.
I did a heat check in the chat today to see if he unmodded me.
Oh, for real?
Oh yeah, I'm still there.
Nice. Yeah, he hangs on to that for a while.
Yeah. Trixie said hello. She's always kind.
Yeah, she's good looking, is what she is. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
definitely. She's not bad to look at. Even
Easy on the eyes, definitely.
yeah,
Not like Ortho Slop.
yeah. So it looks pretty quiet on the Western Front.
Yeah.
Honestly,
The machine, like I think I'll send you the link, you and Browns boy. I think it would be interesting for your guys' take on the purge that's going on this weekend. It's crazy, bro. I went on it last year. It's wild. Yeah. People are just
the hell
going
is that?
like it's basically like what Speakeasy took the idea from his verbal combat, where it's like except it's more hood style in the sense like street ball debating. It's like where people just if you have beef with someone, you go on this guy's channel once a year. It happens to be this year, and people just go at it for like a specific amount of time, and then people vote on it at the end of the day, and it's like for 48 hours straight, nonstop.
Jeez, man, it's a straight LARP fest, bro. It's a
It
LARP
is, yeah.
festival.
It's just, and you know who wins it? It's the women, bro. Because like the dudes would be funny, you can listen to them and stuff, but then when the girls start, it's just like blah 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 blah. It sounds like if you ever heard an argument like in Walmart or something.
yeah, it's because like the uppers like affect them more. And so if they take like Adderall or like cocaine or right or whatever, it hits them like faster and harder, right? So they could debate longer or some shit.
It's ridiculous, man. It's like a high speed, more faster than any YouTube times 10, and they're just going at it.
That just gave me an idea.
Yeah.
I don't know what the world record would be, but like world record for world's longest debate. Like, I wonder, we need to get someone to get that record.
Yeah. They need to end the quick talking thing because
I hate it.
People need to just be able to make their points.
Yeah.
Right. So the time thing needs to go. Right. So if you want to have a real debate that's unstructured, don't make it timed. Right. Because the time is the structure then. Right. And people are trying to talk and put in their points as fast as possible. And you got to talk over the other guy and all this other stuff, to where it makes it pretty much unlistenable. Right. For the most part, it's good to have a heated debate where people can understand both sides. Right. So that's the thing is like, it's really hard to come across that, or at least it's really rare. And it doesn't happen on platforms. There's not platforms that can guarantee that. As far as I know, it's the opponents it has to be a rare matchup between the opponents. All right. Like, they have to be like perfectly matched in terms of their ideology and what they think is different about it. All right. And all this type of stuff. Like, that's the thing is like, I'm mutually opposed to a lot of people. Whereas like, it seems like in this debate, like Wilson is debating with somebody who literally says they're in 80% agreement with Christianity. So it's like, what is he debating? You know what I mean? It's kind of like weird.
Yeah, because it's like all they've done is turn promotion fests into LARP debates, so that so everyone they can just promote whatever the company that they work for or whatever gets them paid. They can just promote it, and they can just I'm so against this other person that I'm pretending to be against.
And here's this dude. Let's check out and see what this dude is doing. I'm actually just curious more than anything at this point. I mean, just to see what's going on here. Oh shit. Am I still here?
Yeah.
All right.
We can hear you.
3 miles away. It should be 1,800
That's
feet.
flow state, right?
Hold on, I can't. Oh, there it is. Okay. Couldn't find my lighter for a second. I've been looking for a few seconds, right? I couldn't find my lighter. I thought Voy took it again. Right? Smokers, they say, use your lighter. Start talking to you and walk off with your lighter. That's Voy. So be careful. Right? Cheers, Voy. I found it.
All right. And there's London Man. We came in perfect time where I guess he lost his lighter.
Mm-hmm.
Is that live?
Yeah, it's live. Yeah. He lost his lighter live. Yeah.
That's top tier content.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, according to him, it's way better than anything I've made. For sure. So
I see positives like in some of the things that he does, and then I see
I do too. Yeah, I've said it many times, but it's like
yes, but why can't he like? I guess you said in the past. Oh, I've heard him say good things about YouTube Machine, but it's like this stupid argument of like you read books, you don't understand. Like you read from a passage from a book and give your interpretation of it, and add on and build on it.
That's the thing is like
I
a
don't
lot
get
of
it.
these texts are rare, and when people
Yeah.
reference these ideas, they never refer to the text themselves. So this is the thing is like Jim Bob literally just referred to Against Heresies by Irenaeus. And from what it seems like, he provided disinfo based on the book. It's like if any people in his audience actually saw him reference what his account was, what the specific heresy was that dealt with transhumanism in Irenaeus Against Heresies, because he said there's a specific heresy in there, and it's like he doesn't even reference it. So this is the thing.
Well, Well, that's what you're like when I used to really be into the black consciousness stuff, like Bobby Hemmett, occult stuff, and other things. I know
I
Brown
love
knows about
Bobby.
that too.
I
Like,
love Bobby.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I like him too. I like his stuff too. But like my friend Ben Rio, who's like literally like an original Hebrew Israelite, not those guys that wear the costumes. He actually lived in Dimona, Israel. You know, in their at their commune and all that. He would remind me the fact that like some of these guys, even like Bobby Hemmett, he seemed to him, and I'm saying this with Jim Bob too, and these other guys. Like I used to think like, maybe like they're unintentionally by ignorance, like mixing things up. But some of these people then would say like they're actually doing it on purpose. And do you guys think that's an element of that with some of these guys that we're reviewing? Like they're literally doing
Yes.
that on purpose, trying to misdirect.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that they have they're presenting controlled dialectics within the two-party system. Yeah, that's a no-go for me.
Well, that's what I said. I said like he wouldn't have been able to say that to his audience if most people in his audience didn't simply look at Irenaeus against heresies, the Wikipedia article, and then move on with their lives without reading anything that's written there.
Yeah.
Like of course he could say whatever he wants about that book then, and they'll just be like, yeah, of course. Yeah, he totally does mention the Gnostics in that book. Oh yeah, transhumanism. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like Gnosticism, but it's like, I don't know, dude. Like you could basically say the same thing about Christianity that he's saying about transhumanism and Gnosticism. Transhumanists could say the same thing about Christianity and Gnosticism. So it's kind of like, it's a literal moot argument.
Yeah. Yeah, referencing the text is important.
Very
I'm
Usually
surprised I'm surprised with 600 people in Jim Bob's chat, he doesn't have one or two people that are like, "Oh, I'll go grab that article and put it in the chat because it's important." So even they're not doing it.
Well, you know what's funny? The last debate he did on Christian nationalism, somebody pointed out that he said that the founding fathers mentioned Deuteronomy, and he goes, "There's not one mention of Deuteronomy in the entire declaration or anything that he's talking about." And he said, "Oh, in the Federalist Papers they don't mention Deuteronomy," and he's like, where. The guy straight up asked him, he said, "Where do the founding fathers mention Deuteronomy?" And he asked him like 6 or 7 times. And Jim Bob just starts insulting the guy. So it's like so this is the thing. I provide my own idea of something, then I read a text that either agrees or disagrees with me, then I give commentary on that, and you know exactly where the idea came from and what my agreement or disagreement with the text is by the end of that. So it's like, what in the world? It's like, how in the fuck do they even get away with spouting ideas that they know nothing about?
Right.
Not only that, but people can also rewind it. If they didn't hear it.
Hey brothers, I'm gonna get ready for school, bro.
Yeah, me too. I gotta go to so we'll all leave at the same time. That way the stream will naturally end if Neurojack doesn't show up. So it's 3 hours and 30 minutes suspiciously. So we'll all leave.
Should we wait till like 3:33? No, 3:33. No.
Maybe. I'll leave at 3:33.
Yeah.
No,
I'll
man,
try to
this is
leave fun,
fun.
bro.
Yeah.
I'll tap in with you guys and I'll send you the link to the Purge just to get your take. I'm curious what you think about it.
Yeah.
It's definitely it's bad, like like psyop behavior in terms of like culturally, because the hood has it hard. It's hard enough in the hood, and then you add all the anger and that these people are going to let out this weekend. It's almost can be seen as like a ritual of extracting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll see. I'll show it to you guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. Peace.
Yeah, for sure, homie.
Much love.
Yeah, blessings.
Peace.
Yeah, so So Browns, let's just leave the studio together so that the stream ends naturally. If Neuro doesn't come back, if Neuro you're there, then end the stream. If not, if there's nobody in the studio, the stream will naturally end. I'm pretty sure. So I've tried it like 3 or 4 times.
All right.
I've
Sounds
done it to
good.
Neuro streams a few times. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll talk to you soon, my friend. Yeah.
All right. See ya.
Yeah. Peace, homie.
Later. Peace.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a stronghold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We're only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault, but society's, because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly, they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belonged to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate, it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there's been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3. Those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into Group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into Group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in Group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into Group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into Group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative, because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power. But for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, we mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence. Food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness. It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control. As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, They probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people. Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chiang Cheng-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chiang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components: an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle: if a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example: a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle: if a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle: if a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle: a new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle: People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of a society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a massive propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system. Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology as it progresses would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system. No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble. For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology. In paragraph 125, you used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan, but if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion or crime or corruption or evasion of work or depression and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate or a declining birth rate or something else, so that either the society breaks down or its functioning becomes too inefficient and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143, 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance, considered by itself, will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system. And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once, but since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival, among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance. Hence the population explosion with all that that implies. Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power. but know more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society. But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions. Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology. It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself. It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed to the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power, elite, and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. Two kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between two kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example, when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or two before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were four main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. Three of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types, who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time, but we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc. were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention. Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
There is a hole in front of the shovel, shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with of his mulish days to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil. Just get the food and land like you the man and flew the coop over the pit bulls. Dash back, flash you the compassionate nano police who sat beneath an avalanche of jagged and inadequacies. And I would stop the violence more than I was Pontius Pilate. Cops and robbers riot by the files of noxious sirens. A is gullible, he figure all man equal no-brainer. Take it as friends and neighbors didn't cater. Moms raised the babies to a very churchy 80s. Sunday mornings reinforced the waiting gates of Hades. And he brazen, but apparently inferno bound now. But when a man of cloth recite his wrongs, he wouldn't bow down. The punishment should fit the reasons you must punish him. Never puncture skin or pull the colored bugs from under them. Two opposing motherships shall not employ the gunners then, cause brotherhoods of public good do not employ the youngster within you. Observing how the give it is disproportionate to the take that the way decide to make it this day. All the stoic odium glow in a cold holster when it could have stood easily in a tub juggling toaster. No mountain too high, no city too far, no coma tonight, no city tomorrow, no fire.
Toss and turn in dreams of murder. Someone's killing me, it changes. There's nights I'm on the killing spree. All done, cold blood, waking up in cold sweats. This is such a cold world, unconscious getting death threats, shadows choking me. My last breath lets out my body. There's a conspiracy, my mind and my body's not really down with me. Me against the whole world. It's a little deeper, me against myself. I fight the grim reaper, swing sickle. I got my Glock, bust rounds off, demented, schizophrenic. I know this sounds off to you, I do not lie. When I doze off spirits, hope I die. Whatever, angels waste the time, they work together, scheme and plot on me. Cause I'm the son of man. I hear voices from a dog like Son of Sam. Don't give a damn if the bullets fill me. I don't wanna live, I hope they kill me. Put me out of misery, I'm left in misery. I kill all my enemies, cause I love company. Those who seek me are called wise men, or either wise guys. I pray you comprehend and realize I'm condemned. No rest, homicidal dreams. My cellmate, all he do is scream out loud how he wants to go home. That's funny, I'm here all alone, locked in a single cell. His back's bleeding, he's cold as hell, and I'm hoping they turn on some heat. I call the CO to bring some extra sheets. Where'd he go? He walked the walls, run halls, I pray he teach me. They don't see him, mental health try to reach me. I said please see how he feel. They said he's alright, but he's not real. Evaluations say I suffer from depression, hallucinations, subconscious, what they guessing. I'm here doing years, I'm stressing. Medicate me, sedate me, want me to rest in. Don't take it cause he said that won't be best in. He said I need his help and he needs me. Nigga, you walk the walls, go home, you're free. Home, that was fun, he was turned off cause his wings was burned off. The lesson was learn, communicate with one. I was chosen cause I'm God's son.
And I'm the retarded one. Out in the streets, you won't survive with whack ass beats. We can see that. These days and times, plus how we get ours with rhymes. To my metal face bros with stomachs of cast iron, who've been into winning glass till the last siren. On the slow mo, the con artist with the so-so chick to my like how you live the slow but down below stick. Anywho, how about the Yankees? Once I leave off stage, the party people thanks me. If I may speak freely, nasty like the freaky deaky antelope, sleazy, speak easy. Been any fan of the limelight, in the mic stand with nothing but stick of dynamite. It's risky business like hand-to-hand crack sale. The rappers who's better hope on the cover of Black Tail. Jumping to who's a fat, who's that, who cats who do match be like, tell me how you do's that, heck no. Especially those who cop please like Gecko. Let go to Mike, do techno. Ha ha, the better bust out laughing at the bet. For no reason he get cussed out like Tourette. Get tight flow to make her bad ass stutter, or even crack the spine from a man fast cutter. But wordplay since third grade age. Back when we used to play bang, open birdcage. Hip hop, Benny Hill, sip penny straight, get every penny weight, then he chill. At any rate, my metal face holds with tongue, or least I ring. Do yourself, I will continue to do my thing like kung fu fighting everybody
ain't worth fighting. And the supervillain strike again like lightning at the same spot. Now what's the chance of that? And a name drop like pick a name out the hat. That's a no job from the lava canava who vote player out the rap game like Sabab while I drop the knees like a nerve cat. With intense speech from way back and spin on your back and then freeze. While I play high ball, low ball to zero. So-called rhymers, don't call Cleo while I steal the show like thought so try hiking. Super duper stars need auto tricycling. Sometimes the men, mostly from the women. I hear voices saying that's a super villain. Mostly from the women. I hear voices. Super villain.
Yeah, this is the poisonous, venomous, killer bee, queen bee connection, live and direct, Stalin, BK, QB, boogie down, wherever you found, yo, deadly venom, that's how we end them, master bends them, no friend to him, bend him in half for entering, my camaraderie, move like tight security, known to tear the club up, plus the after party, on the battlefield, catch a body, with no fair warning, my queen bee connects, swarm on him, primate, hold your mic straight before you challenge me, you're lightweight, and only force me to cause casualties, battery back, can't match minds with the solar power, they get overpowered, shower with rhymes, it's like white lines of powder,
yo,
with the counter,
taking no shorts for sure, I'm coming through smashing up to the floor, whoever wanted war, yo bring it, if you got the sword I'ma swing it, slid her back to the pit when my phone started ringing, so come here, what's up, about to stuff, running through the chamber, they ain't giving up, cause I'm deadly, I'ma set the pace like a method, relay, who can have been a winner replay,
nice, make heads crack like dice, give them a double order, a manslaughter, on the tape recorder, the law and order tape, muffled and distorted, all you heard was murderous shots, the rest pre-recorded, the jury boarded, I'm a free venom, hitting niggas with the momentum, even villains wanna get a venom, the feeling deviance from the previous, but the way we leaving this is sure to make 6 hits.
FBI, the most high, fly, Robin Fly, keep a close eye on Johnny 5, I'll be coming live from New York, it's Saturday night, so it's only right I step to the phony type, see him in the party acting hard, but they hardly, a threat to the vet, once you start me, no stopping, no part me, no copping, no plea, I beat you in the head, 3rd degree, what's the science, the 411, can't do me nothing, still ghetto, I rhyme ghetto, my brother's ghetto, never say die, and never settle, for anything less than what the devil possessed, I'm like MOP to the death, now who is Johnny Blaze, Mr. Meth?
Hitting fever, come with the raw, deadly venom with the rule, with one more to come, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination, face to face, shake your earth, rocking your nation.
Southern bitches, rolling with the devious clan, I got a master plan of the blasted man, getting lyrical, hurting your feeling deep in your mental, like a principle in your brain, killing your spiritual, be original, fishing out, rolling with a bunch of criminals, street gunner, venom strike like thunder, spitting, let us stop your hunger, ready for war, let me let you get a taste of the raw, coming through with the clan, so you won't get far, rather than scar, all respect due to the guard, and my queen killer bees, just collecting that cheese, overseas, getting ready for the year 2G, DV.
Pillage, yo, I'm a great commodity to see me, the unchained magnetic. I release my y'all, I piece mine together to the 3rd power. Hit y'all like the Mayflower scandal. Slash 3 felonies and be the 1-6 vandal. From Park Hill, Shaolin put the work in from dusk to us dawn. Lebanon dawn, don't sleep on the adversary. Midtown stalk y'all out on the ferry. You got trapped in between pillage and the venoms.
Yo,
Chapter heads a minimum.
Process of elimination with Jack done like Rhythm Nation. Got your heart speeding like you drag racing. Be lab replacing. Try to avoid the confrontation. You kinda mixed up like Tiger Woods with that combination. I ain't calling no names. Here's a hint with no brains. Guarantee things gon' change. Dudes admire the visual. About the coolest Carolina individual. Everything digital like Bobby. I'm loving on them kung fu flicks. Poison the hottie. My crew be known to run through clicks. Quick, fast, in a hurry. When I smash, leave your vision blurry. Trying to make the bill like Murray.
Hitting fever, come with the raw. Deadly venom meet the woo. We want more to come, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaboration, set the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Wanna Prince kids, got my blood hotter than did you ventriloquist talking out shit like this? Cause I insisted you to wanna show the tape of the hit. I told you quit showing the tape like King. You think you trick, wanna violate rate. Woo and venom annihilate, don't hesitate to push the rhymes like wait and shake.
Yo, PLO, when the guns blow, using no show. Posing like a scarecrow with no dough. Street pros move through the metro. Rapidly, my faculty quick to blow the boost out your battery. My African queen bees is backing me, shutting down your salary. J Boo, twist another daiquiri. Ricky Steamboat float on this scenario. Hydro, thought lick off like a calico.
Get it on, mics get blown when you step into my zone. Heads get blown for trying to clone. Now take that, now you got one to grow on. Baby paw, hold on while I flow on. I keep it tight with four sides to a square. You ain't seen no thugs like these nowhere. I swear, you wanna test me? How can it be? I'm rolling with the fam, Wu-Tang TV.
Yo, I dead MCs with this poisonous venom. Return and send them, whack into venom. To secretly analyze this is live. I see the allies trying to stalk the beehive. Forgot the deadly stinging was Major Bell ringing. Too strong for with eyes closed and swinging. Major point, spot your target and zoom in before it's too late. Saw the snake through his handshake. Aiming your darts at the click you can't handle. Attack with the pace those that travel on camel. On warm side, let you cross the barrier. With my storm side, it destroy your area.
Hitting fever, come with the roar. Deadly venom meet the room. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaborations at the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Hitting fever, come with the roar. Deadly venom meet the room. We want more to go, now what's to do?
Ghetto collaborations at the deadly combination. Face to face, shaking your earth, rocking your nation.
Trump, war, lords. Yo, Slapbox 52, hand combat, man down, now you getting treated like a little youth. Pearl handle, Black Ruger popping up, it's the return of the trench coat mafia. You got a click, but I bet they won't die for your last nigga that fronted, I Muammar Gaddafi them. I'm busting lead in, Armageddon, God is 7, top of the dome is embedded. I said it, step in the realms and get sweated. My foes get beheaded, live with no edits, shredded. Negative thoughts about the G.O.D., you better dead it, cause that's bad credit. All night, me on the mic is athletic, high heights, seeing my sight is like heaven. Fire and flights of bad weather, whatever, get it together, my neck leather. Once again, welcome to the fucking next level. Metal plus netta, stretch limousines, machine guns running up with 26 villains. Fuck everything old, we fight for the children. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. Throwing flying guillotines from Philistine. Came with an illa team to run up in your castle and kill your king. I'm doing my thing, dance with the Lord in the ring, standing firm in the square like Butterbean. I'm hotter than Shambhala, draw swords before Makata. Rude boy shot up for top dollar. I'm not a fake ass rapper that's not solid. I got it, to say I'm the hottest is just modest. My asses can melt down anything, so anything in my lane, man, I'm killing it. 2 bottles of jewels, 1 spoon of ignorance. It's the vigilance spit, chemist is injuring. Any contender wanna act like he bigger than I. It's getting baked and fried, and that's minimum. MCs who wanna compete, I take 10 of them. Clowns in the street want heat, I got Dillingers, and that's how it really goes. So get familiar with it, and stop looking at the motherfucking videos. Choose your weapon, my tools is lessons. True connections, wrong draw, you lost your profession. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Let the rhythm hit him, chew him up, spit him out, get him out. Let's see if the barrel fit in his mouth. Hear the lion roar, what you crying for? I'm at the hot gates, open up the iron door. I'm the king of the jungle, so ready to rumble. Gunshots put the room on humble. I flip beats and make the words tumble, and flip bricks and not sleep on a bundle. Claiming you're off the chain, homie, I'm off the board. Dunk in your face, I'm the Lord of War. I'm so much more, you bitches should never step up. I never lit up, you fuckers will never get up. Ice in my veins, ice on my chains. I'm nice in the lane, think twice for your fame. Shoot around like dice in the game, you crap out. Break your bones when I make you tap out.
10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Ragtag rebel armies of alarming proportions, grenade launching, fearless little orphans, fully dipped clerics who throw the wind caution, intel operatives who instigate holy wars in, tiptoeing at Fort Detrick on an each and no basis, with derelict new contagious enzymes to play with, cause a well-educated, prosperous nation is dangerous. Walt Disney Kingdom, where history comes in two flavors, blood soaked in the bloodstains, cleaned up with detergent later. Excuse me, Miss Liberty, I don't mean to be misogynist, but put some lipstick on a green lip, cause the truth ain't a pretty bitch. In the US, even Martin Luther King kept a gun in the crib. So whether you a clueless bastard with no relations, or more tonight with genealogy of King David, you witnessing the logistics of a gun-running operation by big model policy makers. Intricate surveillance next to the crib placed by proxy administration, funded by drug money pushed out of US air bases. S&B time, hollow mountain shadow ops, nanobots who make remote control parts of global hawk. Double triple agents who leave how to fly books in glove box, and drunken moments left holy Korans and titty strip spots. CNS to the phenomenon of albatross, heavy burden around the neck, depending what side the coin fall. And I'm my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always draw hard. Loon CNS, the phenomenon of albatross, heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the coin fall. I'm my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always draw hard. Of atrocities as high as the Acropolis, unfold wretched skeletal wingspan screaming, no one is stopping me. Legions of minions ready to mar themselves for college money. Republican dummies besieged with fanatical cherub Enochs at the coronation of King James pontificating. Sistine Chapel look like Quranic box paintings, where if you look closely you can see ghostly images of Norval on 9/11 wargaming. Cold heartless killers, you like tear ducts in a broken mirror. Haunted face appears in Judas in the form of Zell Miller quoting Hitler, who once said the bigger the lie, the more people likely to believe it. So nowadays these rappers spit vagina monologues, cause most of them are way too pussy to say shit. Hell man, you can never ever ever be God, no matter how intricate you paint yourself in his image. You're just waging advanced forms of barbaric tribalism. That's the stupidity war that man is never winning. So gather the women and children, prophets, priests, and Eman from the forgotten books of Eden. Warn treachery would stem from the presidency and all the kingsmen. So close your eyes if you're squeamish. It's about to get sick, freedom warrior here, meaning it's good tiger eating. So G-Man, start the deprogramming sequence. Loon CNS, the phenomenon of albatross, heavy shit around the neck, depending what side the corner fall. I'm my old-fashioned nickel slugs, so I always try hard.
Some feel the excitement of boredom, and some don't.
It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly right here. It's pretty ugly. Wow.
Yo, what the fuck are y'all thinking? Letting apathy get on a mic? That's like unleashing a fucking atomic bomb. Yo, this is self-titled, the motherfucking mother molester. Yo, apathy, rip the spines out these
niggas. Spit an incredible verse, your head'll reverse and burst. So blood chemical squirts all over medical shirts. Professional works of art spark exceptional words. Short circuit mics and cause an electrical surge. Rhymes shine like lights off of pieces of ice. My speech is precise, slice like psychokinesis and fights. Rhymes reaches heights of beacons and satellites. Where man can scan Venus and find pieces of Mike. My feet is tight with genius light. Spit with the speed of light. Strike in the night, strip you of your Adidas right. You see this and you bite, cause you couldn't beat this hype. I'ma torture your wife while my fist squeezes the vice. What your leash is the spike. Place leeches of mice right on the peaches and spice. Till she screeches with fright. The meanest to recite reaches for the weakest device. And releases to the people say, Jesus, he's nice. I'm a bad man, managed to damage an amateur. When I slap slackers and backpackers, my rap shatters your whack matter forever. clever, but still better with skill to sever your head, so bet that I'm ill. On the best records, erected and rip it and wreck it. I erupted and ruptured your rap labels, building to wreckage. Respect it, cause apathetic is magnetic, electric, effective, and known to charge negative when I said it. 1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun. Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. 1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I can melt down the sun. Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. I'm electrically charged like jumper cables got attached to the mic. Jacker, you white? I got a black gat with a sight. I sat upon a satellite last Saturday night, beefing with a space rapper till we battle for mics. I could think about you making shatter platinum and ice. You try flattery and apathy will flatten you twice. Just to obtain the fame or be half as nice, you'd have to train every day twice for half your life. Every MC I see wanna be live as me. I'm at the level of perfection that you strive to be. I got insight, don't even need my eyes to see. All knowing, nothing on earth surprising me. I'm on some fly shit, on some old open up your eyes shit. Superhero for rap, never be the sidekick. Cats try to see in my mind like they were sidekick, but I kick the rhymes with spine shatter when I spit. Spectacular! Spectators are left spellbound, helpless like women rape victims being held down. I'm like the nuclear facility in meltdown, radiating physical, making your spirit hellbound. Coming from CT, rocking in 3D, throwing root beers in your fridge for trying to see me. 1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I could melt down the sun. Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. 1, 2, 3 to the 3, 2, 1. So hot with the tongue, I could melt down the sun. Stack raps and tons of pack gats and guns for trying to test app, cause I just begun. Just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun, just begun. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Jumbo jets, refrigerator, Perry goons, bury one in your neck. The cemetery drape, closing like the window of death. My candle mass visionaries turn crimson the first breath. Black metal like Fog Home, taking his first steps. My blood is as pure as a sidewalk, is my first death. We break day and spit out flesh like death hippies. Rock the same lamb corp I used on Sharon when she was still pretty. I'm all bound from Crenshaw, the guy brewer. I rest in the sewer, shooting magazines in my veins. That Mac 10 abuser. You'll never make it to the first 48. Brains losing while my cable got dinner plates. Making necklaces from cerebral hemorrhages. Place medicine, mortician approved for the usage of ketamine. Lucifer's truth, rabbi and crack sales in 6 figures. I'm big business, I'll flesh you in 6 minutes. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, you match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, you match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. I like to poison people with gas and anthrax for the harbor. Called Superstar, I'm in the car with Shoko Asara. Pure Armageddon, got that ski mask with the llama. Call me the River's Edge, I sell more mess than Dennis Hopper. We got them droppers and poppers and mafia doctrines. Hebrew acid test, I'm bonkers, yo, I got them suboxones. 7 you guys are guttural, my legacy's wild. You trying to hustle with that B-work for 17.5. Technologically advanced, the serum is major. Got them 80s motherfuckers for fiends like James Spader. My T-U-N-E slave trade, get me that paper. Plus the AR-5 is flash metal with the vapors. Pagan altar, a city of the infected. I'm the final exit, I speak for the dying and disconnected. Crime connects, stamp on the bag is well respected. Any motherfucker stopping my fetish to get their neck split. Raise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. An eye for an eye, and match you the bundle of quick 60. Praise the beast, together we could poison the city. Pentagrams, project calls, and victory killings.
work in the toilet. So now we'll make an interesting urine.
A rose selling coke in my lobby, the Jody Watley. Stop for Christ, too much posse bundles, I know Poppy. Black angels on the bag, dummies falling out. This goes a fortune cookie, break it open, read your thoughts, I'm out. Leave a pretty cost like a pound, suck 'em out through a blouse. I put the stick through her head, then place it on the couch. Polaroids like G. Simmons, but my bitch is dead. Fatal portraits of natural blondes with missing heads. I stopped dating, my new addiction is chicks with dreads. Not cause they're hot, cause the scalp bubbles, my hit with lead. I leave a kitchen red, sophisticated killer net. Looking through green onions, blood seeping your silhouette. Mausoleum sports, sipping like Capri Sun. Dissection shirt that decomposes when D's come. Bitches say I'm self-absorbed, I need oven clean. Muscle loader, I call it lunch meat. What it do to vegans? Motherfucking brain still like Pol Pot. A true sport, king of the landfills in New York. My goon sick, half crooks, half detergent. The 666, half crooks, half perversion. Street vermin, king of Akron, burn churches. I love bitches in white, that's why I burn nurses. I'm moving coke and nerve balls like I'm Larry Flynn. Death proof, bloody partition windows on how you win. This is Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, the Mexican beheaded. The Forbes killer top 10, give a coffin face. I'm never photogenic, gonna leave you my Jordan 8s. Poster boy, terror wave, Oklahoma City. My reputation for car bombs is Frank Nitty. Watching the ozone burns, ever in slow-mo. Celebrity rock, Travolta court, kill Josh Bono. Putrefaction ceremony, blaze, triple wizard. The light bearer, inverted to any Christian image. League ambassador, here to get the Martians wet. Bagel stores and prostitution rings like a martyr's rep. I'll carve your neck, cartridge catch, I'm the art of death. I'm Chris Farley, shirt open, on the carpet wet. You cast a sidle bounce, liable to tell the knocks I'm blessed. Either that or check in my freezer and see the carcass left. The mark of the tech, leave cons of flesh, should be dodging the vest. My reputation is carving this fucking best. Supermarket fresh, covers lay your body limp. Rabbis put makeup on your face with a shotty hit. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, acid coke, sell it. Coratorium, murder junkie, I'm the bad lieutenant. Children of doom, dope lords, the Mexican beheaded.
Yeah, I feel my whole world caving in, and she's saying with a crazy grin, it's all fucked like the avian. They say we all make the grave we in, and still these hypocrites looking at me like this is alien. Often I felt like off of myself when I've been soft and I go off into hell. You see me in the coffin, I'm pissed off and got a death wish, looking for the quickest painless way to leave me breathless. Yeah, the easy way out is OD, it's pain free, but the toe T is still name me. If they pump my stomach, I come back running, but I don't wanna come back. Hold up, fuck it, I grab my gun and okay, where do I begin? Under my chin, a straight shot in. This is the end, or better yet, I can do it just like Columbine, but no kids, just enemies, and I'ma take all of mine. It's do or die, you and I, who is gonna drop? And if the pigs come, then it's suicide by cop. I'm a time bomb that's ticking like a clock till I take a happy pill and kill my suicidal thoughts. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Got texts in them 18s, so we fire 9-inch nails from a pretty hate machine. I'll show up in your town before I fucking rape the scene. Is the art of suicide just another wasted dream? Be glad to cut my wrist before I lick the razor clean. Yo, I may tase the queen in hopes they snipe me through a laser beam. These world's ways are mean and getting harder in these days it seems. Can't go on with life because I'm sick of shit, the same routine. But now I'll carry on by any means necessary. Before I kill myself, I plan to put you in the cemetery. Won't stop shooting until everyone is dead and buried. Blow my own dome, leave a story that is legendary. So to be honest, but the thoughts inside my head is scary. I am the result you get when Satan's in the bed with Mary. With a noose around my neck, if you don't think I'll do it, damn me. Suicide squad, dog, you might survive the music barely.
swim, so I figured I'd jump off a bridge. Everything's slipping, like my health and my bread. Keep riffing, I'ma kill it and shoot myself in the head. How you stunt? We all know what the fuck you're about, cunt. I'll cut off his dick, shove it down your throat so your mouth shut. Throw you in my car on time, seal the garage, lock tight. Start it up, we can choke on carbon monoxide. Take the family camping, walk off and start a rock slide. We got promise tomorrow, borrow time and swallow cyanide. Bring out the worst and we got wait till our anniversary. Slice my whole throat while you're watching, can't stand you hurting me anymore. You dishonored me while I'm torn. You swallow dick like a whore, now you follow me to the moor. My issue is, despite your flake bitch, I still miss you. I can't live without you, so fuck it, I'll die with you.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
All I need is money, and I'm getting that money tonight.
Let's take a slide through the L side of town with this B-boy. Watch out for Jake Snakes and decoys. The streets keep you Pinoy. Every day's a new game. We do things for new things. This kid got stuck for like 3 G's and 2 chains. Yo, I know about these streets I was raised in. In my crib I heard villains outside blazing. Mad shots was popping in. I see visions of dropping men. 5 minutes later some rolled out on Hopkinson. That's why this downtown swinger. Ruckers bring up, be packing bangers and making houses out of clothes hangers. It's only one life you give in. Get in where you fit in. The fofo will cold push it. So keep your gun greased with the team. New York desperados who bust open your heads like avocados. Heavy artillery in my facility. For you snake ass ones, I stick to my gun. Yo, what up? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's mathematics? Back to your gun. What's the word? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's knowledge of self? Stick to your gun. The coolest thing in the world is a fofo desert that easily through hollow voice lunge through any object. Squeeze it at rapid fire, clear the whole project. I ain't gonna be beefing or eyeing you. Silently I move bellowly me in no reliable scene. I've been chasing and lacing tough guys for days, finding ways to erase them and place them in a grave. If it happened, it's for tapping. I'm in the mix and I'd rather be judged by 12 than laid by 6. My gun on the front line still standing. Mr. Billy Dan's and I'm working with a mini cannon. Holding it down, it's the drama lord. So you riff, you'll be left and laid stiff as a fucking board. Fire is flawed. It's on the front, get proud from top notch. The real stick to it. Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's mathematics? Stick to your gun. What's the word? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's knowledge of self? Stick to your gun. What up? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's mathematics? Stick to your gun. What's the word? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's knowledge of self? Stick to your gun. Hey, yo,
I represent Queens on crime scenes, a murder machine. Put M16s in the queens, I head for the hills. Cause when I get ill, it's blood spilled for real. I aim up, steal and shoot the kill, so grab your body, chill, get ready for the junction. The biscuit that I'm clutching, bustin' like suspect as the fucking dustman. Bucking at all you sucker cluckers that want the rockin'. Should be 3 clapping, but we ain't applauding you motherfuckers. Keep on that kid up on the black t-shirts to crack lids. Ain't gotta go rush the Toys R Us to get your cabbage patch kid. Once I let the laser beams gleam in the red dots and see your whole team is getting blown to smithereens. Queens on a motherfucking map, nigga, we stay strapped. In fact, I let an AK cap push up to payback. Running with man, son's gunning. I feel need to hit up for the funds. Better stick to their guns.
Yo, what up? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's mathematics? Stick to your guns. What's the word? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's knowledge to sell? Stick to your guns. Yo, what up? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's mathematics? Stick to your guns. What's the word? Ain't nothing. Is it real? Yeah, son. What's today's knowledge to sell? Stick to your guns.
Yeah, fam, we put it in motion. Sitting in the whip, just coasting. Or standing on a corner, posters, sipping that potion. I got a team of wolves, they all ferocious. Gripped up, chipped up, holding them toasters. I don't care who on top, nigga, we got next. We got now. Militant concealing them texts. Don't compare me to them half and halves, they all sex. I'm a thinking man, when I plot, they get wet. Put it together like Lego blocks, we all connect. Build and destroy, that's dub, as real as it gets. From the ghetto to the suburbs and back to the ghetto. I'm stellar, my story ain't no grass and metals. Sam Thorough laced the backdrop to beat the kettle. Heavy metal rap shit, nigga, yak the bezel. The stress don't get to me, dogs, I'm giving them stress. I'm the name that they mention cause I pen it the best. S, be the seal that they all trust. Cause the dirt that we do, man, I don't discuss. Rise up, get your weapons ready, we rise up. Hope your mind sharp and steady, we rise up. Yeah, homie, my team is deadly. Rise up, third world style sharp machete, rise up. Get your weapons ready, we rise up. Hope your mind stays sharp and steady. Rise up, yeah, homie, my team is deadly. Rise up, third world style sharp machetes. Fetty is what we need, fam, to feed the seas. Most of the dudes that fall succumb to greed. It gobbles them up like rice and peas. I ain't God body, but homie, I study degrees. And I maneuver through the streets of the ghetto with ease. 4 wheels or 2 legs, it don't matter to me. I got the key to the city without running like Diddy. I get it, I got it, I spit it, don't forget it. My dress code, black thermals and black fitteds. My presence real, niggas feel it, I'm a fire spirit. In the country capitalistic, dollar sign stack chips slowly so we could build shit, fill lists, hit or miss. I'm in it till the day that I perish. My words stay embedded in your head, don't forget it. Rise up, get your weapons ready, rise up. Hope your mind sharp and steady, rise up. Yeah, homie, my team is deadly. Rise up, third world style sharp machete, rise up. Get your weapons ready, rise up. Hope your mind sharp and steady, rise up. Yeah, homie, my team is deadly. Rise up, third world style sharp machete. These label faggots, they don't know what's hot. They don't know who's on the streets really making it pop. Catch these dudes in the papers taking pictures with cops. They on track talking about all the people they pop. First day in New York, you got your chain yapped in the club by a thug who had nothing to lose. We hungry, we always make front page of the news. Running around with them burners, blowing shots at cops. Even well-known actors blowing shots at cops. I guess he ain't as paid as I thought, he needed some guap. Family is in the hood, they be needing a lot. That's why I stay telling my people we need to rise up, rise up. Get your weapons ready, rise up. Hope your mind sharp and steady, rise up. Yeah, homie, my team is deadly. Rise up, third world style sharp machetes, rise up. Get your weapons ready, rise up. Hope your mind sharp and steady, rise up. Yeah, homie, my team is deadly. Rise up, third world style sharp machetes. 94. Some masked men came and left some slugs in my front door. Too close to home, it's time to call it quits. Wife threatens to leave, my daughter's throwing fits. What's the plan? The situation's out of hand, so I pick up the cordless and proceed to call my man. What up, black? Some niggas pulled up in the act and tried to bring the ruckus with a premeditated attack. Yo, fuck that, I ain't going out like that. Disrespect my home, I put some niggas on their back.
True that, kid. Give it a minute, yo. Just wait.
To top it all off, they had out-of-state plates. Yo, who's these outsiders trying to make some noise? They better finish what they started, cause my squadron destroys. I'm pissed. These niggas is number one on my hit list, and I won't be satisfied until I see their death certificates. Retaliation with a bit of hesitation. I'ma let these niggas sleep, then proceed with their assassination.
I don't know why niggas is trying to bring it to me, but if they want my life, they gotta come take it from me. Ties between my family, nothing I know is stronger. I'm in too deep and I can't hold my breath any longer. I don't know why niggas is trying to bring it to me, but if they want my life, they gotta come take it from me. Ties between my family, nothing I know is stronger. I'm in too deep and I can't hold my breath any longer. We gave it a week, then decided to make a move. We wanted the niggas to think that everything was cool, that they got away with something, assuming they got over. Loaded the trunk with explosives and pulled off in the Range Rover. Rolled on they block like 5-0 raided drug spot. Set the timer and turned their spot into a vacant lot. Looked in my rear view, saw flames and heard screams. Was aware of the fact I killed some innocent human beings. But I guess it was their time, cause we all gotta go. I took care of my business, kid, that's all that I know. At least that's what I thought, until I got home. I walked through the door and saw a note by the phone. It said, honey, I'm at the hospital. Let me explain. Tanya went to visit a friend and the building went up in flames. Come as soon as you can. They don't think she's gonna make it. She's on life support. I need you here. I can't take it. I thought to myself, nah, couldn't be. Not my own flesh and blood. I refused to believe. But when I got to the hospital, they said it was too late. They said she didn't make it. My wife was irate, screaming like she was possessed by a demon. Yelling, fuck the world and life, what's the meaning? I asked her where it happened. She said down the block, down the street, around the corner from that drug spot. You mean the building on 53rd and 5th? She said, yeah, how did you know? An unfortunate lucky guess. I ran into the bathroom and almost threw up, cause that was the spot me and my man blew up. Oh, shit. What the fuck am I gonna do? Oh, shit. What the fuck am I gonna do?
They missiles flying guided, inside a world divided. I'ma lead up the resistance that's already been decided. Nothing will divide us. Egyptians used to get around and glide us. Trappers always abound as pounds of blood and guts inside us. Arizona Wilder said Diana was a sacrifice, bringing in the age of Horus. Pentagrams have appetites, slaughterhouses, abattoirs, meat works, cattle bras, depopulation and HIV by John Rappaport. Baba Sama hunger, Jabalon's a strange god, great architect of the universe in the space pod. Oakleys, fascies, Nazis and V-signs, symbolisms everywhere, it's all up in the designs. And every time a peace sign is thrown up, that's the devil's claw. Did you know there was a base under the Denver airport? Art Bell, George Norrie, call us with they war stories. Hotlines from east of the Rockies with all the ghost gories. Diabolic, Scientologists sedated. L. Ron Hubbard, mashed potato brain, the famous mother of the darkness. Castle hallways are enormous, near the village of Muno in Belgium next to farmers. They program children inside the walls of that satanic building, virtue as the castle of the kings by all the noble gilded male phallus. Upright pillar in the chalice, with a blindfold over the eyes and a balance. There's cloudbusters, shooting ports up at chemtrails. Applaud a vagabond dog as dog eat up your entrails. Iron up an infamil, high as hell off Seroquel. Depakote a silent killer, Rosicrucians loving hell, the beast is risen. This underground, this ain't commercialism. Women feeling good about themselves, injecting botulism. World war, shadow of spaceships, Illuminati, making conspiracies. What you know about fucking
you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon, strip the chip from your palm fat and send devils to heaven. Supreme deities with angels and demons, brain is misleading, genetically splicing, altered and faltered for their convenience. Outside they acquire galaxies, valiantly rousing maladies, balancing found in fallacies, bouncing across the boundaries of all dimensions. It's just perplexing, rift your comprehension, open up your third eye, realize the herd's blind. 6 billion sheep along defenseless cattle for the evil after golden human flesh. Are begging sacrifices equal to all these false gods, Anunnaki devils and shapeshifters. Like snakes slither hidden from our visions of slates written in ancient times. They tried to warn us but we didn't listen. Olden wisdom banished by new systems of religion driven by the very lizards themselves. Brainwash society, Illuminati in on the actual full sobriety. The governments are earth undeniably serve the serpents under the surface. Cold-blooded politicians have heard us. It's urgent that we learn the purpose of this. Prepare for Holocaust, civilians, kid your names on the list. The mark of the beast unleashed within the physical realm. Exist the digits that spell the 666s of hell. Imprisoned in cells in underground labyrinths some felt. That's where the demons be. I call the colonies the autonomy of atrocity. No theories or hypotheses, it's real as it gets. I'm trying to tell the population to unite as a sect. It's you
all
can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to Planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fat and send devils to heaven.
I build reptilians caps just like Hannibal Lecter. Rip off they fucking mandibles and spit cannibal lectures. Hang your intestines round Christmas trees with skulls dangling. Decapitation of Grand Dragon Master Masons. Halfling faggot faces blown the fuck off, brains dangling. Chop up these spineless motherfuckers worshiping Satan. Eating women and children, raw as so vanilla. Your face is fucking shape-chipped into Godzilla. The Zodiac killers, we behead Leviathan. Iron like a lion from Zion, spitting fires, wind, divine design to rhyme Christ-like and mad slicks. A blind light to these kids, infinite beyond the blind side. Design the tightest shit. Fuck trilateral commission, satellites trying to fry my brain. The gods must be crazy, no, not insane. Escaping gas chambers through the astral projection, laughing peasants. In a fraction of a second, I pass back and
you can't hide from telepathic mind control. You can't run. Draconians enslave your soul. Polar caps melt. You see it coming to Planet X. Reptilian beasts, they come to take our planet next. You can't see when so-called leaders hide the truth. You're not free. Illuminati holding the proof. Prepare for nuclear bomb blast. Coming to Armageddon. Strip the chip from your palm fat and send devils to heaven.
I spit prophetic poems regarded in the omens of the ancient. Mystic gifts in the mist like the splits, the mind's meditation. Soul levitation, break barriers to solve the equation. I'm hardly impatient, look to the darkness, calm for a spaceship. The entire human race basis in this oasis. A genetic experiment where it makes breeding with semen, we're not aware of it. Religion is false, evolution is false. Get down on your knees and pray to the reptilian boss, killing the cross. Mass media corruption, influence of the seduction. Shapeshifters in the shadow behind the panel, pushing the button. The Ronnie Martin authored novel, The Coming to 10. They done it once, so what the fuck does it matter if they did it again? As the code attacks your spinal cord, I'm dropping final thoughts. We in the final war. Millions of years ago, they was here with the globe with nukes, killing the dinosaurs. A prophecy from Anunnaki to the Illuminati that probably bodied me for my philosophy. I rock the beat. It take more than you slimy snakes to topple me. I do a verse, it's soft and tragic. Conspiracy theory epitome in this universe holographic. With the thoughts of a master, throw a fit when I spit over the patent.
Ain't no cut in my throat. If you smell me, you'll see I'm dope. Ain't no cut in my coat. I'm still rough with the quote, still puffin' my smoke. Why these critics still on their knees and still sucking off gold? My shit's grimy, not a customer, so might even sell a customer soap. Or throw these shells up in this coat. Spend my budget up like fuck it, I'm broke. You like them dudes on VH1? You lose trying to fuck with New York. Look, this what the game got. I'm from when niggas don't come around with their chains out. I hangs out with them ghetto women that bang out. Do hair, sell dope, and babysit out the same house. You can't doubt I do my thing. It's Wu-Tang, still in the game. My niggas still in the bathroom, still in your chains. Look, it's me up and Ice H2O. Combination to the safe, that ain't safe no more, bitch.
Love don't cost a thing while she chasing my paper. I got a feeling in my heart that tells me something ain't right. Something ain't right. Baby, you could do what you do, you ain't gotta do me no favors. I could've been the one that made that change in your life.
Yo, rated X, smack you off the stage when I'm vexed. No sweat, I crack a cold cake of Bex. Guess who's back? The jack of all trades is next. The rap cuisine, I crack a raw egg and flex. I cave in your chest, this one came from the jet. They're the cause and effect, make innocent blood pour. The streets is like the rap game, a daily tug of war. For rich or for poor, or death do us part. Niggas come for death, still grimy. Still slimy. Don't try me. Been 10 long years, and I'm sorry. Come for that, still grimy. Still slimy. Don't try me. Been 10 long years, and I'm sorry.
I got a feeling in my heart that tells me something ain't right. Something ain't right. Baby, you could do what you do, you ain't gotta do me no favors. I could've been the one that made that change in your life.
Real in the field, Navy SEAL on the drill. Never stingy with my bills, plenty gravy I spill. Recorded in the history of rap, 2-inch reels. 7 to 10 deals, 11 to 20 hills. Rest in peace to my brother, $500,000. Unnecessary blood spill, another thug kill. Move with the mass appeal, the blast still. With a cash money click, no limits and no frills. Mad cause your whole feeling peace, son. Zini, kid, you as sweet as a kiwi. Face it, you not me, nigga. Lottie-dottie, the guards like the party. We don't cause trouble, but we will make you a body. Flowing high in the Maserati. Two of my ninjas beside me. Lively, flowing on some Ducatis. With 2 jalopies, 2 hotties. We never sloppy. Rest in peace to my dog, Shotty.
Tayshawn. I move in the area for respect. Tayshawn Dorsett, draft pick by Seton Hall. Escape convict out of Marquette. Sonic, I'm Stet. First man to fly to the moon on a private jet. Rocket ship express. Exhaust pipes burn the hair off your chest. Brim over my head, cocked to the side like El Ness. Chicago Chronicle move with El Best. With JC and Will, I'm bound to get ill. Hit the P-Day parade, my daily brigade. Cooler than that glass nigga dressed up like a jar Kool-Aid. I'm too fade, I'm cutting your fame down to miniature size with 2 blades. I'm not out for fun, we don't have time to stargaze. Me and Ollie light up the street like Dr. Sparky. Girls hang on the jockey, it's all say la B, what say la C. 2 minutes to go.
It's an international connection. We making hip-hop perfection. It's Ultra Mag and Junkadelic, dog. We about to teach the whole world a lesson about how to rap, how to make beats, how to walk, and how to even speak. And if you learn your lesson right, you be at the top of this game. You get all the shine you want, you get fame. Oh yeah, son, I guess it's time for Zed to go. So let me hear this track. Oh yeah, dog, I like that flow. So I'm about to bless you with 16, just like a pro. You know how I gets down, I keeps it real simple. The swag is incredible. Son, I always smash my foes. Son, I'm always smashing hoes. Son, I'm always collecting dope. So if you see me up in Harlem, yeah, don't even think about it. Cause me and my faction squad, son, we bout it. We take care of our business. Beef, we don't forget about it. We squash your whole team. your whole squad get routed. It's like that in my hood, dawg. Don't even doubt it. It's an international connection. We making hip-hop perfection. It's Ultra Mag and Junkadelic, dawg. We about to teach the whole world a lesson about how to rap, how to make beats, how to walk, and how to even speak. And if you learn your lesson right, you be at the top of this game. You get all the shine you want, you get fame.
Junkadelic. I smoke Newports, don't fuck with Marlboros. I'm trying to be in the streets, see the Marlboro. You don't understand, you gotta live with the borough. Stand still, nigga, wanna act like he thorough. Mrs. Vertebrae when I spray 10 times and bucking. Niggas asking questions like they still ducking. The bucket's filled with brains and cranium crack. Never did give a fuck if the stadium cracked. I understand it's how you feel whenever you get jacked, but we still on the track. Ultra magnetic, niggas is asking questions, but I'm just so pragmatic, mathematic. Sometimes I gotta come back on the beat with 2 times 5 divided by pi. You see, it's like this inside of your eyes. You open, niggas talk shit with the beam still open.
It's an international connection. We making hip-hop perfection. It's Ultra Mag and Junkadelic, dawg. We about to teach the whole world a lesson about how to rap, how to make beats, how to walk, and how to even speak. And if you learn your lesson right, you be at the top of this game. You get all the shine you want, you get fame.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Junkadelic. Junkadelic.
Won't fade with the artificial calendar. I be the balance of the chancellor answer. The dance floor dominator, flavor complicator. Accommodate the greater rate of data fantasia. The soul of a giant, a bone and defiant massage. Electrify the unplugged appliance. Shoot my television, walk outdoors and explore with the innocence of kids age 4. I frolic in the sand with the colony of ants. My particles expand, building oxygen in plants. From Rakim to Cash to Lakim Shabazz. I logically advance with the knowledge of the past. Motivated giraffe, wrote a page and a half. Known for paving the path and the waves with a stab. The music is rap, my favorite color is mad. The plan of attack is bless the planet with wax. The caterer, the Darth Vader with the crossfader. You should never be afraid of the arm from armed laborers. We stay patient as we lay the foundation in a simple composition for the future generations.
You seen nothing, you stepped into my realms and found suffering. Chaos is turned into seance and burned. Calculated versus estimated spirituality earned. Worms leaking out your orifice is sort of vicious. You pick the portal, witches filled with doors and witches. Get gouged and spell cast, hell's fast needles and torture rags. Torsos hatched, didn't want to offer that. Pain you can't explain, landscapes of flames. Frames of inhospitables are crushed in the minerals. Your plans foiled if you're watching me plant soil. Your pen spoiled, throttled in, bottled as Pennzoil. You with my rule in the seas of my doing the depths. So be the pudding that the proof's in. I'm never cooling. Regard took a day off, I had him laid off on weed. He wanted concrete to remain soft. Salem's Lock's my vacation spot. Often hopping out of coffin, steady rocking while you're rotting. Rolling with a big gang of brothers with fangs. Mega dope, use a telescope and deep in my slang.
about who the livest. 3-word answer, whoever survived this. Only one of us could ride forever, so you and I can't ride together. Can't live or can't die together. All we could do is collide together. So I skillfully apply the pressure. Won't stop until I'm forever one. A doorstep where death never come. Spread across time till my time never done. And I'm never done. Walk tall, why ever run? When they move, if I ever come. Bad man never fret reward. Tell them come, General, we are gonna start the mad fire fun. I against die. Flesh in my flesh, your mind and my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eye, and his image is reflecting mine at the same time. I against die. Flesh in my flesh, your mind and my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. Survive, 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 survive. Drivers, no space for walkers, no space regardless. You're on my path and get off it. Hard-headed and unresponsive. Get their lives put on target with harshness. Come with the cannon sparking, they darken. Who am I? One-man squadron. Monster the fire, this time to the snatch it tomorrow. The 1,000-yard set it appears through your armor. You can get it all right now if you want to, but when you're front line get marched through, I warned you. You know who forever belong to. I against die. Flesh in my flesh, your mind and my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eye, and his image is reflecting mine at the same time. I against die. Flesh in my flesh, your mind and my mind. Two of a kind, but one won't survive. My image is reflecting the enemy's eyes, and his image is reflecting mine. Survive, 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 survive.
Invasion, nonsense like that hit the earth like a comet. Invasion, nonsense like that hit the earth like a comet. Invasion, nonsense like that. What the fuck I'm talking about, right? Hey, yo, you fun. Turn the bass on now. Yo, walking out wild. I'm doing the freestyle like no style. In between your eyes, without a doubt. Take it around, upside down. Free the fuck, follows them down. Where should you go? If they come from all around, so fucking what? Attack the black intellect. Shit on the neck, wide shot, running nowhere. But there is producing me no attitude. Woo, like now I'm bringing it upside down. From behind, inside your mind, inside your brain. Heart the frame louder, and that's
Nazis will hit the earth like a common invasion. Nazis will hit the earth like a common invasion. Yo, suicide. Hey, Empire, taking it around. Break it down. Back to the front, where we all the same. Where games don't matter, don't count. Every amount of dollars don't matter. Kind of Jacobs let her down. I do not want you near me. I do not want you near me. Nearby. Because Nazis will hit the earth like a common invasion. I've had enough of going back in time. I don't remember what you had in your mind.
Yo, my brother CX. Basement, let's go. Yeah, crack attack. Get back. My brother CX. Yeah, Zion react. Check me out though. Hey, when we come in, be straight dummin'. Fiend for the mic, CX fit the drumming. Run for your life, can't come in. Wild fence, got your neck bone bugging. Block hugging, curbside stencil. G past the P's, I'ma crack me a pencil. Get your grill piece, spit filthy. Double neck with a check, homie, feel me. It ain't over till the fat lady fall. I stay sober, trapped inside 4 walls. Stay soldier, y'all hate to get the balls. And I'ma roll till I hear the final call.
Where you going at? I got them drinks, I got them dubs, you should be knowing that. You got them hips, you got them thongs, you should be showing that. Shorty, where you going at? Take this drink on ice, be nice, think twice before you throw it back. Shorty, where you coming from? Wanna know a little bit about your background, but you back, go away like who you running from. Shorty, who you looking at? Nobody gon' say you. That body on you looking fat like cornmeal porridge. Cause I want that. Shorty, give me the something, let me talk to that. We be wildin' for nothing, this is pump rap, yeah. Pump rap, jump into the mosh pit, let me talk to that. Got to provide a zone for my nigga CX. Shorty got a low rider zone. She wanna be X, I'm looking to ride her gone. Get up inside her home, slide up inside her throne, hoping she would relax. Gave her late night show talk. Shorty got a spike moat off, and I like a slight hope walk. She riding a white horse slow, whining a torso, like in a porn show. Gave her the Shorty kinda reckless on mine, screwed up like a Texas rhyme, but I still wanna sex, let's push past reckless. She kinda restless and I'm feeling kinda restless this time. Treat them like Tetris, I line. I'm up for the checklist, gotta get aggressive, looking for the exit sign. Because I want that. Shorty, give me the something, let me talk to that. We be wildin' for nothing, this is bump rap, yeah. Bump rap, jump into the mosh pit, let me talk to that. I want that. Shorty, give me the something, let me talk to that. We be wildin' for nothing, this is bump rap, yeah. Bump rap, jump into the mosh pit, let me talk to that. We in the mosh pit, she squeezing my
We don't have any borders. We don't have any boundaries. We don't have any flags. We fucking put our fists up in the air and we fucking show the world that we've got the fucking numbers.